Chapter 51, Chapter 50. Scathatch POV. I carried my new student to an empty bed in the castle. Such thoughts I did not think I would have ever again. How long has it been since another living being had stepped foot inside this land of shadows? I no longer took note of the passing days, it became meaningless after a certain time. To actually have someone seek me out once more, to venture into this deathly place for my tutelage, it was a strange feeling. I accepted him immediately, something I had not done often in the past. It was supposed to be a test to simply arrive here, the treacherous perils that awaited one who stepped into my realm. If they couldn't even appear before me, why must I teach them? I suppose there had been a few exceptions in the past, not all my students were like Tat, some had moved me purely on their own willpower and valor, even if they did not record their names in the myths and legends. But to come here, in this time from his place, I believed that to be testament enough. This realm no longer was connected to the wider world, I have merely guesses as to how he arrived, the dragon filling in some pieces. What do they call the great magics outside, true magic? Such things are something I am incompatible with, in my time all magic was just magic. The last visitors were those undead things that started sprouting in the world once the age of gods finally came to its end. Those disgusting creatures that subside from human blood to continue their cursed existence. Yes, the dragon helped fill in several details, telling me some things about the outside world in our chat. A dragon. I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. I have met dragons before, I have killed dragons, never had I shared a conversation with one, not to mention one who boasted such power. How I would have loved to test my spear against its mighty scales, maybe it would have been able to kill me. Was I excited when my new student arrived in front of me? I wanted to test his worth, to see what I was working with, so I engaged him in battle, my spear seeking his heart on the first thrust. He was, not the worst I've taught so far. Potential. That was the best way to describe it. The dragon had told me some things, the boy's situation, to be related to such a grand figure, he would go very far in life. But he was wasting it, relying too much on who he was as opposed to who he is now. There was no fire in his belly, no drive to truly surpass himself, to become something more. But even so, feelings I hadn't felt in a very long time swelled up. My hands itched, my desire to groom him into a warrior. I decided to toss him on that cursed mountain. I wished to see him push himself and work to achieve his first results, otherwise he would take everything further for granted. To have him suffer, to experience hardship to achieve his goals. He wasn't as bad as my other brat who I had to beat the arrogance out of, but I saw the seeds beginning to sprout, it was better to nip those in the bud. I was delighted to see him understand his own flaws by himself. My intention was to continuously send undead at him, forge him through combat, but he decided to stay at the base of the mountain and hone his own blade. Less than a month, yet the progress he made in that short amount of time was substantial. It was to be expected, he had so much bubbling under the surface, waiting to be let loose. I allowed him his time to hone his own skill, not interfering. It was amusing to watch him swing his sword for days on end, focusing so intently for the first time. How his movements become sharper and cleaner with each hour that passes. Certainly, no master yet, but he took a large step forward. Watching him climb the mountain, for others it may have been monotonous, but I watched every moment without a hint of boredom. Even when that wretched divine spirit tried its games again, persisting through time purely on resentment, not even a proper undead abomination, something in between and forever sealed inside the mountain. It projects illusions to lure things into it, or to kill them so it can absorb their essence. I could only sigh thinking back to how Tat was tricked the very first time. The most infuriating part was that he knew they were fake, but he still wanted to lay with it regardless. How amusing it was to see me show up, was that from my student's own desires or simply borrowing a familiar form? Maybe I shall have to teach him more than just combat. I frowned, shaking my head. Maybe he could also. No. There was no need to think such thoughts. Young, too young. It was the same with Tat, he was born too late. Why bother creating hope? I have resolved myself to watch the end of time from here. Wilhelm POV. I woke up to the unfamiliar ceiling, castle walls on all sides and a soft bed underneath me. How comfortable after sleeping on that mountain for so long, and the warmth, how one doesn't realize how good they have it until it's gone. My body was sore, but my fatigue seemed gone. Did she heal me? I checked myself over, no noticeable scars on my body from where I had gotten hurt. I opened my magic circuits immediately, feeling the soothing pain of magical energy running through my body. My ring was sitting on a table, I looked it over before slipping it back on. Slipping my mind into it, I saw all my stuff there, except I was missing a large bout of meat and wine I grabbed from Skirim. This tragedy will not go unanswered. I walked out of my room, looking around and heading outside. I saw here, mediating in the same place she was from before. You are awake, she said simply. Thank you for healing me. I bowed politely, completely forgetting my faux anger. Am I not your teacher? She turned around to look at me, an ephemeral smile on her face. You have gained quite a few things. I don't really feel different. I furrowed my brow. I mean, I feel great after having climbed that thing after so long, to actually achieve that, but I don't feel noticeably stronger or anything. She hummed, sitting up fully, grabbing her spear that always remained within arm's reach. I brought out Mirage, the safe feeling of handing it in my hand again. How I missed you, my beautiful sword. Without warning, she jumped into the air and lunged at me, erupting in magical energy and bloodlust as her deathly spear once again sought out my heart. As her spear approached, I stepped to the side, bring my blade up to meet her instead, sword moving horizontally under her spear. She leaned back, riding the momentum to slide under my attack, only a few strands of hair flying off from her head. She adjusted her grip on her spear, digging her feet into the ground and utilizing her lower center of gravity to swipe at my legs with a large sweep. I quickly spun my sword, recovering from my own attack, and slammed the tip into the tundra, blocking her strike. Scathatch abandoned that avenue attack quicker than it took me to blink, her elbow swinging towards my face, only to meet the palm of my hand. My hand struggled to hold her back. Still think you gained nothing? She raised an eyebrow. I released my grip, and she lowered her arm. I didn't even realize where that came from. That was, wow, it felt so fluid and easy. I mean, it wasn't anything spectacular, Scathatch was holding back substantially, but it just all felt right. Don't get cocky. A fist found my face, disrupting my thoughts. Son of a bitch! I shouted, clutching my nose, blood running down my face. I swear to every god, she did something to make it particularly painful. You are just a larger insect now, you wouldn't even last a few moves from me if I were going all out. She said coldly. You are merely at the step where it is worthwhile to teach you. White light erupted from my hand, healing my broken nose. I stared at her in annoyance, she didn't seem the least bit remorseful. Only a few moves. Humph, that was being generous. She dismissed me easily. If you could land a true hit on me, I would even allow you into my bed. Wait, what? Don't daydream, boyo. She smacked me upside the head. You are too far away to even consider laying with me. She laughed. I shall begin passing down my teachings. Your usage of runes was an abomination, I will not allow someone under my tutelage such disgrace. That is, fair. I've been mainly abusing my near-infinite magical energy to do what I wanted. I thought it through. Your swordsmanship too, it leaves much to be desired. I have seen women trained by their mates having better sword skills than you. She shook her head with a frown. I chose not to comment on that. My final student. She turned around, looking towards the horizon. I shall forge you into a great warrior. Your magic, your martial ability. I will help you master your weapons and pull out your potential. She turned back to me again. Let us start with your runes, when you move to a standard that satisfies me, I shall pass down the primordial runes. I froze, hearing what she said. Primordial runes, they were so much stronger than the modern runes used in today's magecraft. An art passed down by Odin, a path created by a pantheon head. It was something that can be used against divine beings, something dragons and servants couldn't just shrug off. There was a reason they were nowhere to be found in the modern day, they literally had to be passed down. A few years ago, the magical community went crazy when a primordial rune was discovered in an old pad unearthed in Norway. Yet, even the person who obtained that object, they only gained an incomplete understanding. I'm ready when you are. She smiled at me. Those are the words I wished to hear the most. All right, chapter over, some real talk now. It seems like we need a discussion on true magic. I'll explain my thoughts about what I wrote before, considering there is very little actually available on how magic operates, I've made up stuff as I went along. Now, my reasons and thoughts from before. When Scathatch sealed the MC, she sealed his magical energy, not his magic as so many people were seemingly intent on saying. True magic is a type of mystery, a power coming from the root. Magical energy is a means to realize the mystery, basically a spark to start a fire. I know some people were vehemently against the idea that true magic requires the utilization of magical energy, and frankly, we don't know one way or the other, but if it didn't require magical energy, then couldn't mundane people theoretically realize the mystery? There are billions of humans on the planet, has none ever touched upon the mystery if it didn't require a certain valuable commodity only possessed by a very small portion of the people? That's my thoughts on the matter, whether I'm right or wrong, Met. I do enjoy the discussion, so don't take this as me being angry or anything, I just wanted to clear up some possible misconceptions without delving too heavily into Nasu lore. That is a rabbit hole I don't have time to properly talk about in a meaningful capacity right now. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit patreon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 52, Chapter 51. Like this, no. Scathatch weaved runes through the air, before dismissing them and starting over. She seemed solely focused on her experiments that nothing could disturb her. I had explained to her my rune usage, my path I was taking and what spells I was developing. It was a surreal experience, watching her reverse engineer my spells from some basic hints, usually I'm the one doing that. I only told her my thoughts and what I had created already, and she started trying to replicate them. Answers into Kenaz then Rado? No, that wouldn't work either, they would diminish each other, unless... She quickly swiped her hand, allowing a spell to actualize. What did you call it? Fires of Muspelheim? She laughed, creating a massive torrent of flame in front of her, burning everything in that direction. I could only sigh, it had taken her less than an hour to recreate my spell. Your turn. Scathatch turned to me abruptly, hands on hips, expectant. Did she want to compare them? Whatever, let's just trample all over my self-esteem while we're at it. I activated my circuits, gathered my magical energy and actualized my runes. Foolish. She scoffed, flicking a rune into my sequence, disrupting the whole thing and making the magical energy go wild and disperse. Again. I grit my teeth and started up the spell sequence once again. I stared at her intently. As the spell was about to actualize, she moved. Another flick towards me, but I dodged out of the way this time, only to blink as several more collided not just with my spell but my body as well, hurling me back into a snow pile. Foolish boy. She frowned. Do you think I am just disrupting you because I find it amusing? Yes. I said without hesitation. She raised an eyebrow as several more runes surrounded her. Only proving my point. I wiped the snow off my clothes, standing back up. Sadist. I muttered under my breath. Bang. Motherfucker. I blurted out, getting smacked in the head again, face planting back into the snow. You remind me of Seaton Tao, one of my other students. She bore down on me. He often required that I beat my lessons into him. It is making me very nostalgic. That sounds about right for him. He probably just doubled down even then. I snorted. She tilted her head in confusion. You know my student? Oh right, she wouldn't know about that. He was summoned as a servant due to a ritual some mage families created, the Holy Grail. I waved my hand dismissively. Supposedly capable of granting a wish. What a ridiculous notion, a wish, she scowled. How did he die? Well, she can read between the lines. As a hero, protecting someone close to me. At least, he did in many world lines, safe to assume he would go out in a blaze of glory here as well. If it weren't for him, Rin would have probably died in some iterations of the war. That foolish boy. She said quietly, a small smile on her face. The runes around her were dismissed, and her pressure returned to normal, her expression turning neutral. Answer my previous question, or you will be going back up the mountain. Her stern attitude returned. You were targeting specific parts of my spell, certain links in my runic sentence. Maybe they were weak points, easily disruptible, or maybe my sentence is flawed, bloated even, and you were picking off excess. She blinked at me, a small bit of surprise on her face. I suppose you are not as stupid as I first assumed. Gee, thanks. I can only hope to continue to live up to your praise. I deadpanned. Don't get wise with me, boyo. She took her spear, carving runes into the ground. Your runic sentences are needlessly complex, look. She gestured to the symbols on the ground with an astonishing speed, yet they were immaculately done. I walked over next to her, looking at them, mulling over the combinations. Wouldn't you want an Ingwaz rune here? I pointed in between a few runes. No, you are simply used to overthinking things. She shook her head. Dagaz would provide the flames with steady growth, whereas adding Ingwaz here would make the flames burn slightly hotter, but only for a split moment and then snuff out. I see, it would overload the spell's potential without any meaningful effective increase. I understood where she was coming from. Yes, also this Thurasaz here, that is brilliant, I can't believe I did not notice it until now. To see my flaws so quickly, you truly are a master of your craft. I couldn't help but admit. Thurasaz has many meanings, one of which is giant. It has significance with Muspelheim as a whole, being that I was a realm that was home to a certain kind of giant race. Weaving in stronger concepts will make the spell stronger overall, especially if clutter is removed to make it actualize better. It's good you understand. She snorted. You have other spells, corresponding to the 9 realms, are they just as bad as this one? Probably worse. I admitted with a wince. You saw my shield spell before. Yes, that. She scowled. I will advise you to fix it out of my presence, lest I get the urge to beat you up for even creating something so pathetic. Well, she doesn't mince words, and it wasn't entirely unfair. Noted. Good. She stated. Now, fix them and cast each one 1,000 times. Did you just say 1,000 times? I stared at her in disbelief. Yes, 1,000 times, each. She nodded. If you want me to spread my legs, brat, you should be able to this much at a minimum. She laughed, walking away. Making a lot of assumptions there, is what I would like to say, but I am a healthy young man. She even swayed her hips as she left. Bitch. I'm conflicted, Drake. I said, mesmerized by the sight. Being on the other side of the fence this time. Hey, I guess that does put it into perspective, with Meridia it was practically the opposite situation. The stubborn side of me doesn't want to give in, to give her the satisfaction. And what does the other side of you say? Them legs. Yeah, thought so. Alright, that's enough. Scathatch appeared before more. How much time passed, I didn't know. Several days at the earliest, possibly over a week since I started casting. The days started to blend together at some point. I hadn't completed 1,000 for each spell yet. I rubbed my hands together, keeping them warm. It's enough. She dismissed my concerns. Your casting is up to an acceptable level now, we can move on to the next part. She withdrew a parchment, handing it over to me. I have made some notes regarding your spells. I looked it over, reading each line very carefully. You theorized the completed form of my 9 realms. I didn't really know what else to call this spell school. 9 realms, 9 spells. She had created 6 more spells for me, complete with their entire runic structure, and even had notes on their uses and thoughts on their inception. She used my bare thoughts to conceptualize these, merely the basis of my random ideas. Not only that, they were just about what I had envisioned as well. What a scary woman. I had some free time. She said nonchalantly. This was a very nice gesture. Thank you, teacher. Honestly, seeing this gentle side of her made it really hard to hold any kind of resentment, even knowing she would kick my ass later if I said or did something she didn't like. No need for that. She had a small smile on her face. I had one final thought regarding this method you are creating. You are missing one very important concept to link them all together. One final concept? Link them all together, oh. I see where you're going with this. I rubbed my chin, thinking it through. Yggdrasil, the world tree. The conceptual basis for the entirety of the Norse cosmetology and what physically linked all the realms in that layer of reality. Good, but you will need to complete this yourself. I fear I may stymie your growth if I give you an answer here. She shook her head. I already theorized the other spells at a prior time, but I had to even consider this aspect. I guess she wouldn't completely give me any answer like that. Some time of linking mechanism? Perhaps to combine multiple spells together? No, that would grind under the original concept, the world tree links, but it doesn't combine. Maybe some sort of amplification, using the world tree as a basis to spread a single spell over a large distance, or maybe to just empower a single spell to an absurd level. There were many paths I could take here, much more testing was required. You have helped me a lot already. I waved the parchment. This has saved me many days of research. It matched my initial thoughts as well. This is more or less what I would have created when I had time and sat down. Very well. She didn't dwell on it any longer. Now, swing your sword 10,000 times. I just sighed. I guess we're back to this now. Yes, teacher. I expect perfect form on each swing, otherwise you will be starting over. You worked your mind and your magic, now you shall work your body. She said with no room for argument, not that I disagreed with her assessment. Finish this and we will spar again, I will even allow you to use your magic. Another spar, hey? Honestly, the thought was exciting, it was one of the best ways to get stronger. And I would be lying if I said that I don't enjoy fighting, I just hope I don't turn into a battle maniac in the future. Well, another chapter is done. I hope everyone enjoys New Year's tomorrow. I should be releasing a chapter, but don't hold your breath. Chapter 53, Chapter 52. I sprinted along the tundra, explosions erupting in my wake, magical attacks launched at obscene speeds, and I was barely managing to dodge. Slow. A shout was heard behind me. I narrowly ducked to avoid a bloodthirsty spear from impaling me from behind. My back foot pivoted, turning around I retaliated, sword lashing out towards the woman aiming for my life. Her feral grin almost made me waver, but I forced all my strength into my blow, locking against the shaft of her spear. Lightning cloak. My weapon crackled with power. Scathatch looked surprised, jumping back, staring at me as she clutched her hand a few times. Cute. She narrowed her eyes, taking a few steps round me. I smirked, mimicking her movements in the other direction as we circled each other. My grip on Mirage tightened, and I moved. 10 birds. My blade flashed out, blades of magical energy flew out towards the immortal witch. I saw her adjust her grip on her spear, hand down near the tip, using it almost like a sword. With a full body motion, she swung her spear at the incoming barrage, her own version of sword phantoms collided with my attack, the air crackling with magical effects at the epicenter. Neither of us were deterred, our eyes stayed focused solely on each other. We moved at the same time, leaping through the air, spear meeting sword at our highest point. An explosion pulsed out, blowing away all debris and snow on the ground. Better! Scathatch loudly declared, thrusting her spear several times in a blink of an eye. Do not stay flat-footed. Weave each movement into your follow-up attack, or use your footwork to retreat without opening yourself up. Her spear slipped past my guard, cutting into my shoulder, but she did not relent. It continued to pour onto me, the smallest opening was another wound on my body, and my clothes were already torn at this point, and I was bleeding from several places. I said don't stay flat-footed, she shouted, increasing her speed several notches and sweeping my legs out from under me. I didn't even have time to hit the ground before she pivoted and lashed out with her foot, sending me spiraling into the distance. The world around me spun, my body skipping across the ground before I could regain my footing. She wouldn't give me the chance to get back up. My danger sense was already telling me a lethal attack was heading for me again. I raised my sword up overhead, her spear slamming down like a club, the ground cracking under me from the blow. I think one of my ribs was broken, a sharp pain permeated my body from my chest. Did anyone ever tell you that men don't like abrasive women? I grit out, blood seeping from my mouth. What does a virgin boy like you know about women? She retorted, knee slamming into my chest, the exact spot I was hurting. She let go of her spear, grabbing my arm, pushing her shoulder into me, and flipping me over onto the ground. I rolled to the side, just barely dodging a spear form skewering a very important part of my lower body. Low blow! I shouted, getting up as quickly as I could to gain some distance. Scary fucking bitch! It's not like you would ever need it. She laughed. Already on my ass, spear lashing out. It took everything I had to deflect her incoming barrage, not even having a moment to retaliate. I stomped on the ground, erecting dozens of earthen walls between us, merely only good for buying the briefest of moments. I quickly took a handful of talismans out of my ring. I didn't sit idle before this spar, I prepared several things beforehand. Metal enriches water. I threw my first talisman up into the air. I saw the look on my teacher's face, she didn't recognize what I was doing, I guess she didn't read through that book when she had my stuff. Fuck. I spat out, dodging another spear strike. Was she keeping me from completing the creation cycle? She probably didn't know what it did, but for the intentions of training, she probably wasn't going to allow me to cast it without effort. My sword swept towards her haphazardly, almost like I had regressed a step. I saw her frown, about to tongue lash me, one of the few times she would pause in her assault. Water nurtures wood. I threw the second out into the sky, allowing the partial spell to further enhance. She narrowed her eyes at me, realizing I had tricked her. I smirked, lunging at her with a thrust. She stepped in, knocking my sword away with the shaft of her spear, flicking the butt of it at my head. It was practically instinct at this point to duck out of the way, but her knee caught my chin, knocking me off my feet. I felt the world spin around me, briefly dazed as my back hit the cold ground. I felt my hand empty, sword fallen down somewhere. I didn't have time to search for it, so I reached out and pulled Dawnbreaker from my ring. She came at me with a basic thrust, but her whole body was behind it, punishing me for staying flat-footed again. I had no choice but to meet her head-on. I grabbed Dawnbreaker with both hands, and with all my strength I swung down at the tip of her spear, knocking it into the dirt on her charge. This didn't stop her at all. She followed the movement, putting her own strength into the new direction her spear went and used it to pole vault up into the air. Redirecting her spear with a spin, she twirled it up and swung down on me overhead. I didn't have time to bring up Dawnbreaker. I abandoned it in favor of summoning the boosted gear to use as a shield. My legs shuddered under the weight of the blow. She clearly put more into it than normal. I grit my teeth in annoyance. I didn't want to use the boosted gear in this spar. I planned on training with it later, but for now I just wanted to keep improving myself. Wood feeds fire. The words were forcibly pushed out, my talisman thrown to the side as it flew up into the air along with the others. Slowly actualizing the spell, way up in the air, piece by piece. Several more talismans enter my hand, different than the elemental ones used to forge the spell. I held them between my fingers and thrust towards Scathatch. She seemed to sense the danger. Removing one hand from her spear, she snaked her hand around my own, pushing my attack out of the way. It was the opening I needed to her own spear out from on top of me. I held my gauntlet up like a shield, and my other hand up to act as a sword. In fact, that's exactly what these talisman were doing. They became enhanced to a supernatural degree, sharper than most steel. Usually meant to be thrown, but I needed a makeshift weapon or the moment, and Ascalon was one of my final trump cards. I didn't want to reveal it just yet, even if she knew the blade itself existed. She prodded me, a quick thrust towards my head. I deflected with my gauntlet, following up with a swipe of my other hand. Teacher only took a half step back, allowing them to pass by her less than an inch. She spun on her heel, swinging her spear in a large arc towards the side opposite my gauntlet. It was no surprise how quickly she noticed my openings. I decided to do something stupid. I thrust towards her body, opting to allow her blow to land. She looked at me with no small amount of surprise on her face, slowing turning into a smile. I felt something in my arm crack as my talismans were halted a breath away from her chest, a single rune blocking them as they started to tear and fall to the ground. No doubt my arm was at the very least fractured. Nice try. She smirked, swinging her leg up towards my head. I clutched my hand, forcing another earth wall to erupt from the ground, hitting the bottom of her leg, disbalancing her. Fire dries earth. I threw another talisman, as the last entered my hand. And finally, earth refines metal. The last of the talismans shot into the air, finalizing the spell sequence. A visual phenomenon appears in the sky. Scathatch paused, easily recovering from my disruption of her rhythm, curiously looking up, then back down to me. Confusion written all over her face. Did you cast it correctly? With a last smile, I summoned all the runes around my hand, thrusting my arm to the sky. I think I finally got a serious reaction out of her. For the first time I could tell she felt a foreboding sense of danger. She didn't attack me. All I saw her do was flick her hand and summon her own runes. No time to dwell on it. The two spells harmonized, the talismans representing the Eastern creation cycle, bolstering my runic spell to an obscene degree. There was a resonance, similar concepts intertwined between the creation cycle and the application of my 9 realms. Both the basis of their cosmetology, the origins of life form where they originated. The first time I was casting this spell in combat. Light of Alfheim. The clouds parted, a massive pillar of light slammed down into the area, completely enveloping me and everything in the visible distance. I was fine. It was a spell that targeted all those I deemed as enemies. Take that, you old hag. I finally laughed, as the last vestiges of my spell finally faded, and the realm returned to eternal twilight. My laughing abruptly stopped as I saw Scat Hatch, standing there completely unharmed, a shield surrounding her. Primordial runes. She fending off my attack by utilizing primordial runes. I suppose I should take that as a compliment. She didn't answer, the clear dissatisfaction of my comment written on her face. Her spell faded and she gripped her spear, reeling her arm back. She threw it with all her might right at me. The ground shattered at the force of the spear sailing through the air, leaving a track of magical energy and bloodlust in its wake. It wasn't hard to dodge, but I fell on my butt out of instinct, letting it sail harmlessly past me. An old hag, am I? She took a step forward. Curious as to why you have been staring at this old hag's rear all this time then. She moved, extremely fast. I had no time to even stand up. Her foot was planted firmly on my chest, pushing me further into the ground. Those paper spells need work, they are too slow, but they have potential. Yet, I need to practice them a bit more, weave them into my combat style. Any last words? She eyed me, putting just a bit more pressure on my chest, my ribs shuddering. I couldn't stop myself from wheezing. I think, you're awakening something in me. You have chosen poorly. She deadpanned. Wait! I shouted. She paused for a moment, looking down at me. For the record, I was staring at your legs. I smiled innocently. Death it is then. She held up her hand, and her demonic spear jutted out from where it had been thrown, crisscrossing through the air and returned to her hand. What the hell? How did you do that? She released me, stepping to the side. Do what? She didn't seem to understand. Summon your spear back like that, to control it so well through telekinesis. I cast a healing spell, holding it over my chest. It was not telekinesis, though I suppose it has similarities. It is an aspect of weapon refinement. She started, twirling her spear before stabbing it into the ground. Is this an avenue that interests you? She asked, clearly in teacher mode again, as opposed to kick my ass mode. Well yes, but I was talking specifically about how you could control it like that. Can you do more than that, say move it with your will in the air? If I exert much effort, I can move it about, but for a combat technique, it is lacking. She furrowed her brow, unsure of where I was going with this. Please teach me this, I think this is exactly what I've been looking for. This is not how I expected this sparring session to end, fighting almost non-stop for almost 2 days. But this may be exactly what I was looking for to help bridge my martial and magical abilities, to allow them to coexist in the same combat style. Almost didn't get this out today, was rather busy, but hey, it's 7 minutes before midnight so it counts. Chapter 54, Chapter 53. This is the issue. I gestured with my hand, a sword flew out of the ground towards me, I caught it with ease, but its movement was too static, unmoving. I did the equivalent of wrapping an invisible lasso around it and yanked it toward me. Scat Hatch tapped her finger against her chin, squatting down and poking at another sword I had stabbed into the ground. Do it again. I shrugged, tossing the sword into the ground a distance away and pulled it to me again with telekinesis. Wrap it in your magical energy and keep it floating in front of you. She said, standing up and walking next to me. I did as she said, allowing Mirage to float in front of me, as my magical energy wrapped around it like a blanket. Clearly, movement is not the problem, at least one-dimensionally. I've used it in the past, thrown one of my swords and guided it with telekinesis and such, but never for any maneuvers beyond straight lines. She stared at it for a moment, muttering something under her breath, then gave it a flick. The sword flew out of my control and landed on the ground. Conceptually, it may be different due to the weapons used. A spear is meant to be thrown, so it may be more open to manipulation this way. I started thinking out loud. It shouldn't be impossible. I've heard stories of similar things in the East, swordsmen who could control their swords with their wills in a far-off era. Yet, Taoism and the like were very popular in the distant era. There were many stories of those people using swords in some magical ways. I started pacing, taking another look at my hovering sword and walked back and forth. I made sure not to lose focus and keep the weapon suspended. Now what, Abu? Smack! Son of a bitch! I clutched the side of my head, falling to the ground. What the hell? Scat Hatch stood over me, looking down, frowning. Your pacing was distracting me. Her lips curled up. I guess we can discard some kind of mental limitation. I let out a breath, calming down. I suppose she was testing to see if I would subconsciously do something with the sword to block her attack? Or maybe she just liked to beat me up, both are plausible explanations. She ignored me, going back to the hover sword, squatting down and looking at it intently. I could tell she was clearly focused, possibly thinking of solutions. I smiled lightly, with all the force I could muster. I slammed the hovering sword into the ground, kicking up all the snow around it. Scathatch slowly stood up, wiping the snow from her face. If you wanted to bleed some more, you merely had to ask. Her voice was even, which only added even more presence to her words. We'll see who's bleeding after this. I grabbed my sword, raising it up. It would definitely be me, but I refused to back down. I whipped some dried blood off my forehead from the previous bout, when sudden realization hit me. I think Scathatch noticed something too, because she looked less bloodthirsty and stared more inquisitive towards the red spotted liquid on my hand. Blood, she said. Blood. I nodded. Her breadth of knowledge was truly impressive. She could arrive at the same conclusion so quickly as I did. Blood is the answer. I did something with my first sword a while back. I soaked it in my blood to make it a better catalyst. But that won't be enough. If it was merely an issue of blood, such a technique would be more readily available. She shook her head. You must create a stronger bond with the weapons you wish to utilize. I could perform such actions because I personally forged these spears after slaying the beast from whence they originated. Not an option for me. I frowned slightly. No way was I going to try and reforge Mirage, and I doubt Dawnbreaker could even be reforged, let alone Ascalon, a noble phantasm. I took a look inside my ring, mentally looking over everything, and certain ideas began to form. I have a thought, I stated, withdrawing a couple books. Scathatch stepped over, taking them in hand, and started to flip the pages over quickly enough. I saw her do something with a rune, seemingly so she could read the language of the texts. This is the spell you used earlier, she stated, continuing reading. I see. Lighting Cloak was the spell book she was holding. To imbue my weapon with lightning, a very basic spell on the surface, but it held a surprising amount of depth. Basically, a temporary enchantment. The only issue is using my blood instead of lightning and making it more permanent. My refining methods, you wish to learn them? She looked at me, waiting for an answer. I want to know everything you are willing to teach, I replied honestly. She smiled. It was a very genuine and beautiful smile, devoid of any spiteful feelings she had moments prior. I will show you how I forged my spears then. Interesting design. Scathatch looked over my enchanting table. She had given me a rundown on how her forging process went, her additions over the years and other things she's tinkered with in the past. I don't know how much time had passed, but we had somehow migrated back to the castle. In one of her storerooms she kept many materials and other objects. Taking the concepts used in Lightning Cloak, replacing the lightning with my blood, and using the enchanting table to make the effect stick. Mirage sat on the table. It was the easiest to do first, to refine the weapon, add my touch onto it so it was more susceptible to my control. This was by no means my area of expertise. In fact, my experience could be summarized as dabbling throughout both my lives. Lights filled the room, my enchanting table lit up each runes, and my sword was drinking in the multitude of colors. My blood seeped down into the grooves of the table, spilling off the blade as it drank up almost all the excess. But it didn't take hold. The magical energy had gathered and fluttered out. The enchanting failed. Do you know what you did wrong? She asked, peering over my shoulder. This wasn't something I was specialized in. Even my general knowledge was lacking. Frankly, she was the expert here. I have a few ideas. Good, try again, she stated, not giving any advice, but ushering me to continue. I nodded, focusing again on my enchanting. I ran a finger along the flat of my sword, thinking about how to proceed. Is it merely a matter of too much blood, or maybe not enough? I willingly cut myself, allowing blood to drip out into a wooden bowl, filling it up about halfway. This time, I would try less blood, less magical energy, and do it slowly. My enchanting started, but I could feel the effects not taking hold almost immediately, different from before where it all kind of puffed out. This just wouldn't even start. Failure, I said, dismissing it all. What if I changed on my application? Instead of trying to cast the spell over the sword and thus making it a permanent enchantment, why don't I try enchanting it with my blood then casting the spell? Failure. Perhaps another wrong sequence of applications? Let's try casting the original spell, then try changing it during the enchantment process. Failure. let's adjust a few things and try that sequence again. I felt as if the process did something different and want to watch it again. Failure. Stupid, it merely prolonged the disruption between the magical energy and the materials. But now I know the threshold to work with. Failure. What about using some ancillary materials? Soul stones, perhaps? Failure. Maybe it's an issue of not enough magical energy after finding the correct ratio of blood? What could go wrong with flooding in more? Failure. What if I? Failure. How about? Failure. Maybe. Failure. How long had I been at this? Time seemed to lose meaning in this realm and it was difficult to keep track. Especially with how focused I was, I lost track of how many times I tried this enchantment to refine this sword so it would obey my commands. I felt hair touching my face as Scathatch leaned over my shoulder, close enough that I could hear her breathing, as she started to direct me. Here. She said quietly. You are losing much of the process from magical leakage. A normal enchantment from this table would not suffer this issue, but you are combining the application of a spell, modifying it with your blood, and forcibly attaching it to your weapon. She gently drew a rune over my sword, seeing it pulse ever so slightly I could see it having an effect on my weapon. We oftentimes look over the simplest solutions. She withdrew, standing off to the side, giving me an encouraging smile. I held back a sigh, realizing what I had been doing wrong at this point. I didn't want to get distracted, so I focused back on my table, regardless of how many times I failed. For some reason I was feeling rather confident now. How much blood had I spilled for this little project at this point? Once more, I poured my blood over my sword, allowing it to drink it up for the enchantment. This time, though, my magical energy swirled around the sword instead of merely being applied like it was filling every nook and cranny. I could see the immediate difference in what was happening. It seemed obvious in hindsight, but I just simply did not think of it during this time. There was no thunderous sound to applaud my success, but as it all finalized my sword just pulsed slightly, taking in the enchantment. I stood up, almost not daring to touch my sword. Moment of truth? I reached out with my telekinesis. It was merely a bridging of intent. Once I connected to my sword, the spell wasn't necessary. The enchantment did most of the work, I merely needed to activate it. My sword lifted off the ground, and I gestured with my hand for it to fly up and down, and I spun my hand in a circle, only to watch with amazement as the sword followed my commands. Well done. Scathatch sneaked up on me. I couldn't help but turn around and wrap my hands around her in a hug. I did it. It was only when I heard a soft giggle in my ear that I realized what I was doing, quickly separating from her. Smooth, Will, smooth. Forgot myself for a moment, don't even know how long I had been at this, and then it was finished, and I will ignore how nice she smelled. When was the last time I accomplished something after working on it so diligently? It was an exhilarating feeling. Scathatch looked at me, an amused smile on her face. Good, now since our last sparring was interrupted, we make up these past few days with another one. Few days? God damn, no wonder my back felt stiff. Well, I really do want to test this out. And I'm never really against sparring with someone stronger than me, case in point, Artoria and Sasaki Kojiro. Let's hope you can keep that confidence. She smirked. Because you will not be allowed to touch your weapons throughout. Regrets? Many. That's fine, you'll need the handicap. When in doubt, double down. A vicious grin emerged on her face, one that promised quite a bit of pain. My little student, all grown up. I guess I will not need to hold back anymore. She turned around, flipping her hair back and walking out the door. You fucked up. I may have fucked up. Yet, looks like this training arc is wrapping up at Chapter 60. Chapter 55, Chapter 54. I stared at my teacher. The environment around us was completely destroyed. Craters littered the ground, any kind of foliage was devastated, and nothing more than scraps. There were places charred from intense flames, other places where ice had exploded out in hazardous thorns. My clothes were ragged, my breathing was uneven and sweat mixed with blood as it dripped down my face. A white light emitted from my hand, holding it up to my face to heal my swollen eye so I could see better. Scathatch walked towards me, each step the same length, almost like a predator who finally cornered their prey. Despite the lackadaisical nature of her movements, there were absolutely no openings for me to exploit. This woman had not been going all out, but certainly not been going easy on me either. my body ached and hurt in every which place. Not to mention several times she had just stabbed me without any remorse. Regret making her go this hard? I heard my partner ask. My lips curled up, even with my heavy breathing, I couldn't help but smile. Never. Well said. Drake mirrored my sentiments. Is that all you got? I shouted the distance towards her menacing figure. My sword slowly circled around me, never touching the ground. Ascalon. Mirage. Dawnbreaker. I relied on them heavily before, but now, I felt like I was the one in control. My connection to them, it gave me a certain confidence. I steadied my legs, they were a little shaky, but I had enough in me to keep going. Lightning danced across my hands, perhaps one of my favorite elements, one I defaulted to quite easily. I gestured with my hand and my 3 swords shot off like meteors, 1 from above and 2 from the side. How much trial and error did it take to come this far? Teacher quite literally beat the techniques into me as we continued to spar until it reached a satisfactory level, according to her. Well, stabbed the techniques into me, mostly. She deflected them with ease, even as their trajectory was disrupted, and their forms going flying in every which way. It merely took a thought to grab them again, bringing them back towards me, with lightning flying towards her face. Scathatch leaned down, ignoring my spells as they harmlessly passed over here, and she broke into a sprint that displaced all the snow around her, and a shockwave appeared where she had been previously. So fast, and this wasn't even her fastest. Her spear was in front of my eyes, I narrowly dodged, her spear slicing the side of my head, blood flowing through the thin line opened up. I moved towards her, our faces only a breath apart, my hand moving up to grab her spear. She quickly shot her knee towards my chest, only for her to pull back as Ascalon rocketed from the side, ready to skewer her leg if she continued the attack. She was quick to adjust her footing, allowing it to pass in between us, only the fabrics on her clothing to get the slightest bit severed on its passing. Scathatch narrowed her eyes, casting a rune with such speed that I barely even noticed, taking the initiative to flick it towards Dawnbreaker before I could follow up on my attack. The spell collided with my sword, enveloping it in magical energy, and forcing it to drop to the ground. I could feel my connection to it still, but all my effort to call it were met with insane resistance. Was it a gravitational increase? I had no experience dealing with such a thing, not something I could unravel at moment's notice in this situation. Definitely something I'll need to be conscious of in the future. Lightning cloak. I smirked at her as my hand holding her spear erupted in magical lightning. I saw her grit her teeth, refusing to let go of her spear, and I used every strengthening spell I knew to keep it held back. She dug her feet into the ground, and her free fist went straight for my face. I caught it with my palm, the force made me almost shudder and I felt my hand getting numb at the initially contact. With a thought, my final sword flew towards the back of her head. I did not expect such an attack to work on a woman whose instinct and ability had been honed over the course of thousands of years. So it didn't surprise me when she slightly moved her head to the side, letting it pass by without even breaking eye contact. But she must have noticed something amiss when I smirked, letting go of her fist and grabbing the hilt before it could fully fly by. I then slashed down at her, redirecting all the momentum. Her pupils dilated ever so slightly, her attack retreated, and a rune appeared in her open palm as she used it to block my sword. A primordial rune. The second time I forced her to use them so blatantly. It wasn't actualized in a large capacity, merely used to absolutely defend against my singular attack. I could only speculate on the uses and requirements for her to cast such a powerful spell. I was currently working on the theory that they took a heavy toll to produce. This was it. I let go of her spear. She noticed immediately, moving her nimble leg up to probably intercept me and disrupt my own attack. Except... Splat! She stopped. I stopped. I think she took a moment to reboot, trying to realize what just happened. Half her face was now covered in snow. Did you just? She finally said. I think that counts as a solid hit. I chuckled. I had conjured a snowball in my open hand and tossed it at her face in that small opening. She, who had been spreading her awareness out to an obscene degree to notice any attack coming at her. Lethal blades showering down on her, magical attacks that would destroy the land coming from angles she couldn't perceive. And I merely threw a snowball in between all of that. Was it any wonder why she was confused? A hit is a hit. No danger to her, no killing intent. I doubted it would even register on her radar in the middle of a spar. You. She reached up, and grabbed my cheeks. You cheeky brat, she pulled. My legs finally gave out as I fell to the ground, pulling her with me. She made a sound I could only describe as cute. I could feel her breath on my cheek, her nose almost touching mine. You have made great progress, she said quietly, eyes not leaving mine. It was an honest compliment, one I couldn't help but take pride in her words. It seemed hard to gauge how much stronger I became when she just continued to stay at a pace that was just above mine regardless of what I did. It just went to show what a monster this woman was. You can get off me now, I responded, turning my eyes away. I definitely was not blushing. What if I don't wish to move? I can't feel my lower body, I quickly said. Don't worry, there's not much to feel down here. She wiggled her butt over my groin for added effect. Ouch! Drake chimed in, sharing my sentiments. What's sharper, her spear or her tongue? Skathika's lips curled into a smirk, laughter escaped her lips. You dare tease your teacher, hey? She poked my cheek. A snowball? I ought to beat your arse for that. Well, turnabout is fair play, I suppose. On the other hand, I grabbed 2 handfuls of snow and smushed them against her face. Brat! She flicked my forehead, a small smile on her face, amusement clear in her eyes. Fine, fine. I will allow you a moment's respite due to your progress. We shall convene again on the morrow. She slowly began to sit up, but I yanked her back down. She caught herself, hands digging into the snow to prop herself up over me. What if I don't want you to go? I raised an eyebrow. You play a dangerous game, boyo. Her tone lacking her usual aloofness. There was something else mixed in, her face wasn't so hardened, perhaps even possessing a small bit of longing, but she also was hesitant. I seem to recall you starting this game. She shied away first, slowly pulling herself up, and I didn't stop her this time. Let us end this here. She stood up, wiping the snow from her body. Take the remainder of the day to yourself, she said quietly, before walking away. Geez, what am I even doing? I sat up, staring at my empty surroundings. I cast another healing spell, hovering over myself, feeling the warm sensation flow through my body. Oh gods, that feels amazing. I didn't realize how much I was forcing myself at the end there. Her days-long sparring sessions are brutal. Did I do something wrong, Drake? I let my body fall back into the snow, staring up at the clouded sky. I don't think there's any right or wrong there, just choices to be made. Why do I feel so conflicted then? I sighed, not knowing how to handle this situation. Whatever, let's go beat some undead up, we can take the opportunity to train again. The time I could sneak away to train with the boosted gear was not much. Not that I was keeping it a secret, but it wasn't really something she could help with much, so we never really focused on it much. Alright. I can feel it, we're getting close, maybe we can take those 1 to 2 steps needed to reach balance breaker today. And I can focus on just beating up undead things instead of worrying about other nonsense for now. Alrighty, slowly making our way to the end. Just a heads up, I may or may not have a chapter tomorrow, going to check out an apartment after work and don't know how long I'll be gone. Chapter 56, Chapter 55. Look, what if we change the design? You want to achieve a subspecies for the scale male? Not even having achieved balance breaker for a month and you're already wanting something different. I pushed myself up off the ground, arm shaking as it was the only thing keeping me from falling on my face. I blew in front of my face to clear a few strands of hair out of my eyes as my arm bent down and my nose just barely touched the ground, only to push myself up again. Not a subspecies, I like how the original scale male works, I want to change out it looks, cosmetically. I breathed out, continuing my push-ups. A subspecies, it was a description on sacred gears. Essentially, they can change based on their user's needs and desires, becoming something unique to that current wielder, thus called a subspecies. For instance, if Drake's scale male, his balance breaker, evolved to grow multiple arms to allow me to wield all my swords, that would be a subspecies of his balance breaker then. It would a specific addition or alteration unique to me across all his wielders. My eyes looked up towards Drake, or rather the gauntlet sitting on a table with Skathatch as she kicked her feet up and was reading one of the spell books I brought with me. The one on my OG arts. She was curious about that particular school of magecraft and wanted to understand it better. She probably shares similar thoughts with me in this regard, new information is always interesting. I actually asked her to take Drake out, I wanted to see the process by which she did it. And Drake enjoyed being out and about sometimes as well, actually being able to have conversations with other people, or just scat hatch. It didn't hurt me any, and why not make my partner happy when I can? What makes you think I can even do that? The gem on the gauntlet lit up as his words echoed out. You told me some restrictions were loosened, I'm just taking a shot in the dark here. Not end of the world if this doesn't work, but may as well see what options I have. That design is iconic, everyone knows it belongs to me. Well, that's not a denial. I'm not dissing your look, I'm just saying, it isn't optimal for me, it's too bulky. Are you calling me fat? Yes. I said without hesitation, unable to stop myself from smiling. More weight. More weight. Scat Hatch looked up from her book. More weight. He confirmed. Scat Hatch nodded, picking up a large boulder sitting next to her chair and tossed it on the one already weighing down on my back. Dick! I shouted as the weight almost made me collapse. I was about to bring my other hand down to catch myself, but either keep one hand off the ground or you can lose one permanently. Scat Hatch didn't even look up, flipping another page. Yes ma'am. Oh, take his right, that's the one he uses too. Shut up you fat dragon. I quickly cut him off. I'll paint the boosted gear white and call it divine boosting, don't test me. I dare you. Boys. Scat Hatch interrupted, not even raising her voice. Fine. I calmed down. But seriously, it's not good if I'm going to be wielding a sword. What's wrong with it? You did fine against that dragon before. Please, I could have beat it up with a ladle and the results would have been the same. I rolled my eyes. It was designed for a brawler, how many wielders of yours were proper martial artists or did more than just punch things harder? I hate that you have a point. He conceded. Yeah, the vast majority of his previous wielders joined the club of let's punch things as hard as possible. It wasn't particularly their fault, the boosted gear lent itself towards that development right from the get-go. Adding on to the fact that almost all his previous wielders started out as mundane humans, they didn't really have any other options at the start. Sacred gears usually awaken under great stress, not many mundanes are going to take the time to learn something like martial arts or swordsmanship if their lives are being threatened like that. Fastest way to power was the way to go for the majority. Look, I'm not trying to remove your style, it will still be similar, just less bulky and more armorishy, to be more like actual armor and not like a Gundam. Like the spikes at the elbows? They limit my full range of motion and interfere with my sword. Have you ever heard about elegance and simplicity? Don't get me wrong, I actually like how the balance breaker looks, but it's just not practical for me. Changing it into something resembling armor is the best course of action. I already have a few thoughts in my head on how to go about it. Fine, I will consider your words, draw me some sketches and maybe I will change the design. Drake grumbled. I'm sure we can find something you like and will work well with my abilities. What are you up to? Scat Hatch asked. Just past 1300. I replied, pushing myself up. You were supposed to do 1000. She just stared up, blinking. I shook the rocks off of me with a loud thump and stood up, my arms were sore and I moved them around to get the stiffness out. Meh. I shrugged. She just shook her head with a small smile on her face. Well, that is a good warm-up I suppose. She reached out and her spear jetted towards her open palm. Prepare yourself. I smiled, letting my swords fly out. I leaned back, enjoying the feeling of hot water washing over my entire body. The feeling of my bruises being subsumed under the warmth was something I couldn't quite describe. There was a hot spring behind Teacher's Castle, and I apparently just now found out, after being here almost a year because someone didn't tell me. Bitch! How's the water? I opened my eyes, looking up, unable to keep the surprise off my face. My teacher stood there, Scat Hatch, right above me, completely naked. Error. Reboot in progress. How long do you intend to stare? She laughed, walking over to the ledge and dipping her feet in. It would be difficult to describe how beautiful this woman was. And the confidence she walked around under my gaze, she truly did not feel any amount of shyness to be naked in front of me. As long as I can. I shot back. On a side note, that illusion did do her justice. Her lips curled up, amused at my words. Perhaps there is hope for you yet. She slid down into the water, allowing her ample cleavage to stay just above the water line. I have seen heaven, Death no longer scares me. Are you just here to tease me? I asked, turning my gaze away, but the image was forever burned into my mind. I doubt any healthy men with a desire for the fairer sex would forget something like that. Perhaps it is just a side benefit. She smirked, scooting closer to me. Does it make you uncomfortable? She said shyly, using her arms to push her breasts together. Her eyes locked with mine for a moment before she broke down and started laughing. You're so similar to Seaton yet so different, he wouldn't have waited even a moment to jump me. Don't compare me to that mutt. I scowled. The very epitome of every hole is a goal. I thought with a certain part of my body, often, but I at least had some standards. Shall I also teach you my friendship of the thighs then? She stood up, looking right at me. Isn't that what you said before, you were taken by my legs? She gave a sultry look. It is my duty to teach you everything I can. I don't know how to answer that question. I don't think I've ever been in a situation like this before, and I find myself uncertain on how to proceed. I'm no stranger to a woman's touch, but this was just something else. I believe I owe you a reward after all. She got close enough to whisper in my ear. How about it, do you wish to share my bed tonight? You merely have to say the words. Was she trying to get me to give in? Was it just some sort of game to her? I was tempted, was I so tempted, but I also had my own pride. I turned to face her, my hand coming up to gently caress her cheek. Our faces were a breath apart. Gently, I placed my lips against hers for a brief moment. No thank you, I replied, breaking away. The look on her face was one I would treasure, the look of utter bewilderment at my declaration. Has anyone ever said no to her like this? I'm sure she's used to any man she propositions to practically jump at the chance. Hell, it took a lot more willpower than I was willing to admit to decline. Even so, I couldn't help but smile at her dumbfounded expression. I'm proud of you. Drake said. I got out of the hot springs, leaving my teacher to her own thoughts. Though I am curious as to why you didn't, you know. Fuck. I couldn't help but chuckle. I'm not a child, I said, shaking my head. But to be honest, I'm not 100% sure myself. I think it just feels kind of cheap, like she wasn't really into it beyond pure fucking, and if we crossed that line, I don't think I could stop myself from falling, and it would make our relationship awkward if it was just my one-sided affections. Alright, another chapter is out. Sorry for missing yesterday, was out and about doing some apartment hunting. The market right now is just so fucking brutal, every place I find has like a billion applicants ahead of me, so frustrating. Chapter 57, Chapter 56. The past few days had been odd. Particularly, the relationship between me and Scathatch had taken a strange turn. She was acting different than usual, well, somewhat different than usual. Touches that lingered a little bit longer, excuses to get closer, less venomous with her words when the mood struck her. I mean, she would still go for the metaphorical jugular when the opportunity presented itself, but there was no bite there like before. I thought for sure she would be more distance, or perhaps even annoyance, yet it seemed like the exact opposite. Don't get me wrong, she still kicked my ass without any remorse, her spear still drilled holes in me when I revealed any openings, and even when I didn't. She at no point was willing to concede a defeat to massage my ego, her spear remained ruthless and precise. Her job as a teacher was never compromised. It's just, I suppose she was acting more gentle. Truthfully, I didn't know how to take it. When did I even start feeling this way towards her? I had no intention of even starting something like this. It isn't like I seek out anything with a nice pair of legs to woo or develop feelings for. With Meridia, I liked her immediately, so I took a chance, even against better judgment. There was no need to complicate things, I was even prepared for rejection. It all worked out in the end, and I still care about her dearly. This time away was something that grated on me. I looked forward to when I can see her again, to hear her voice, hold her in my arms. I could only sigh, shaking my head. Artoria was a bit similar but also different. That relationship is still rather ambiguous, and I don't know if it will even develop further, but after about a year away, I still think of her fondly and these lingering feelings still persist, so more than willing to give it a shot if she's open to it as well. I suppose I started off with a good opinion of her from my childhood. Having my mother take me to watch a King Arthur play, something rare in Japan, and I became obsessed with that until some other whimsical thing took my attention. Some of my fondest memories, I would be lying if I said that didn't skew my initial perception of her. But I quite enjoyed her temperament, her dry sense of humor and her overall personality. Relationships have been started on less. But I still need to talk to her about everything, and I don't know what her thoughts will be. I refuse to start a relationship on lies. Scathatch is, I don't know. Physically, I can objectively say she is one of the most beautiful women I've ever laid my eyes on. From that alone, she garners a certain amount of attraction, and anyone who tells you that physical attraction is irrelevant is a liar. It's not the most important thing in a relationship, but it's damn well important to be attracted to your partner. She can be extremely vicious, bloodthirsty, and downright fierce when she gets into certain moods. Yet, she's never wantonly cruel, and I can't help but find that side of her attractive as well. Not to mention those times where she can just act rather cutely. Drake, what do I do? I asked my partner. You seriously asking me? He said incredulously. I don't really have anyone else right now. I grumbled. Dragon relationships aren't really something you would want to imitate. I think I heard Drake sigh. I've been around humanity enough to understand them better than most of my kind, but I still don't care about a lot of issues you lot face in such things. That's true, I guess a dragon wouldn't really care about such things like dating or courting. Actually, you would be surprised. My first mate, I courted her with treasures and powerful prey. Hey, how did that turn out? I actually didn't know much about Drake's past. She was a wonderful mate, strong, with glistening purple scales. Driag began to reminisce. Her fire had this purple hue to it as well. It was beautiful even if it couldn't match my own. Even our daughter inherited her mom's coloring. Daughter. I was genuinely surprised. Did you think I haven't had children in the past? Drake chuckled. I am very old, brat. I can't boast about the age some of these gods walking around with, but even your teacher is still young compared to me. What about your kids, what happened to them? I truly never heard of this before. His children should have been powerful. They died many centuries ago. My son and daughter, barely more than whelps when they were killed. His voice turned quiet. I have not had children since then. After that, I suppose I never found a proper mate again. Though, I think I may have come close with Tiamat, but then I screwed that up. Tiamat, the goddess of life and creation, specifically of salt water. I was surprised to hear about that as well. Not so much a goddess these days, she no longer has any divinity. The whole separating her body to make heaven and earth was somewhat literal. It was half of her, her divine half, that was used to make what the ancient Mesopotamians considered the world. She only retained her draconic nature. Honestly, the era back then was similar to your layers that existed in this world. An interesting thought, I hadn't even contemplated how that world operated that long ago, what logic dictated things. I wasn't around back then, but from what I understand, the world was quite literally bigger before humanity took over. That's to be expected. Belief and imagination drive many metaphysical concepts. If humanity started turning away from divine explanations, then things world react accordingly, especially if the more wondrous side of the world was prominent among the more prolific race. Though I also had one thought clear in my mind. Tiamat, one of the dragon kings, perhaps one of the most powerful beings in that world, is diminished. There was a hierarchy for dragons back in Drake's world. At the very top you have Ophies, the infinite dragon god, and Great Red, the apocalypse dragon of dreams, the undisputed most powerful dragons. Then you have the heavenly dragons, Drake and Albion. Right below them you have the dragon kings, of which Tiamat is the strongest, just barely beneath the level of a heavenly dragon. Yup, if she had her divinity still, maybe only Ophies and Great Red could boast about being stronger dragons. Wow, it's not often that even Drake would admit being inferior, even if it were a blatant truth. It really is a scary thought about how many powerful things are running around over there. Granted, most of them retreated from the greater world and usually just stay in their own little realms, but still, there are so many potential calamities that may come up, it's kind of absurd. Even if most of them can't hold a handle to the spider or the wolf, is there really a need to measure the difference if either side can start an extinction event for humanity? To make an extreme example, who cares if one side can blow up a continent while the other can blow up a country if you are staring either in the face? Well, I'm not quite at that level right now, unless I was willing to sacrifice myself, that is. A limitless ether cannon is a fairly nice deterrent for such things. And Juggernaut drive. I think most things there would hesitate if I threaten them with that. I pushed such thoughts aside and continued on with what I came out over here to do before I got sidetracked. A swipe of my sword, and a dead tree fell to the ground. I grabbed a hold of it and started pulling it back towards the castle and in front where I dug a nice little pit. Cutting it up into smaller pieces for firewood, I started to get a nice little bonfire going while I took out some food stuff I grabbed back in Skyrim. I forgot about this, some of the beef I managed to pick up from a butcher before I left. I wonder if it'll taste different from the beef I'm used to? Skyrim cows are a different breed, almost like yaks with their long hair coats for the winter weather. How to cook these? Barbecue would be great, some nice beef ribs, but unfortunately, I don't have any good sauce. I guess I'll go with a dry rub then. Are you cooking something? Scathatch sneaked up on me, peering over my shoulder, lips only an inch away from my ear. I tensed up slightly, only for her to laugh and inspect what I was setting up. You have a lot of things I haven't seen before. She poked some of the herbs I set out in a pile to taste them. They came from a world not of Gaia. I said simply. Fascinating. Her eyes lit up at such a thing. That sword you use as well, it seemed different. Am I to assume it did not come from here? I assume she was talking about Dawnbreaker. Yeah, it was a gift from a goddess over there. It was rather difficult to explain exactly what Meridia was, but to call her a goddess wasn't incorrect. She sat there, watching me intently as I prepared everything. You would make a good wife, I'm sure any man would be happy to have you. Her lips curled up as I glanced over to her. Well, at least one of us would be. I shot back, raising my eyebrow. Oh ho, it seems your tongue has become sharper than your sword, but I suppose that is not much of a threshold to overcome. She replied without hesitation. Damn, she is ruthless. I don't think this is a battle I can win. You appear to be used to those by now. She smirked. Good, just keep kicking him while he's down. Drake started laughing. Yeah. Wilhelm gets beat up, funny. I rolled my eyes, used to her insults at this point, though I felt no malice in her words. Getting your ass kicked many times by the same person has a way of blunting certain parts of your ego. Ah, is your pride wounded? Shall it kiss it better? She walked up practically draping herself off me. You're blushing. She laughed, poking my cheek. I am not. I refuted, slapping her hand away. She only laughed harder as I huffed in embarrassment. Why does she get me so easily? I'm usually the one doing this, not used to being on the other side of the fence. There will be turnabout eventually. I grumbled. Good luck with that, boyo, I'm not some blushing virgin. She chuckled. Oh, I will find out your weakness, and exploit it ruthlessly. Whatever. I shrugged, regaining my composure, and shifted the conversation. You know, I don't really know much about you. She looked up from the fire. What exactly is there to know? Have my tales not survived in the outside world? I'm aware of the legends and myths, the immortal witch of Dunscath, but beyond that, I have no idea who Scathatch is. There is not much to speak of. She got comfortable, sitting down and enjoying the warmth of the flames. I was born nobility, a mother, a father, and a sister. I ruled as one should, and then I eventually took this realm as my own. Her words were blunt, glossing over my intent. I see, forget I asked then. I just sighed, it seemed like she didn't want to speak about the past. Her gaze seemed to soften slightly. I suppose there are a few things I recall. She looked up at the sky. I spent many days of my youth walking along the shores of my home. I guess I still miss the salty air that one breathes in by the ocean. She smiled slightly. My sister and I never got along. Back then it wasn't as extreme as it was later in life, but we always fought over the simplest things. Mother always had to intervene while father tried to sneak us wooden weapons when they got particularly intense. I couldn't help but smile lightly. It wasn't much, but it was something. Looks like the food is done, I said calmly, removing it from atop the fire and dividing it evenly. There were not many words spoken as we enjoyed our meal in peace, yet, the silence did not seem to hold any awkwardness, nor any negativity. It was pleasant, and it appeared she enjoyed it as well. It has been many years since I have partook in a cooked meal. She smiled wistfully, a genuine smile appearing on her face. Thank you. That smile, it made my heart skip a beat. I would be glad to cook for you anytime. I guess I need to make you my wife then. She said quietly, a small chuckle escaping from her lips as she leaned back. Well, I can't say I would hate it. Careful there, to tease an old woman like me with something like that, I may just make good on my words. She shook her head, her smile disappearing into something more neutral as she stood up, brushing herself off. I think it's finally time to pass down my runes to you. Alright, it's almost time for primordial runes. Woo! I wonder what's gonna happen? Well, if you want to find out, you can read up to 5 chapters ahead over on my patreon.com/asteriaforone, or just support me if you want to. My coffee addiction must be fed. Oh, and before I forget, if anyone has any idea on armor designs they want to share for Drake's Balance Breaker, feel free to post them on this comment, I'll check them all out because I am still in the market. Chapter 58, Chapter 57. One thing that seemed to take me by surprise, was how intimate the ritual to pass down the primordial runes was. Very little was known about primordial runes, even between me and Zelretch, who boasted knowledge that some people couldn't fathom, we knew striking little. Yet, that was still leagues ahead of mages in the modern era. First off, we were naked. I may have had something to say, perhaps she was just messing with me? No. She was serious, that kind of look you get when you know not to mess around. Every action she performed, every movement she took, they were precise, calculated, and done with the utmost sincerity. We started off with a sacrifice, to Odin. To say the gods of old are gone is a bit wrong. Yes, the age of gods has ended, and all divine spirits that remained retreated to the reverse side of the world where fantasy still reigns, but that didn't mean they were technically gone. Even with those ones who actually died in history. Manipulation over the world axis. It was something divine beings were capable of. Well, I suppose the more powerful of the lot were. You wouldn't see a mountain god or something like that from the east having the kind of power to manipulate the world line. The time axis was the same. Yes, gods of old could reach across the time axis to mess with the current era, it wasn't a good idea because of the counter-force retaliating, but it was possible. Well, this place might be a tad different, it was pretty much separated from the normal world, interference here wouldn't even garner much attention of the wrong sort. She didn't explain exactly what was going on, but I could only assume she was trying to win the Norse god's favor or blessing. Perhaps it was rather automated, like certain systems back in my old world, or maybe it requires actually grabbing the god's attention so he can send his blessings across the time axis. Several pyres, were set up to burn offerings. We had no living beings to offer up, and I think we both would vehemently refuse a human sacrifice, but there also weren't any animals around to give up either. Instead, we would be appealing to the war god aspect of Odin. For the ritual, we each hunted prey, captured them, and offered those up. Undead that could fight servants. Not win, mind you, but they could trade some blows with beings of that caliber before getting crushed. I guess that only served to add the immensity of the whole situation. I know for a fact she would have gloated or made fun of me for getting less than her. No doubt she had quite the easy time finding several while I only brought back one. Did I mention we were naked? It was weird, I didn't understand the exact reason, but I could tell it was a necessity here. After we grabbed our living sacrifices, we added more things. I was advised to add knowledge unto the offering, secrets I could part with that the god would find worthy. An easy enough thing, I supplied knowledge from worlds outside the one-eyed god's purview, that should give him something to look at. There were other things, certain ideas and items that corresponded to his particular authorities, his domains of influence. Fear, war, death, poetry, warriors, magic, wisdom, rage, and many other domains he can claim as his own. Symbols were drawn on our bodies with blood, lines, words with meanings have been lost to time. After she was done, most of our skin was completely covered with these strange things. We sat down, my back facing her as she placed a hand on my back. It was only at this point that I realized what it meant for primordial runes to be passed down. She was engraving them onto my soul. It was painful, different than most would experience pain. She wasn't harming me, wasn't mutilating my soul, it was more like a tattoo. And each time she moved, the blood on my body was absorbed, seemingly connected to her writings. As she finished the first one, I now understand many things that were lost on me previously. Primordial runes, they were basically pure concepts. They come infinitely closer to the truth, that is to say, they draw their power directly from the root. Almost like cheat codes to reality. It was a bit more than that as well, they were basically imbued with Odin's own authority. When he sacrificed his eye in the well to gain his wisdom, he developed these runes, this language that allows one to fundamentally alter the world around them. It made sense why they had to be passed down in such a manner, to be literally inscribed onto my soul. The materialization of concepts, it was the most apt description of their use. The modern runes, the ones derived from these, the version I was familiar with, I could see just how hollow they were in comparison. To say they were mere knockoffs, it didn't do it justice. It was like taking a masterpiece of art and comparing it to something a toddler threw paint on. It was beautiful. But they weren't omnipotent, despite their obscene power. Equivalent exchange. There was a reason that even Scathatch didn't use them lightly, and stuck to the derivative version, the ones called modern runes for most situations. How long did she work? I don't know, I got too lost in the process, looking inward to see her draw each and every primordial rune onto me, even being careful to work around Drake that was housed right next door. I could hear her heavy breathing on my skin, her arm on my back putting on more weight to prop herself up. Finished. She said lightly, the words barely registering my ear as the last rune is added. Almost on K, she practically fell over. I caught her, bringing her to her feet, making sure she didn't kneel over. Her legs wobbled as she braced herself on my shoulders. I'm fine, let's. Something shifted, something was happening. Scathatch looked up at the sky, being indistinctly connected to the realm, she probably knew what was happening more than me. I could feel something, I didn't know how to change it, but something was coming. The clouds in the sky began to swirl, shift and change until they began to form a face. One that bared right down on us. All-Father, King of Gods, Odin. Scathatch shouted, with an amount of respect in her voice I had yet to see. May I ask why you have graced my realm with your presence? My eyes widened at the proclamation. I dared not utter a single word, his presence was heavy, just merely existing in this minimal capacity, his gaze on me, I couldn't help but shudder under the weight. He didn't speak for a moment, just merely looking until his head, the projection of his face in the sky, abruptly turned towards a very familiar mountain. Boom! The peak of the mountain I climbed, it shattered, a massive black hand, seemingly made entirely of shadows and death, shot out towards the sky. The King of Gods stared, contempt clear on its face. Wretched thing, die with some dignity at least. He snorted. The words echoing every corner of this desolate realm. As the words rang in my ears, the mountain disappeared, a massive crater now in its place. The thing that gave me pause, possibly a divine creature that was killed and or sealed under the mountain, was seemingly destroyed with but a thought. Odin, King of Gods. A head of a pantheon, he was unfathomably powerful. Which that resides in the Shadowlands. Odin's voice reached our ears again, his eyes turning back to us. Another pitiful existence, do you also wish for death? His words lacked the obvious contempt from before, it was almost like pity, but he didn't elaborate. He visibly shifted from Scathatch and looked at me now. Child from another world. He spoke with no small amount of interest. Wielder of your age's great magics. What have you come here for, Odin? Scathatch stepped in front of me, grabbing his attention once again. She was still respectful in her tone, but more direct. Unknown knowledge drew my attention. He seemed amused by Skathika's frankness. Scathatch summoned her spear, I didn't understand what was going on, but she seemed ready for battle. Even with her face flushed red, sweat dripping down, and her breathing ragged, she would dare point her spear at the King of Gods. He is my student, she declared. You cannot have him. Oh, shit, that's what's happening. This is not for you to decide. He narrowed his eyes. I have granted my blessings for the ritual. We have provided remuneration, offerings of every kind. Humph. He snorted, the realm literally shook. Undead creatures and trinkets. I will take my price, you may stand to the side, witch. As soon as he spoke, a pressure fell down on me, like something was drilling into my body. Begone. Another voice joined in on this already absurd situation. A familiar golden light erupted from inside me. Meridia. I said quietly, looking at a new figure that bore the full brunt of Odin's touch. When? How? As much as I wanted answer, now clearly was not the time. Foreign god, you dare. Odin's voice filled with anger, the sky changed color, the ground rippled. A mere blessing stands in front of me. A blessing, she blessed me without me even knowing. A small amount of power that activated to protect me, Did she assume that another god would focus on me at some point and did this without my knowledge? I looked at Meridia. She was lifeless. I don't think there was any kind of sentience, more like a protection protocol hardwired into this bit of divine might. Odin showed obvious anger, yet he didn't make a move. I don't think he was here in any capacity that could overcome Meridia's own power that was currently enveloping me. He was projecting himself from a different time period, that in of itself must have drawn an insane amount of power and effort to accomplish. It was unlikely he could do much more than that in this current situation. No, he was already pushing his permissions if he tried to do more than this. I don't think the world would stay silent, even if this was the land of shadows. The small strand still connecting this place to the world made certain actions undesirable. The giant face in the sky basically sneered. I shall have what I desire, even if I must take a different route. He looked towards Scathatch. He wanted the things I knew. Why? I didn't know any secrets that could possibly sway him this much. I couldn't even begin to understand how this god thought. I looked over to Scathatch again. She was barely standing up. My heart sunk. My eyes turned up towards Odin. I felt a rage inside that I hadn't in many months. Drag! I shouted, the gauntlet appearing on my hand. Something came for her, probably so sweep her up and perhaps use her as a negotiation for whatever it is he wanted since he couldn't take it from me by force. Pierce, I growled, shooting whatever magics or divine power were coming towards Scathatch, my conceptual attack strong enough to disperse whatever it was he was doing. Mortal! He gaze once again turned to me. A dragon in a gauntlet, thou dares raise arms against me. Meridia did nothing, almost just like a shield. She wasn't truly here, just a wisp of power to protect me that will probably only react to an attack. Child, don't do. Scathatch tried to speak, but I cut her off. I took another step forward, clearly between her and the god in the sky, drawing a metaphorical line in the sand. Drag, how powerful is he? I said quietly, but I had no doubt Odin heard me because the face contorted in anger. The only reason he didn't try to smite me right there and then, was Meridia watching over me. The amount of power this sliver of him possessed, it was clearly limited. I would have torn apart this divine projection with ease in my prime. Unfortunately, I don't know if you would be able to, even with balance breaker unlocked. Doesn't matter, I refuse to allow her to come to harm. If I must fight a god, so be it. I took a deep breath, staring right up at the god who looked down on me. I, who am about to awaken. You've barely awakened, balance breaker. If you try to force this too, brat, juggernaut drive isn't something the current you can handle, it's a death wish. This won't be a repeat of you forcing balance breaker like before. Drake's words echoed in the back of my mind. But an invisible force seemed to carry along with my words, like a pressure of its own to match what was already emitting from the sky. A god of wisdom, he could understand my intentions immediately, to see through what I was about to do. What caught me off guard, was the fact that the god began to laugh. It was hearty, almost whimsical in a nature as he let out his long bellows. Mortal, you amuse me. He finally spoke, and the pressure he was emitting almost immediately disappeared. Take my blessing. The eyes on the projection lit up, and something shot into my body. Nothing harmful, I could assume, as Meridia did not move either. At that, the clouds dispersed, whatever was peering over the vast distance of time and space had gone with it and the realm returned to its peace. When the god disappeared, so too did the fake Meridia that stood in my presence, but try as I did, I could not find any source of her divine touch inside of me. Something to think about for later. Foolish boy. Scathatch grabbed my shoulders. Do you understand how close you have come to death just now? Yes, but how could I live with myself if he did something to you? I said quietly. You, silly child. Her expression softened considerably, only for her to shake her head. A god's greed is not something so easily dissuaded. I should have considered such a thing, to present unknown knowledge to a god who rules over wisdom. The only thing that can stop it is their own fickle nature. If you hadn't earned his approval by daring to challenge him, if he was in a different mood, the same actions could have just as well condemned you. Yet, many ifs were there, many things could have gone wrong, but there wasn't really any chance to think things through. Scary. I don't ever want to be in a situation like that again, to feel my existence continues only at the whim of another being. My thoughts were broken as I quickly went to catch Scathatch, who almost fell to the ground. Her spear escaped her grip, landing on the cold soil below. Her eyes were closed, her breathing still just as heavy, almost swaying in place. She was very much overextending herself. To even have considered defending me in this situation, it made my heart beat just a little faster. I picked her up, cradling her gently in my arms and keeping her spear in my ring for now. I took her back to her castle, finding the master bedroom, almost completely untouched. I laid her gently in the bed, pulling the covers over her. Stay. A hand gently grabbed on my hand. I saw her eyes half opening, peering into my own. Please. Her voice was gentle and sweet in a way I had trouble processing. She looked so vulnerable, completely different than how she normally portrays herself. The ritual must have taken so much out of her to perform, even ignoring what came after and the stress that she probably felt at the time. I didn't need to speak, I think I answered her back with my actions. I slowly climbed into the bed with her, I felt her arms wrap around me, her face burying in my chest. Her heartbeat could be felt, and her breath tickled against my skin. I couldn't help but push a few strands of hair out of her face, and she made a noise I doubt she was conscious of. Why was she so cute like this? She fell asleep almost immediately, and I wasn't far behind her. Another chapter is here. Primordial runes, woot. But some uninvited guests appear, and let me be clear, the gods in Nasuverse and like 99% assholes. So my thoughts right now are Odin wanted the Eye of Magnus and knowledge related to it for reasons that may or may not involve words like Lost Belt. Whether I use that plot point in the future, I'm still unsure. And a surprise Meridia appears, if only a small little divine blessing. Sneaking a little bit of her power into him when he didn't notice. MC threatening to use Juggernaut Drive and trade with Odin's projection across the time axis, seemingly brought respect from the old god, and they are rather fickle creatures. And hey, having the personal blessing of one Odin couldn't possibly cause any issues in other worlds, right? Chapter 59, Chapter 58. I woke up with hair tickling my nose. That familiar purple hair, resting right below my chin, burying itself deep into my body, only a few strands swaying at the movement of my breath. Scathatch was surprisingly clingy when she slept, I don't think she let me go even once during the night, and even now, she was wrapped around me. I didn't particularly mind, I suppose I prefer being the big spoon. I reluctantly decided to dislodge myself from her embrace, quickly putting a pillow in her arms as I slipped away. I put some spare clothes on I had in my ring, quietly as not to disrupt her sleeping form, but plans don't always pan out. Turning around, I already saw her sitting up, her eyes a little drowsy, but otherwise full aware and awake. Good morning. I offered to break the awkward silence. Are you, okay? She looked at me for a moment before sighing, rubbing the bridge of her nose. I am not at 100%, but I recovered a fair amount. The ritual took a lot out of me, spiritually. That was understandable, my mind was still on overdrive trying to analyze these things. What was the phrase often used in various literature, a frog in a well? Yet, it felt like I saw the true sky for the first time, with regards to runecraft. Come here. She commanded. I just tilted my head, wondering what she was wanting, as I walked over. She pulled my sleeve, almost making me stumble and flicked my forehead, rather hard. Ow! I rubbed the spot. The hell do you think you were doing? She stabbed her finger in my chest. I'm your teacher, it's my duty to protect you while under my tutelage. She hissed, hands balling into fists. You stupid boy. Standing up to a fucking divine spirit, ahead of a damn pantheon. She threw her hands up in exasperation. Sedentire had been stupid, but you're damn near suicidal. No, you're worse, you're a smart idiot. I don't know what romanticized shite you've read about in your era regarding gods, but they are greedy, manipulative, and vengeful. It is never a good thing to get within their sights, and you waved your cock around like it meant something. You were lucky, extremely lucky. She sneered, looking at me but looking away again with clear anger on her face. I'm sorry, my words cut off as she grabbed me again. She pulled me in, lips pressed against mine, I couldn't help but widen my eyes as I felt her tongue invade my mouth. It was long and passionate, it only ended when she finally decided it was enough. Don't you dare take this the wrong way, I am still absolutely livid with you. She huffed, still clearly angry at my actions. But I'm not so cold that such actions can't move me either. She crossed her arms, looking away from my eyes, and perhaps I was seeing things, but she looked the slightest bit bashful. Get out of my room, go train, or something, I don't care. She quite literally kicked me out. I just sighed walking away, it seems like she had a lot on her mind and didn't want me around right now. I found a nice spot outside, and just plopped down, allowing my swords to fly out as I mentally commanded them in the air. Drake, I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, I don't think anyone really is in situations like these. He was silent for a moment before continuing. She seemed pleased that you were willing to stand up for her, even if she hid it behind her anger. Hey ah! I let out a long breath, falling onto my back, letting snowflakes lightly touch down on my skin. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. At this point, do I even ask her what's going on between us? I still could recall the kiss, vividly, and I doubt that was going away anytime soon. I just shook my head, pushing those thoughts away for now and retrieved a book from my ring, deciding to read it while I let my swords dance around. Scat hatch POV. Stupid boy. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I ought to tan his hide, kick his face in until it's entirely unrecognizable. I'm his teacher. When I took him in, it was my duty to watch over him. If I had to die so he lived while under my tutelage, then so be it. How dare he? How dare he, willingly put himself in harm's way to merely save this old life? How dare he make me feel things like this, to have my heart beat faster in my chest? He refuses my bed, then he goes and does some nonsense like that, infuriating brat. Maybe we could. No. I can't, to even consider something like that. It would merely be a cruel joke. Regardless, we can't be anything more than teacher or student. I have no continued existence beyond this realm, and to even consider having him stay here, how it would make my heart flutter, but such a thing is cruel beyond measure. How vicious fate is, to dangle something like this, right now, in front of me again. If only he appeared all those years ago, perhaps I would not have decided to venture here and spend eternity in the lands of death and shadow. Such thoughts are no longer allowed to me. I am destined for the loneliness of ice and void. He would not want this old woman's affection anyways. I retrieved sufficient clothing, a small smile rose on my face when I remember the first time he saw me naked. What a cute face he made. I wanted to devour him right there. I could only shake my head and continue to dismiss those thoughts. Regrets? Why does this continue to happen? A pair of red eyes still haunt my memories. I used to see them when I closed my own. History repeating itself, another one came here, and my heart was once again shaken. How many times have I held back now? My desires, my wanting in for both life and death. Do I wish for something? For a way to calm this beating heart with his presence, the warmth to overcome me? Yet, I also wish for death. Dare I ask it of him? To kill me, would it be cruel? Perhaps it is a desire of mine, greater than any other. Would he hate me if I requested this of him? For some reason, the thought of him despising me makes me feel ill, yet. I shook my head, why bother dwelling on such things? He needs a proper reward. This old heart of mine is worth nothing. I will need to think of a way to aid him in his journey after he leaves this realm. I passed on my knowledge, it yet requires refinement, but I do not have much more to teach him. I would give him one of my spears like I had in the past, but he does not wield one. Vexing. I suppose I have not crafted something in quite some time, and I have several spears remaining. Why could I not mold one of them into a sword for him to use? I stepped outside into the cold, the air familiar yet still bites at my skin. He notices me, immediately smiling as I approach. Please don't look at me in such way, my resolve will be shaken. Wipe that smile off your face. I hissed. I told you to train, and you are playing around in the snow. I lashed out, kicking him with my full strength, his body bouncing off the ground as it landed a fair distance away. Gods damn it! He shouted, standing up. If nothing else, he is very adept at taking a beating. It seems my training has been paying off. Stop messing around and come over here. I yelled, holding a wooden box in my arms. Bitch! I heard him shout from the distance. I held back a smile. I was supposed to be angry with him still. It will do no good if I break that mask so easily. I have something for you. I stated as he approached. His annoyance was replaced with interest. A box, amazing. He said, his sarcasm practically dripping from his words. Cheeky little brat, see if I don't beat you up later. Well. I don't dislike his rebellious side, even finding it rather cute. But, as his teacher, such words cannot be allowed to slide. I of course slammed his face into the dirt again. Are you going to behave like a child? Do I need to put you in timeout? Are you going to spank me? Careful with your words, I just may. It has been many years since I've had the touch of a man, and you continue to play this dangerous game. Have I hit you too hard? Do you think you are still dreaming? I smirked, biting back at his words. Now, open this. I shoved the thing into his arms before he continued with his nonsense. This. He lost the correct words to say as he peered inside. A small part of me was taken with pride at his reaction. You made this for me. He looked at me with those eyes again, and my heart felt as if it would jump out of my chest. Why must you continue to torture me like this? No, I planned on giving it to my other student. I rolled my eyes. You daft boy, of course it is for you. Maybe with this you will remember me long after you leave? I guess if I remained in someone's memories in the passing years, it wouldn't be so bad. I thought of your techniques, your sword manipulation ability as well as your runic spells. I used one of my extra spears as the base and modified it into a sword. Runes are carved all along the blade, so it works just as well to stab as it does to cast spells. You should be able to cast runes with it from a distance now. Thank you. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around me. The sudden action surprised me. He is usually more conservative with things like this, but I don't dislike the frankness either. Yet, I hesitated. I wanted to return such affections, but I did not believe I should. Was it okay to be greedy? Was I allowed to indulge even if it was fleeting? I still had some to teach him. He will remain here for the foreseeable future. My arms returned the gesture. The warm feeling flowing through my body. I guess I can enjoy this even if it won't last forever. Sorry for the no chapter yesterday, I ended up working over 16 hours and didn't get home until after midnight. Some colossal amount of fuck-ups happened at work. Keep in mind that I do mostly administration work with a focus on payroll, so when fuck-ups reach over to me like that, then things truly hit the fan. I'll try my best to get a second chapter out tomorrow, but don't hold your breath. Chapter 60, Chapter 59. I jumped from a tall peak, allowing my wings to glide me down. My swords flew out, cleaving hordes of undead before they could even react. I slammed down into the center, rotten bodies and old bones blown away at my impact. The remaining numbers all turned towards me like a tide. I reached out, Mirage flew into my hand as Dawnbreaker and Ascalon hovered nearby. My newest sword shot up into the air. Whisper, I had been calling it. It was the way it cut through the air due to the runic engravings, it almost sounded like a whisper on the wind. 30 birds. I swung Mirage, the sword phantoms shot out, cleaving more oncoming abominations. Dawnbreaker didn't stay still, its golden light exploding out, burning away all that came into its path. Roar! A big one came stomping over, half its body skeleton, the other made of rotten flesh with several additional appendages haphazardly attached to its body. Ascalon impaled it in the head, so fast and powerful that its head was utterly blown away at the impact. The undead body falling over, crushing smaller ones. Behind me, a massive spider-like creature emerged from the ground. Dozens of arms adorned its body. It began to spit out a corrosive acid. I stepped back, dodging the splatter's liquid with ease. Withdrawing a talisman from my ring, I slammed it onto the ground. Order! I activated it, a pentagram formed under the spider, connecting to another one a few feet above it in the sky. They connected and obliterated the undead that was stuck inside. Seems wasteful for something on that level. I muttered, flinging a handful of talismans at some oncoming undead. They zipped through, turning into lights and shooting like stars across the distance before dispersing. Hundreds fallen, yet even greater numbers took their place. My body tilted down and I burst forward, slashing into another larger thing, its rusted armor cleaved through in a single swing. I pivoted on my momentum and lashed out with a horizontal swing, decapitating a dozen or so more. It was easy to dance around the archaic weapons that swung towards me. I could do it quite literally with my eyes closed. Flicking a rune here or there to destroy any who annoyed me in particular. I continued my assault on their endless numbers, my sword never stopping, body parts and more corpses piled up, only to be trampled on by their kin. My eyes shot up, I looked over my work and I realized it was time. My magical energy burst out, and I began to draw a single rune in the air. A primordial rune. It was a shield that Scathatch performed against me in a duel all those months ago. This attack of mine would be indiscriminate, but I wanted to test it out. The runes way up in the sky began to actualize, my whisper taking the job of drawing them under my mental commands. It became darker, clouds gathered, and lightning crackled. A massive figure formed in the air, completely made out of lightning that discharged from these intimidating storm clouds. Thor's hammer. The figure raised up its hammer and slammed it down onto the area. Everything went white, bodies disintegrated, those capable howled in terror and distress, and even as the power began to die down, only a scorched crater remained. I let out a breath, my shield fading and whisper returning to my side. Primordial runes still take some out of me. And that last attack looked good, what do you think, Drake? It had good power, the combination of whisper to cast the spell while also not hampering your combat ability is impressive. I shared similar thoughts. If I tried to cast that spell before I came to this realm, well, it would be nearly impossible to actually get off if someone just sat on me and pressured me enough. I ran a hand over whisper, feeling each rune that was engraved. What a wonderful idea, I still can't get over how well this sword worked out. And my new spell worked out amazingly. It wasn't connected to any of the 9 realms as one may think, I already solidified those spells together into their own little category, this was merely another one I created. Different than the Light of Alfheim, Thor's hammer is pure destruction, whereas my Alfheim spell is more cleansing in nature. I don't think it would have any effect on something like an angel. But there are good and bad points about every spell, I wasn't too worried about that little tidbit. I thought for a moment, taking out a piece of parchment and a writing utensil, jotting down a few notes on how the battle went. Well, everything here was cleaning up nicely, time to head back. I walked through the massive castle doors, and I could immediately smell something delectable emanating through the entirety of the stone building. Are you cooking? I saw Scathatch turn around, seeing me walk into the kitchen. To call it a kitchen was like calling a mansion a shelter. I was in the mood. She replied, setting her wooden ladle down next to a large pot. She walked up to me, rather closely, and began running her hand through my hair. It is getting very long, do you wish to cut it? I was a little surprised by her abrupt touches, but I calmed down immediately. This was pretty much par for the course these past several months. I tugged at the length, almost going past my shoulders. Hey, I didn't realize I could even have my hair grow, I'm supposed to be a minor shapeshifter. Perhaps an unconscious thought. She offered. Probably. In the back of my mind, I assume it should grow, therefore I do it over time. I pushed my bangs out of my eyes. To be fair, I did like how full my hair felt right now. I watched her step just a tad closer, reach her hands around my head and start fiddling with my hair. She bound it in a small little piece of fabric, giving me a ponytail. How do I look? I asked, our eyes meeting. You will no longer be mistaken for a vagabond. She said evenly, turning around. I quickly wrapped my arms around her. Does that mean you like it? I felt her lean back just ever so slightly, allowing me this moment of closeness. It is something I find attractive. She admitted. Now, release me. She poked my arm. I must finish the meal. I let go, allowing her back to her work, sitting down at the table. Though I think she was messing with me, bending over just a little more than she needed, shaking her rear right in front of my view. You know what would go good with this meal? Some alcohol. I saw her freeze up for the briefest moment before continuing her work. How unfortunate that someone had drank it all. I recall no such thing. She replied without giving anything away on her face. Maybe that's the side effect of drinking all my alcohol in one sitting. I snorted. And I meant that quite literally. I don't even really remember how it started, we had a drinking contest or something like that. To say she outdrank me, that would be like saying the ocean was a nice little puddle. There were times where I was drunk and she did something to make me sober up, just so she could continue to beat me. She is really wonnery when she's intoxicated too. I wouldn't say mean, but she definitely is more aggressive in her desires, be they fighting or something else. Not to mention her words get very sharp as well. Since the incident, our relationship had just become this strange thing and we didn't put any labels on it. When she wasn't in teacher mode she was almost bashful, if I were to give it a term. She was willing to be close, to accept affection. Otherwise, it was warrior queen that did not hold back and was more than willing to kick my ass at the slightest offense, of which I admittedly gave her many reasons. Frankly, it was more of a game at this point. Scathatch walked over to me, setting a plate down, and a bowl of soup she made. I wasn't aware what ingredients she made it with, but it smelled wonderful. Before I could dig in, she plopped herself right down on my lap, looking at me smugly. Yeah, this is how this woman did things. If she wanted something, she merely took it, there was very little hesitation on her part. Not to say she didn't respect boundaries, but she didn't pussyfoot around with her desires. Are you not hungry? She tilted her head to get a look at me in the eyes. Or perhaps, are you hungry for something else? Her lips curled up as she wiggled her butt in my lap. Dangerous. This woman is absolutely dangerous in more ways than one. Truthfully, at this point, I don't know why I still didn't give in. It wasn't really my pride anymore, it's just, for some reason I didn't want to cross that line until something was more official. Not like I was at all a prude, I still was perhaps holding out. Yes, the irony of the reverse in gender roles for this specific situation wasn't lost on me. My hand slid down, grabbing hers lightly as I brought it up, giving it a small kiss. Thank you for making this for me. Maybe you can be a decent housewife after all. She let out a small huff. You would be lucky to have me as your wife. She gently poked me, leaning back into me. I saw her frown slightly and couldn't help but feel a little concerned. Is something wrong? I asked her as she just gazed off into space for a moment. I merely have some thoughts on my mind. She shook her head. Don't mind it, some things I wish to discuss with you later. Enjoy my meal, no other man has ever boasted about this Scathatch cooking for them before. Scathatch thrusted forward with her spear, the air distorting with the sheer force. Again, and again, in the time it took one to blink, her spear covered my vision. I stood my ground, sword coming up to deflect each one out of the way, at most only a few small cuts on my outer body. Following up, my sword lashed out, sweeping her from side to side, thrust that predicted her movements and attempted to create openings. Her spear spun in ways that almost seemed impossible, her focus was taken to the next level, she practically moved before I even made my attack. Expertly, every attack was also knocked away, deflected or parried, even with the use of a spear this close, she was easily able to defend against me. There was no need to fanciful attacks or destroying the land. This was a match of pure skill, and I wasn't ashamed to admit, I was still far behind her. I don't know how long we continued this little dance, our feet barely moving. I stepped forward to enter range, she defended, and I was pushed back for her onslaught. I barely made it through almost unscathed and pushed my own advantage again. The joyful expression on her face was mirrored with my own, the thrill of combat, my sword moving towards her neck, only for her spear to try and find my heart. Yet, there was no murderous air, no intent to truly kill each other. She was truly a battle maniac. Not in the berserker sense, but the fact that she felt so at home on a battlefield. To trade blows with worthy opponents brought her so much satisfaction. Excellent, she declared, stabbing her spear into the ground. You would have died 100 times in that exchange if it were the you when we met all those months ago. Genuine praise from her while she was in her teacher mode was far and few in between. She didn't mince words, if she said you did a good job, you must have done something right. Praise me more. I said cheekily. She raised an eyebrow, her fist coming up in a threatening manner. Yes, you have graduated from an insect into a mouse. Congratulations. Yes, I couldn't have done it without you. I nodded. Scathatch, the trainer of mice. I see, you wish for a beating. She said simply, not being provoked at my words. At this point, I am more than aware at your proclivities. I of course did the most mature thing in the world and flipped her the bird. All right, get over here you dandy boy, time to take your beating. She deadpanned, cracking her knuckles. Eat a dick. I strategically retreated, very fast, and far away. Her laughter was beautiful, even if it did send shivers down my back. Super duper busy, don't think I'll be able to get that second chapter out today, sorry. Barely was able to get today's chapter out as it was. Chapter 61, Chapter 60. I don't know how much time has passed. A similar thought had popped into my head numerous times throughout my stay in this desolate realm. Yet, I couldn't find myself particularly caring anymore. Days, weeks, months. None of that mattered, because I was with someone I have come to care for greatly. Even the cold and death of this place seemed insignificant, every time I saw her smile, it was incomparably warm. Gradually, the amount of training began to decrease. That is to say, she would beat me up less if I were being honest. I don't think that had anything to do with us. She would show no mercy when in teacher mode regardless of everything going on. Demands for certain physical exercises ceased, and her desire to engage in sparring had dropped to a bare minimum. To say it didn't give me pause for concern would be a lie. Still, she would stay by my side whenever possible. Even if we had no words to each other, we were content to merely stay within arm's reach. There began to be days where I didn't even touch my sword. Times when she took me on adventures throughout the land of shadows, or times when I told her stories of the outside world. I don't know how much time had passed, is something I kept telling myself at this point. Because if I kept count I knew I would regret it. But I suppose it didn't matter, certain words I dreaded eventually came, words that made my heart drop in my chest. It is time for you to leave. She didn't even look at me while saying it. Was it a courtesy for me? I don't know if I would want her to see me when those words reached my ears. I still haven't learned enough, I still can't beat you, She turned around, placing a finger on my lips. Silly boy, do you expect to be trained until you surpass me? She gave me a sad smile. You will never be able to surpass me if you stay here. You exist for the outside, to spread your wings there and live your life. You no longer require my tutelage, you can venture forth on your own path now. I wanted to argue, but the look on her face. She didn't give me any room. Come with me, I grabbed her hand, letting my fingers brush against hers. She looked at me, her eyes, I could tell what she was going to say but I couldn't help myself. Please. Her eyes softened considerably, squeezing my hand. I cannot. She pulled away. It's easy, just come with me, I can take you out of here. It's not that simple. She said quietly. You were originally guarding this place, not allowing the dead here to escape, but it's not connected to the world anymore, nothing can escape. Your duty is over, you don't have to stay here any longer. I pointed out. Yes, nothing here can leave anymore. She mimicked my words. I just stared at her in confusion before a horrifying realization came across me. You can't leave either. My age has passed, I persisted because I became something no longer human. She quietly explained. You're bound here, not in a metaphorical way, if I were to forcefully take you from this place. Scathatch shook her head. It would be the most unpleasant death one could imagine. Bound, it was quite literal. This place sustained her existence, but it also was her prison as much as any of the abominations that still walked its snowy tundra. A death by being forcibly separated, maybe it would be worse than persisting here through eternity. No. There has to be a way, we can think of something. I quickly tried to reassure her, but she had a resigned look on her face. I don't want to lose you. I couldn't help but have some tears form at the corners of my eyes. You sweet boy. She gently moved her hand up, cupping my cheek, thumb wiping away the liquid. Just because it wasn't for a lifetime, it doesn't mean this time we spent together wasn't wonderful. You need to let go, I no longer belong outside. I don't care. I clenched my teeth. Fuck the world, fuck that nonsense. I'll think of something. I clenched my fists, and my mind was turning up blank. What if I? She flicked my forehead, a scowl forced on my face. If you were about to suggest staying here with me, I will become very angry. She shook her head again, a bittersweet smile replaced her previous annoyance. I won't allow you to waste your life searching for something that does not exist. She looked hesitant, she wanted to say something, but the words didn't seem to form. Don't let this old woman drag you down. There's something you're not telling me. I immediately pressed. Such a thing was unlike her, to actually not speak her mind and look so reluctant. Please don't ask, my resolve will shatter. Her words barely a whisper to my ears. Tell me. I pressed again. She turned away. Kill me. What? I couldn't help but have my eyes widen in surprise. Kill me. Her eyes hardened. Take your blade, and defeat me, plunge your sword through my heart. How could I possibly do something like that? I was taken back by her sudden request, my brain practically coming to a halt, unable to properly process her words. I am no longer human, I exist as something that will never die a natural death. My existence turned into curse, she stated. I have killed gods, men, demons, and everything in between. I no longer age, I will no longer die, I have turned into something that is immortal. My happiness is that I was able to raise warriors such as you throughout my existence. No one will ever reach here again, my purpose has thoroughly been extinguished. No, 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 no. Her words were heavy, filled with countless emotions she had been holding in for who knows how long. Please, allow me to die as a person, spear held high, the warrior I wish to be. To ask of me something like this, knowing how I feel. I couldn't find the correct words. You are. I know, I am a cruel woman. There were tears streaking down my face at this point. If it were possible, for you to exist outside this realm, would you go with me, content to stay by my side? Yes. She answered immediately, no hesitation in her voice. I wiped away my own tears, regaining my composure. I clenched my fists. I was overcome with anger, sadness, and almost everything in between. I wanted to shout and scream, but the thought of ruining the possibly last few moments with her made me crush those impulses. To ask something like this from me, are you ready to pay the price? My mind raced, I tried to think of many different solutions to this problem, but one thing stuck in my mind for now. I started to create a plan in the back of my head. Anything you want is yours. I declared. For now on, you are mine. Of course, this scat hatch will forever be yours. She smiled brightly, enough to make me almost break down. Good, because I'm greedy and possessive. You're my woman, and I refuse to ever give you up. I stepped forward, placing my lips against hers, she returned my kiss just as passionately. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. To finally have her, for her to be mine, and yet, it felt so hollow. Fine. I'll kill you then, if you want to die like this, even if a part of my dies along with you. I couldn't ever deny a request when you look at me like that anyways. But this will not be goodbye, you promised me. You are my woman now, and I refuse to ever give you up. Our lips parted, and a mutual understand formed between us. I don't think either of us would drag this out, my resolve was already starting to crumble just from seeing her face. I withdrew my swords, boosted gear appear on my hand, and all my enhancement spells covered my body. I remember the words she first said to me when I entered this realm. Defend yourself. But there was no excitement on my face, only a bitter look of determination. I limped across the snow, pulling along several wooden logs. Stacking them up nice and tidily, into a funeral pyre. There was dried and frozen blood all over my body. Clothes had been torn to shreds, and I had new holes in several places. Even with copious amounts of magical healing, I was barely on my feet, yet, I couldn't stop moving. Even if it was painful, even if the tears wouldn't stop falling, I couldn't cease my steps. I set everything up, taking out flowers to set alongside the pyre, to make it acceptable for someone like her, a proper send-off. Alchemic resources, precious commodities, but this was far more important. I retrieved her body, eyes closed, a content smile on her face, and I almost dropped to my knees alongside her. In my heart, I knew this was only temporary, I was already devising plans, but I couldn't help it. Gently, I placed my lips on her forehead, giving her one last goodbye. I made sure to tidy up her body, wipe away any blood stains, not that were many. A small stream that had dripped down her lips, and a small wound right above her heart. One last time for who knows how long, I held her in the arms and carried her to the last leg of her journey involving this wretched place. I would not allow this place to claim her corpse, for it to be defiled by the disgusting things here. Setting everything up, putting her on the pyre and finishing my last touches, I looked over her again. Fuck you. I spat out. I tried to be angry, but I think the tears made me look just pathetic. Fuck you for making me love you, then asking me to do something like this. I wiped my hand across my eyes again. I slowly drew a single rune in the air, and flicked it towards the pyre. It ignited without any effort, the flames overtaking the wood in matter of seconds and the fire reaching high up into the air. And fuck you for letting me win. We both know I lost that fight. I was going to kick her ass the next time I saw her. I don't care what I have to do, I will bring you back and I'll never allow you to leave me again. I just need to get my hands on a holy grail. Author's notes. Bring on the hate. But seriously, I had this plan since day one. Alright, spoilers ahead, I'll share my thoughts on why I did what I did. So, I wanted a training arc for the MC, introduce Scat Hatch and such, but I didn't quite want a traveling companion for him just yet. And let's be clear, Scat Hatch is coming back, I don't think I was at all ambiguous about that. It also segues into a few other character introductions and plot points for the future. I.e. heading to Apocrypha for the Super Mega Ultra Holy Grail War, or something like that. Also, I thought Scathatch being a servant would be more interesting to write, given her noble phantasms and such, even if she is weaker than her living version. So I also chose not to include a fight scene. I did in fact start to write one out at some point, and then I realized, what's the point? To drag out the angst? It really served no purpose. It was clear what was going to happen, and he basically said at the end that Scathatch let him win, which he is angry about. So, yeah, training arc ends on a low note, couple more chapters spent in Fate, then we head back to DxD for a bit and introduce some more characters and some stuff happens. Anyways, thoughts, concerns, or if you just want to bitch at me, I do read the stuff if you post it. Honestly, I love reading the memes that people post, really brightens up my day. Chapter 62, Chapter 61. I walked through the half-broken castle one final time. I've spent many days here, not ever fully exploring it, yet I couldn't bring myself to do so even now. Neither of us seemed to care for this structure in our battle, it being an early casualty. I wasn't looting, some things I had a small urge to grab, but my current emotions eroded any excessive greed I may usually contain. No, I only took one item throughout the entire estate. A painting of Scathatch along with her family. How young she looked then. She never spoke much about them, but in the master bedroom, in her room, she had a single painting hanging over the mantel. I figured she would appreciate this at some point. The other item, I still kept in my hand, never letting it out of my grip once I sent her off on her final mortal journey. Her cursed spear. Debog. There were many Debogs, the beast she crafted them from was rather large. The most famous one she gave to Cu Kulane, while keeping the remainder for herself. I have no idea where the others are, at least one went into the making of my sword, but other than that I had no idea. I didn't know what to do with it, I didn't want to leave it here for something to pick up and desecrate, so I took it as well. Even if it brought me more unpleasant feelings, keeping it so close. With a sigh, I put it into my ring along with the painting. I didn't want to stay here any longer, it was hurting too much. With a thought, I pulled on the kaleidoscope and appeared at the spot from which I entered this realm. The tether was still in place, even if the obvious portal was gone. Don't want anything to leave that wasn't supposed to. While I doubt anything could survive for any meaningful time outside, something strong enough could still cause issues for a little bit. With a wave of my hand, the portal reformed and I stepped through. The harsh cold, the scent of death and decay disappeared. I didn't realize how used to it I actually was until I finally left. No longer did it feel like something was looking over my shoulder constantly. No more did I feel a biting cut into my skin every time I stepped outside. Even if I was high up on a mountain, it was warmer than I had felt in years at this point. How long was it? I looked up into the sky, seeing the sun had long disappeared and replaced with the moon. Both of which were something I hadn't seen in a long time. A little over 2 years if my guess is correct. Drake answered. He had been quiet since the fight. How were you even able to keep track of time? I asked in mild surprise. Experience. Oh, right. I turned my eye, seeing the familiar signs of the kaleidoscope being used. Zelretch stepped out, flanked by both Artoria and Rin. There were several bounded fields around this area, several of them probably detected me and alerted him of my return. Hey old man, it's been a while. I forced a smile, greeting my grandfather. You've changed. He stared at me intently. Similar to before, yet it felt less intimidating, perhaps even the pressure was something I could ignore now. Indeed. Artoria chimed in. Your presence is significantly sharper and much more calm. Well, I've had a productive time, how long has it been on your end? I swept my gaze around, not noticing any major changes, so I don't think it's been that long. A little over 2 weeks. Rin stated, giving me a look. Nice hair. That got a small chuckle out of me. Thanks, I kinda like it, what do you think, Artoria? I eyed her with a small smile on my face. I didn't realize how much it would alleviate my current emotions to see her again. It is pleasant to see. She replied. Oh gods, how I missed teasing her. Rin just gave me a smirk and a quick thumbs up. Was she rooting for me? Isn't it supposed to be the other way around, telling her friend that I'm not good enough, etc. etc. Or maybe I've seen too many teen dramas. What was the Land of Shadows like? How long were you there? Did you get anything good? It seemed Rin finally started to bombard me with questions. Cold, a bit over 2 years, and yes. I said bluntly, much to her annoyance. She made a scrunched face that I couldn't help but smile at. Teasing Rin was always fun too. I walked over to my staff, still sitting there keeping the spell from puttering out. How I missed you, my beautiful. I grabbed it from the ritual site, destroying the spell sequence in the process and allowing the portal to disperse. How's everything? Anything exciting happen while I was gone? I shifted the conversation away from the topic of the Land of Shadows. Zelretch eyed me for a moment before answering. Rin has been making great progress. In fact, I had been heavily considering your words regarding the world you mentioned before. Rin seemed to brighten up. I guess she was aware of the situation. I've been studying the underlying thaumaturgical principles of the mage craft you gave me. She furrowed her eyebrows. It's odd, but I guess that's to be expected, considering it's from another world. They also don't differentiate between magecraft and magic. To them, all of what they do is magic, even something as simple as lighting a candle with a small flame. I shot a look at Zelretch and his face told me he was keeping his hands out of Rin's research. Something I could agree with, allow her to venture out and learn from her own failures and successes. How dangerous is that world? Artoria asked, her tone very protective. No doubt she intended to follow along, not that I had any expectations to the opposite. They seemed really excited about this trip, perhaps they've been waiting for my answers for a while now. Fairly dangerous at the moment, apparently dragons have started to resurface for the first time in many centuries, and divine spirits are active here and there. Not to mention all the phantasmal species that still run about. I used terms they were familiar with to make it easier to understand. I would also give a more detailed explanation later, but this would suffice for now. I fear we're getting into a topic that may need to be discussed in a more leisurely setting. Zelretch interrupted. Perhaps we should convene at a later date to discuss this more. Fine, I can tell when I'm being shooed away. Rin sighed. I also want to show you what I've been working on when you have some time. Rin directed her words at me. The old man said you would be a better help with my project. Sure. I said happily, turning my gaze towards Artoria. So. She coughed lightly into her hand, stealing her face. Would you like to get coffee with me sometime? Her words sounded extremely rehearsed and I saw her glance at Rin while she said it. That would be lovely. I couldn't help but genuinely smile for the first time this evening. One way or another, she deserved some answers and explanations. Artoria quickly caught up with Rin who walked through a portal Zelretch opened, only giving me a quick look before departing again. Well, I hope you don't drag your feet with her. He spoke up after they disappeared. Yeah, I hope I don't do something stupid. I sighed. Zelretch raised his eyebrow at me, a small smile rising on his face. It seems you've grown in a few ways. I was about to respond, until he waved his hand and we were then in his office. I only rolled my eyes, taking a seat in the familiar chair. Show off. Well, what's the point in being this powerful if I can't show it off? He looked at me smugly. I could tell he was just being flamboyant on purpose. He usually isn't this flippant about his strength unless he gets pissed off. Now, why don't you tell me what's really going on? What do you mean? I said evenly. Boy, do you think I'm blind? His expression turned serious. You may not be me, but that doesn't mean I don't see enough of my own mannerisms in you. I can count on one hand the amount of times I've had that look, and none of them are good. You, really are an asshole sometimes. I snorted. Can't you just leave it well enough alone? I suppose I could. Next time I get stabbed in the chest, why don't I just leave that alone as well? I'm sure nothing will. He paused, watching me flinch at his words. Oh my child, I am so sorry. He didn't say anything anymore, going to his cabinet and retrieving some glasses and a bottle of scotch. We sat there and drank in silence, until the bottle was almost empty. I really can't hide anything from him. I want a holy grail. I finally spoke. The look on his face seemed to relay that he understood what I was asking for. The one here isn't suitable. He chose the words carefully. Still corrupted. I was aware of that leech that original inhabited in the past centuries. The systems are heavily contaminated, even if the thing is gone, they were corrupted for so long, I'm trying to see what's salvageable. He shook his head. Frankly, I'll be happy if the summoning function still persists when I'm done. That means no command seals, no wish, and no failsafes. Neither of us would care about the wish, but it was more than that. It was the ability to use the magical energy stored for more malleable intents. The wishcraft that was embedded and powered by an almost unlimited amount of magical energy, it allowed the Grail to do almost anything, even punch a hole straight to the root. There are other worlds, other Grail wars. Indeed, that is an option. But it is unlikely I can just wave my hand and cancel those huge events to present you the Grail. I don't need it handed to me. I resolved myself. I will take it, servants or not. Zelretch raised an eyebrow, a smile formed. Well, if that's the case, I have a few things I can look into. Some places that would be better off without a Grail. Really? You're not going to give me another speech about taking things when I shouldn't? I never said you can't take things. He shook his head. I just told you to take responsibility. The debts you owe will continue to accumulate. If you wish to even the scales more actively, so to speak, I won't say anything in opposition. I know. I sighed. I guess, I just wanted the words to be said. He looked thoughtful, tapped his chin for a moment. I do have a lot on my plate right now, and it will take some time to find a suitable world line, unless you want to do that yourself. I couldn't help but scowl at the thought. Your nature makes it substantially easier to do that. It would take me years to find what I'm looking for, you can probably do it in days. That is true. He agreed. Regardless, it seems you can't do anything for the time being. What are your plans? I wanted to stay around for a few more days. Clearing the air with Artoria is probably one of the priorities. See where we go from here. I sighed again, looking up at the ceiling. I'll give Rin any help she needs, maybe point her on certain paths if she's going to explore Skyrim. Keep myself preoccupied with something. I only took a cursory glance at this Skyrim you mentioned. I've already started prepping her a bit, but I was thinking about having her attend that college you mentioned. Yeah, that's probably the best bet. The Archmage there is a good man, I would trust him with my life. I nodded, a small smile on my face as I recalled my time there. I know you're worried, but I have some people there that can give her some protection, not to mention I'll also give her a hand. I hesitated for a moment, rubbing my hands together. I can lend her my staff for an emergency. I practically winced at my own words. I hated the thought of parting with my staff again, but at least that's for the future. And it was for a good cause. Rin was family, I would make sure she's safe, not to mention Artoria who would be beside her the entire time. That is appreciated. He gave a genuine smile, making me feel better. Though I'm sure Ruby will be, not pleased. He let out a small laugh, before evening himself. But until then, what do you plan to do? I will probably head back to my birth world for a bit. I frowned, running a hand through my hair. Do you think it's wise? You don't have particularly fond memories of that place, adding on. He trailed off, but I know what he was asking. Well. I could only smile bitterly. I can't exactly feel any worse than I do now. Maybe some closure over there will help me in every aspect. Not much happened, setting up the future through some plot points and whatnot. As I said before, DXD is next, and wouldn't you know, he's already there over on my pat.rayon if you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead. Chapter 63, Chapter 62. You ready? I asked my companion, seeing Artoria, not standing awkwardly, but I could tell she was the tiniest bit nervous. I am. She nodded. I have selected one of these coffee shops that Rin has shown me. I couldn't help but smile at her antics. You look nice. I eyed her new wardrobe. It was, more of the same, but slightly different stylization and perhaps a new sweater. Thank you. She lowered her head slightly, I could tell she was a little bit of pink on her cheeks. I knew she was still unused to being complimented in this capacity, yet I couldn't resist. I picked these clothes out myself. She added on quietly. Well, she had good taste, even if she didn't deviate much. She knew what she looked good in, which to be fair was practically anything. But far be it from me to dissuade her from what she likes. So, I'm curious, did Rin introduce you to coffee? It was practically a necessity for most mages. Even those who despised the stuff learned to bear it for their continued experiments when they were working on Little Sleep. Now that I think about it, coffee makers are one of the few items that the residents here actually pay attention to when new models and upgrades are produced. I wouldn't be surprised if the industry was being propped up almost entirely by mage families. Rin had introduced me to the beverage. She confirmed. But something about her expression was a little off. Artoria, do you even like coffee? I eyed her suspiciously. It is not the most unpleasant thing I have ever partook in. She admitted, looking away. You know, we don't actually have to get coffee, right? But... She hesitated slightly. Rin told me it is an important social ritual for this dating. Cute. Artoria, I don't want you to have to suffer something as mundane as not liking a drink. I deadpanned. Why don't I take you to one of my favorite cafes? They have some interesting alternatives. She tiled her head slightly, nodding with a bit more enthusiasm than I had anticipated. I guess she really doesn't like coffee. All right, I'm hijacking this outing. I put my hand on her shoulder and she let out a cute little sound when I pulled her through the kaleidoscope. Our surroundings changed, and we appeared in a spot that was no doubt only familiar with myself. Here we are. I gestured. She looked curiously at a little cafe that didn't even have a worded sign on the front. She looked genuinely interested, seemingly a bit more intent on going to inspect the place. We walked inside, and the place was relatively empty, 1 or 2 patrons when the place could easily fit 50 to 60. It was one of my little favorites. Actually, I think Zelretch is pretty much single-handedly keeping it running at this point. And to be honest, this isn't the only place like that in this world. I saw her eyes dart to the menu. A lot of things perhaps were rather strange for her. Would you mind if I order for us? I think I can get something you'll like. I offered. Her face brightened and she gave me a good-natured smile. Yes, that would be wonderful. 2 hot chocolates, with the works, please. I set some money down on the counter, seeing the barista nod at me. We walked over to a secluded booth at the corner, for a little bit of privacy. It didn't take long for someone to follow up with our drinks. Artoria's eyes widened at the monstrosity that was set before us. And I use that term in a very endearing way. Whipped cream, topped with caramel, chocolate shaving bits, and a large marshmallow and a few graham crackers. I narrated. How decadent, she marveled, taking a sip. It is delicious. I could see her practically glow in the aftertaste. Yeah, this kind of place would be obsolete in a couple decades, when things like this become very much a fad all around the world. But for this time period, it's not exactly something you can find easily. Seeing her happy like this, it really did quell a lot of my turbulent emotions. Perhaps we should finally have that talk. I offered an in for conversation, quickly creating a shoddy bounded field around us, preventing any eavesdroppers and the like. She tucked a few strands behind her ear, looking at me with a small smile. I am unsure of how to properly proceed. She admitted, not nearly as unsure of herself as before though. A confidence that shone through even in ignorance. Well, before anything more comes about, you may rethink me after today. I sighed, seeing her expression turn pensive. I won't mince words, nor will I lead you on. I'll just be blunt, I have multiple women already. There really was no correct way to go about this, being completely honest was perhaps the best course of action though. She deserved nothing but my honesty, and I would not play with her emotions. Her expression hardened, and she reverted to her emotionless mask she often wore. It made it exceedingly difficult to get any kind of read on her. You. She stopped herself, seemingly unable to find the correct words before opening her mouth again. Why did you tell me, couldn't you have? She seemed dejected and slightly confused. Do you think this is something I would hide? I questioned. Do people really think the worse of me? Or maybe she was bringing some of her own self-esteem issues to light and making jumps in conclusions. I just shook my head. Artoria, what do you think the most important things in a relationship are? I am unsure, I have never had a proper relationship before. She said quietly, and my gut practically retched at her words. Yet, if I recall correctly, even her marriage was a sham, something basically done to hide her gender during those days. In my opinion, there are 3 facets that determine a relationship, with their importance in order. Trust, communication, and love. I explained. I refused to start any kind of romantic relationship on a lie. If you couldn't trust me, then what was the point if anything more bloomed? What happens if I did not wish to pursue anything more? She hesitantly asked. Then we simply don't have anything more. I shrugged. There is no consequence, I won't get angry, I'm not going to pressure you in any way. I said simply. You have an obligation to find your own happiness. If you don't believe it to be with me, then you are free to find someone else. I would be more than willing to continue with just our friendship. She looked rather contemplative at my words, clearly deep in thought. I have a question. Her words rather even. Do you truly like me? I do. There are several things about you that I find attractive beyond just your physical appearance. My words were completely honest. Was she looking for some reassurance? Oh. Her cheeks flushed slightly again. I see. We sat in silence for a few more moments before she spoke again. I admit, this isn't something I would have preferred, but it also is not a concept foreign to me. I tilted my head in confusion. Pardon. She looked at me. Did I say something strange? Did you not live in an era where Christianity was predominant and their tenets followed closely? She looked at me for a moment before actually bursting out laughing. I see, you seem to hold some incorrect thoughts about my era. She giggled a few more times before finally settling down. Yes, in public the upper class held to certain standards, but they were by no means priests or nuns. She pursed her lips. Many of my nobles had dozens of mistresses and lovers even if they only had a single wife. She looked rather wistful for a moment. I often used such things to shield myself away from those unscrupulous individuals who wished to offer up their daughters, sisters, and wives, for political gains. Did you just say dash? Yes. She deadpanned and I held back, many questions. You know, I am actually unsurprised. I sighed. Rules for thee, not for me. I waved my hand flippantly. Perhaps I romanticized that time period too much in my head. Your other, women. She chose her words carefully. Who are they? Meridia, she is a goddess from Skyrim, the place that the old man was speaking about sending you and Rin to. I explained. Well, technically Skyrim was just a province, but I didn't really want to delve into geography. A goddess. She seemed rather surprised. It's a close enough explanation before you actually read some books from there. Her authority is over life, or rather the energy of life. She holds a vehement dislike for the undead, so I would advise Rin to not practice any necromancy, seeing as how I was going to ask her to make sure no other higher powers poke around. Her eyebrows furrowed. I am a spirit. Different concepts. She hates the things that make a mockery of life. A heroic spirit is more of a holy existence, which there is a little precedent for over there. I waved off her concerns. Truthfully, I think she would like you. They have similar temperaments, and I think Meridia would find Artoria rather refreshing in someone she could confide in. And she is okay with you. She glanced at herself, but I could see what she was implying. She is the one who brought it up. I shrugged. Oh, I would have assumed. She stopped herself abruptly. My devil nature. I laughed lightly. I didn't mean it like that. She looked away briefly. It's not something I take offense in. You're probably right that my nature does have an influence on it. Actually, being a half-devil makes my inhibitions much lower than a normal human. I thought about it for a moment, realizing I need to take a better note of what my devil side actually does to me. But it's not like I even go out looking to pick up girls. I sighed. Even if harems and such are extremely common in my culture. Surprisingly on the opposite end of the spectrum as well. Wait, you mean women with multiple partners? Artoria looked flabbergasted. I guess being in male-dominated societies made such things unheard of. I only nodded at her. Oh my! She turned a bright pink. Well, the Devil Society is male-dominated as well, but strength rules over all else. There are plenty of strong women who have harems, albeit a bit rarer than men, but still not something one would bat an eye at. And, who else? She questioned again. Scat Hatch. I said simply, just bringing up her name still made me experience things I was trying to suppress. I should have expected that. She deadpanned. I can't counter those words. I couldn't help but smile slightly. Yeah, Skathika's reputation was known. Would I be able to meet them? She looked a little unsure of herself. Of course, though it may not be for a bit. Meridia can't leave her realm willy-nilly and Scathatch is currently indisposed. I see, you truly are keeping no secrets from me, and I wouldn't be able to find out even if you were, yet you are being so open. Her expression softened slightly, looking at me again. I still don't know what to do, even before this, revelation, I still was conflicted. But, I want to give it a chance, mayhap our paths will part at some point, but I do not want to live with a regret in my heart anymore. Hey, well, what do you know? This brought a genuine smile to my face, even if my heart was still in shambles. Author's notes. Still not much, these couple of chapters at the end of the first Fate arc are basically tying up loose ends and setting up future plot points. So Canon Artoria was someone who had many regrets in life. It basically led to her wanting to make a wish to undo her own existence, put someone else on the throne. To me, it would be one of the major points in her meeting the MC halfway in this, after coming to terms with everything, trying not to live with any regrets, even if the feelings are still relatively small. And bonus points in her book for being completely upfront about his relations. Regardless of how she perceived her marriage, it still left a huge mark of betrayal on her when it all came out. But yet, I planned on taking this particular relationship slow. And even Canon Artoria didn't seem to have any negative thoughts on someone having multiple partners as long as everyone involved was happy. Now, I see a lot of people asking about MC's current power level using DXD terms, and to be honest it's hard to put a number on it, so to speak. The thing about DXD power levels, is that they don't matter until they do. For example, Person A and Person B are both ultimate class, yet Person A could defeat 1,000 of Person B without breaking a sweat. Without considering true magic and boosted gear and primordial runes to make it super confusing, assume his strength is ultimate class if it makes you feel better. That being said, I will probably try to streamline the rankings a bit more so they actually mean something in the future. Chapter 64, Chapter 63. Clearing the air with Artoria had been surprisingly therapeutic. Maybe, I wanted to say it was a nice distraction from my other issues, but that would not be fair to the budding relationship I have with Artoria. I just kept reminding myself that Scathatch wasn't gone forever, and she was going to get an ass-kicking when I brought her back. But seeing Artoria's bright smile when we would meet, it would easily push away any melancholic thoughts I currently had. I let out a grunt as I finished up my small workout. It was almost ingrained on me at this point to start the day with several hundred swings of my sword. At some point, I pulled out Gibalg and started thrusting it for the reason. I don't know why I continued to torture myself like this, and I had no desire to truly learn the spear, it's just, I think it made me feel more at ease. Perhaps, I just wanted to feel closer to her now that we were so far apart. And I was swinging around Dawnbreaker just moments prior to that. I really am just a helpless idiot sometimes. Now that I think about it, I should really switch between all my swords to make sure I'm completely comfortable to wield any of them in any circumstance. I looked up into the air, and my swords flew back down to me. Whisper, Mirage, Dawnbreaker, Ascalon. I did feel a slight tinge of greed when I beheld them. Was it odd that I felt the need to get more? Perhaps it was my nature as a devil talking. I liked the thoughts of having my own armory, a collection to show off. Thoughts for later. Another random thought, I will surely need to test how the Staff of Magnus interacts with my new magical abilities, primarily my 9 realms and my primordial runes. Lots of stuff to do, and my time seems just as limited as before. It never seems to stop. I walked back to Zelretch's home, office, workshop thing. What even was the proper way to describe this? I suppose that most mages would refer to it as his workshop, simply because that is the most important facet inside. There you are! Rin exclaimed as soon as I walked inside. Come here, I'm going to show what I've been working on. Artoria flanked her form behind, a familiar sight at this point. She just looked rather amused by the whole thing as we shared a look. All right, lead the way. I offered no resistance as she practically dragged me into her workshop. It just went to show how much she seemingly trusted me this quickly if she was letting me in here. Realistically, I could come and go whenever I wanted, there was nothing she could do to stop me, yet she was willing to let me in here. The gesture though, was heavily appreciated. Old man. I greeted my grandfather who was already taking a seat inside. He looked rather interested in what was going on. Any idea what she's been up to? A smile rose on his face. I have absolutely no idea. He looked rather excited at the notion. She hasn't told me any details and the help she's come to me for hasn't given any clues either. Rin was just ignoring us, setting things here or there, making sure she had everything presented and ready to go. Artoria pulled up a seat and sat right next to me. She seemed rather relaxed in my presence, more so than previously, which I couldn't help but be happy about. Any sneak speaks? I asked her. I have been sworn to secrecy. She gave a small smile. Well, she seems really proud of what she's done so far. I really am curious what's gotten her so excited. All I know is that she's been preparing for some adventuring in other worlds. Zelretch added. That reminds me, I will need to give her some reading material, so she isn't quite so surprised by everything that she sees in Skyrim. I do have several historical texts and various biographies of the races there. Artoria too, they both needed to know what exactly they were walking into. I was going to ask Meridia to keep an eye on them, not to mention the Archmage would no doubt be excited to have a talent like Rin in her school. I could also put the word out to Thorim and anyone else who owes me favors. Thorim, I do miss my friend. I'm curious to see how much he's grown in our time apart. My delving into the shout had been slow going. I did get some practice and thoughts in my training though, and my new knowledge of primordial runes gives me a new perspective to work with as well. Alright. Rin suddenly stopped, pulled out several papers and a strange device she had in her hand. A phone. I hazarded a guess at what she was holding, though it looked nothing like what I would picture a modern phone as. It was rather bulky, and a few misshapen protrusions. Kind of. She admitted. I wanted a way to contact people across multiple world lines in real time. Me and Zelretch shared a look, and we both face-palmed in the same way. So this is how it feels to be on the other end. I asked the old man. Indeed, to think we missed something so simple. He shook his head. What? Did I do something wrong? Rin looked a little uneasy at our reaction. No, the opposite in fact. I assured her and Zelretch just nodded along. We just never had the need for a kaleidophone before, there was never a reason to contact other people through such a method. I couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, with several of us running around all in different places, this seems like an obvious step in hindsight. This will be a wonderful addition to our lives. Zelretch stood up, walking towards her to inspect everything. The means to hold conversations across worlds is non-existent at this point. I'm happy to admit that you took a step we never considered. Seriously, I'll bankroll all your research on this. I wanted to see her designs and notes as well. I have several people I am on good terms with across world lines, being able to keep in touch will be extraordinary. I could be able to speak with Meridia whenever I wanted, be able to talk with Artoria even when I'm away. Why had I never thought of something like this before? I'm curious how you came up with such a thing. I looked over Zelretch's shoulder as he inspected the device, something we could call a prototype. To call it a device though, was a bit of a misnomer. There was no technology involved. The outer frame looked to be made with some kind of steel composition. There were spell formulas carved inside and several small gems acting as certain magical batteries and spell holders. Ruby. I said suddenly, remembering the kaleidoscope. Indeed, my thoughts exactly. Zelretch looked at Rin. You used some concepts inside Ruby's own make and created something like this. I glanced at some of her magical formulas and systems. She said hesitantly. Rin, despite how I feel about the device, Ruby is one of my greatest creations, and you were able to reverse engineer very specific parts of her makeup and create a thing like this. He held out the phone. I am proud of you. He finally said. I shared the same sentiments. Ruby did have the ability to contact Zelretch across time and space, but it was difficult at the best of times. For Rin to use such an ability and reverse engineer it like this for a greater purpose, she really is a genius. At just a cursory look, I'm guessing the materials have a hard time withstanding the spells. I asked. Why yet? Rin said absent-mindedly, a large grin on her face. I've gone through several frames already. I got some metals you will like better, and they can be found in Skyrim for later. I nodded, probably some orichalcum mixed with some ebony here and there to protect specific parts. But, I'll let her handle that, this is her project, I'll only provided materials and such, maybe some suggestions on application here and there. Were you serious about the money? She asked. I just raised an eyebrow, lifting my hand up and allowing the gold coins to literally flow out of my ring onto the floor until a large pile formed. She stared at it, taking a hesitant step forward, dropping to her knees then face-planting right into it and hugging it like it was the most precious thing in the world. Well, then. I just chuckled. I'm sure the old man would have done the same thing, I think I just beat him to the punch. And, well, I have a greater desire in their application than he does. Money, materials, just tell me what you need and I'll provide it, though I may need to actually go out and find some things. I returned to my seat with an amused smile on my face as Zelretch and Rin were having some wholesome student-teacher time together as he practically picked her up off the pile of coins. I didn't want to disturb then, this was a good chance for them to bond and a great learning experience. I apologize for Rin's. Artoria spoke up but the words were left unsaid. Rin is. I offered. A small smile emerged on her face. Indeed. I'm excited, I never even considered something like this before. I can't wait until she can provide several more, then we can still talk and keep in touch even if we're worlds apart. Truly. She said quietly. Of course, do you think I won't miss you when we're away? I raised an eyebrow. Well. Nope. I cut her off. I am forbidding you from doing that any longer. I poked her shoulder. No more questioning your worth, no more self-deprecating thoughts. I could see how she still somewhat defaults into certain mindsets quite easily. Ah, the familiar sight of her cheeks turning the faintest pink. And I was surprised at her sudden boldness, her hand had reached over ever so gently and took mine own into hers. I guess doing something like this was easier than speaking certain words or trying to convey things one feels. She didn't look me in the eyes, opting to continue watching Zelretch and Rin go about their own business, and we didn't speak much more, but this was a moment that I felt entirely at peace. Is this what having a family is like? Alrighty, so another one of those may or may not release a chapter tomorrow, need to deal with apartment-related stuff, fingers crossed. So, one more Fate chapter before heading over to DxD for a bit. And since many people have been asking, the world after DxD, MC's power of destruction will finally come into play, and it's not a Fate world, nor is it Skyrim, feel free to guess, I'm curious what people are considering. Chapter 65, Chapter 64 DxD. Time flew by rather quickly, but not much actually happened in the few days I spent just hanging around the clock tower. Truthfully, I didn't really have the will to do anything worth remembering. I kind of wanted to sit in on some lectures that were open to anyone, but I just couldn't find it in me to go. Maybe I just didn't want to deal with anyone outside of my immediate circle right now? You're moping. I turned to look at Zelretch who was sorting through some things in the library while I had an open book in front of me. I'm not moping. I replied. Uh-huh. He just hummed idly. I'm not. Sure. Stop it, I know what you're doing, I do that. Alright. Fuck off. I finally scowled. Oh, hello Saber. Zelretch turned his head. I followed his gaze, only to see no one. And you immediately brightened up when you thought she was there. He chuckled. I hate you. Uh-huh. Gods damn it. So what if I'm happy to see her, it proves nothing. I snorted, going back to my book. Because, you're moping unless she's nearby, well, you seem to be happy around Rin too and I hope you're not thinking about my precious student in that way. Rin is. I chose my words carefully. An objectively beautiful woman and someone I enjoy being around, but I do not possess the slightest romantic inclinations towards her. I would very much like to not make this ambiguous. He just continued to hum nonchalantly, making my scowl deeper. He knew I didn't feel about Rin that way, just poking at me more. Gods, he can be really infuriating sometimes. When do you plan on leaving? He finally asked. Why, getting tired of me? Just curious, I want to try and get a time frame of when I need to finish up several projects. He said calmly. I did narrow down a few dozen world lines that may serve your purpose as well. Holy Grail. It had been on my mind for a while now, and it looks like he's getting close to finding a good one so I can just take it without any major issues. I just sighed, setting my book down. Alright, I am moping. I admitted. It's just hard to find the energy to anything right now. Well, it's good to admit it, just keeping it bottled up is never healthy. Zelretch nodded. Why don't you set out? I just blinked for a moment. Just like that? Open a portal and pop back to my birth world. Sure. He shrugged. It's not like you have anything tying you down here. That's not. Let me rephrase, you have nothing demanding your immediate attention. He corrected himself. And you're making assumptions that you can't just pop back over whenever you want. Oh, I really am stupid sometimes. I wanted to facepalm but I held myself back. This wasn't like back in Skyrim where I was missing some important things, nor like the Land of Shadows where I was stuck for training. I can literally come and go as I please, comma. Zelretch looked at me, a pleased smile on his face. It often requires someone else stating the obvious to us. Clearly knowing my thoughts, I ran a hand through my hair, thinking about my birth world again. I already decided to head back, but it felt like this huge hill to climb, yet it was as simple as snapping my fingers. Fine, I'll check back in within a few days, I guess. I decided, standing up. I would rather not give myself any more time to think excuses to not go at this point. Let's see, anything in particular I need to grab before I go? I still have a significant amount of rare minerals, gold, jewels and the like. I doubt my mundane currency will be usable, mostly because it came from another world. Let's not get any governments on my ass because of counterfeit money. I have a nice array of potions available as well, a lot of things for emergencies like foodstuffs. Oh, I need to pick up some my alcohol, I'm basically out, but I guess I can do that over there. Talismans? I have a large amount, but that's something I could always use more. In fact, why don't I head over to Japan, specifically the Center for Japan's Supernatural Community, Kyoto? No doubt I can pick up some decent materials over there for my purpose. And no one would really give me a second look considering I am Japanese on my mother's side. Perhaps I should go check up on Artoria and Rin, but I think Rin is deep in her research right now and I don't want to disturb them. Meh, I'll check back in a few days anyways, no big deal. Alright, I'm convinced, and I seem to have everything I'll need already. Do you by chance have that world simulated yet? Only some small things. Why, any specific place you want to go? Well, I could probably eyeball it, but some specific location would be appreciated. I didn't want to come back right into Kyoto again, that would be awkward. Sure, where do you want to go? Kyoto. Nice choice, I've been meaning to take a look at the yokai there, such an interesting group. He muttered, flipped his hand, allowing a portal to form. Well, guess I'm off then, I said, somewhat surprised at the small bit of excitement I found swelling up in my chest. Without any more lingering thoughts, I jumped through the portal. I felt many things coming back here, my tic almost made me run my hand through my hair again, but I caught myself before doing so. I started my calculations immediately, perhaps some part of me paranoid and still self-conscious about this whole thing. As ridiculous as it is, I still can't shake the feelings I buried deep down. Logically I know they don't make much sense, but they still shake me. But I'm much better than I was years ago. They're more of an echo of what they once were, and I am in a much better place, even if my heart is still in tatters over other matters. Going from my home back to my birth world, there were many things made clear right away, like the state of the mana in the air. Even though it's a modern world, pollution and all that running rampant, the world seemed much more vibrant with magical energy. I guess having so many godly beings with nature authorities does wonder for the planet. What to do now? The old man was kind enough to literally drop me inside the little pocket dimension that is supernatural Kyoto. I think it's called Yurikyoto. West Kyoto and East Kyoto. They were ruled over by two powerful yokai, one of them a nine-tailed fox, and Maiko for Amaterasu. From what I recall, she also watches over the immensely powerful ley lines for the area. On the opposite end, is a rather famous yokai Nurarihayan. There is this weird coexistence between all the parties, East and West Kyoto, then all the major human families that practice various exorcism and onmyoji arts. The board is surprisingly sturdy for some many factions existing within each other, not threatening to tip over at nearly any point. I headed towards the nearest looking bar, somewhat Western theme based on the decor, it would suit my needs perfectly. Walking in, there were only a couple people, none of them humans. I was only given a cursory glance, but from what I could see so far, humans weren't uncommon and I doubt my heritage made anyone annoyed. Setting down, the bartender gave me once ago. Whatcha want, kid? I couldn't see what species of yokai he was immediately, he seemed pretty good at blending in. Give me something strong. I set a couple gold coins on the table. He hesitantly picked one up, inspecting it and giving me a nod. What else you want? He asked, pulling something up from the back to start pouring. Well, he has good sense, knowing I overpaid for a reason. Been out of country for a while, some information would be nice. I set a few more coins down, he didn't even do a double take before sliding them off the table. Some place to get some money for gold would be appreciated, and maybe some news from the past few weeks. Surprisingly, most magical communities and supernatural species stuck to human currency. Frankly, it just made everything easier of them, for the most part. There were also supernatural authorities who monitored the stock market and such for any magical abuse. Not to mention America literally has a whole section of government dedicated to the supernatural with several sacred gear users. The fantastical side of the world surviving to modern day, some really strange things seem to evolve from necessity. Few blocks down, on the right, you can't miss it. They take anything for trade and offer almost any kind of human money if you want. He said bluntly. As for news. He thought for a moment. Odin was making a mess of things around here not too long ago, the Shinto gods were getting a bit displeased. Odin, I thought back to what happened at the Land of Shadows and clenched my fists. I won't be put in that situation again. Oh, the church lost some of their little toys, been all in a tizzy over that, heard they started to poke around even here. He snorted, obviously dislike for the Christian institution. Oh, and we got a celebrity back in town. He gave a small laugh. Okada Tsuji was around, he's usually down in hell serving his king. I blinked at that last one. Okada Tsuji. One of our heroes I guess. You know about him, kid? I know about his legend, I suppose. Among other things. Well, he got turned into a devil by the big man himself, Lucifer. Serves as one of his knights or something. Even with our strained relationship with the devils, it seems like most people still like the former Shinzengami. Yeah, pretty much what I thought. Well, this is interesting, I'll be sure to keep my eyes peeled then. I doubt this has anything to do with me, is what I would like to say, but it's only been a couple weeks in this world since I've left. Thanks for the info. I gave him a final tip and finished my drink. Thanks, kid. He waved me off, clearly satisfied with his haul. I guess I should go get some money, perhaps I should buy a house here as well? I wanted somewhere permanent, and that idea of overlaying the place on multiple world lines keeps popping up in the back of my mind. Not super exciting, but hey, we're back in DxD. Sorry for no chapter yesterday, but on the bright side, I finally found a place. It's just I had to be quick to snap it up, so moving had been a bit chaotic trying to do everything so quickly. On a side note, I enjoyed reading everyone's predictions, and no, I wasn't using it as a way to think of a next world, I already had one chosen weeks ago. But hey, a couple people guessed it correctly, and no, it's not Kuroinu. And several more future worlds were guessed beyond just the next one, but I guess when I made the MC obsessed with grabbing nice swords, some things became obvious. Chapter 66, Chapter 65. I could understand what the bartender meant when he said you can't miss it. Yeah, if gaudy was a something in style, this would still be over the top. Perhaps they're doing something right though, if they're so easily recognizable. Still though, just looking at these golden doors encrusted with jewels is just, bleh. Well, seeing the cornucopia engraved right above the entrance, I could tell who was backing such a place. No doubt there were probably many branches all around the world. Plutus, Greek god of wealth and abundance. Need any more be said? The inside wasn't much different from the outside, even if there were many interesting things I might actually want at some point. Greetings, sir. A woman bowed as I entered. May I ask if you are selling or buying? Little of both. I replied. Though I would like to change some gold to yen if possible as well. Of course, sir. She gestured towards the counter. Please follow me. Well, service is good. Welcome to the world's cornucopia, we have everything and anything you could want, how may we be of service? I was led towards an older gentleman, he appeared to be the true representative. Gold exchange, then I wouldn't mind seeing some goods. I thought for a moment. Also, do you all deal in real estate? Yes, we have many plots of lands, buildings, and other such things if needed. He nodded. We also possess a catalog of our showrooms, though some may need to take a couple days to transfer from elsewhere. And lastly, we do provide an exchange of gold to your desired currency, but we do take a 1% fee. Sounds fair. Do you have somewhere I can empty a large amount of gold coins into? He held out a bucket, pulled from under the table. I just eyed him and lifted my hand up, allowing a couple thousand septims to fall out. They never overflowed, seemingly a bottomless enchantment. Very good, sir. I will have these sorted and priced in a few moments, please browse our selections while you wait. He bowed and ducked out to what I assumed was the back room. Whatever, I'm kind of curious what they have for sale, let's take a look at swords. This catalog was enchanted as well, I could apparently search things up and it was much bigger than it appeared on the surface. Without much effort, it filtered for weapons, then towards swords. Some good stuff already. Shamshuri Zamarad an anti-demon weapon from the Middle East, interesting, but not my style. A nameless katana forged by Sengo Muramasa, my interest was slightly more piqued, but I once again disregarded it after another thought. It didn't quite match up to my other weapons, regardless of its creator's status, it was still a failed product. Oh, there's a sword I recognize, Dyrnwyn. A holy sword that ignites with holy flames when wielded by the worthy, with a Celtic origin. I'm surprised the church hasn't snapped this up, they usually hoard any and all holy items that originated from Europe, even if they have pagan births. There were some more, that managed to grab my attention, but none that really brought about my greed. Mostly they were all about this level, which wasn't too surprising, anything more than this and they would be grabbed immediately or never come up in a market like this one in the first place. Well, I mostly just made a mental note of anything I thought was interesting for later. They did have more than just weapons, ingredients, and alchemic supplies were among their best sellers apparently. Excuse me, sir. The man bowed again, and I never caught him name, but I think that was on purpose. Your gold has been weighed and measured. This is the total. He handed me a slip of paper, and my eyes briefly widened. I had forgotten how much gold was worth here again. Well, I can make some nice money by bringing gold back from Skyrim if I were inclined. Very good. I tapped a place on the catalog. Would it be possible to give this place a look through? I gestured towards a specific house within West Kyoto. Of course. He said without a second thought. I'll make all necessary preparations. Outside of the decor, this place is all right. I'll definitely be coming back here if the need arises. With a hefty amount of cash in my ring, I held onto a piece of paper that gave me directions on where to go. Surprisingly, they had that much cash on hand, I would have thought they do bank transfers or something. Fun side note, there are supernaturally inclined banks in the world. Granted, the ones that cater to specific supernatural entities are limited, most just have a few branches here or there for that purpose. I'm really learning a lot of fun little things about this place that I didn't know before. You know, today has been a good day. Boom. Is what I would have loved to say, had not everything started exploding around me. I just sighed as a building down the street literally caught fire after what looked like a man in a mask ran out of it, throwing something inside and having it explode into pieces. Literally, almost everything was on fire at this point. There were many groups of people running around, what looked like armed guards, civilians, and a third group in masks and cloaks that were causing all sorts of chaos and damage. I just continued to walk, staring at the destruction around me, practically apathetic to it all. I had come here to essentially relax. To some small errands, walk around my birth world, and perhaps find some kind of spiritual peace while working through my own issues. Fuck it, this doesn't concern me, I'll just... Mommy. I stopped in my tracks, turning to the side, some masked individuals were dragging off a female yokai, a little child being held away by another. They began pawing at her clothing, still almost in the middle of the street. Between that brief moment it took me to contemplate what was happening, and allowing anger to set it, my swords already flashed out. I withdrew my hat, putting over the kid's eyes in time so he didn't see the bloody scene. The woman looked at me fearfully as I quickly cleaned up the new decapitated bodies around her with a few fire talismans. Magical fire, great for getting rid of bodies. Mommy, the little boy whispered as he hugged his mom, but the mother still eyed me warily. Go. I ushered, flipping my hat up and putting it onto my head. Thank you. She said quietly, picked up her son and running at speeds more in line with a non-human. I sighed again, my swords floating around me. I seemed to draw more attention onto myself as well. I saw a few people shouting and pointing at me, but their voices were lost in the background somewhere. I don't consider myself a hero, but some things I can't let slide. There are lines, ones I won't cross and ones I will not allow others to cross as well. You bastard! One of the masked people attacked me, blood literally covering his hands, yet he said something like that. I just shook my head, not giving him any attention as his head also rolled on the ground after Whisper passed by. Kill him! Another shouted as a dozen or more followed his words. Some started casting spells, a few ran at me with weapons and a couple relied on their enhanced physiologies to attack me. The first one to reach me, I merely knocked his weapon away after reinforcing my body. It almost made me pause, to see how strong I've actually become in a physical sense. I've been training with someone who could kick my ass, so I wasn't used to fighting mooks like this. I just grabbed his throat with my hand, keeping him locked in place. Snapped my fingers, several runic circles appeared behind me. Lightning, I said lazily. The volley of magically enhanced lightning discharged towards my enemies, burning and blasting them to shreds. One or two managed to escape this initially bombardment, but my swords made short work of them. Not even enough to warm me up, hell, not even enough for me to actually wield one of my swords. I dropped the only living one to the ground, pulling a chair out of my ring and sitting down. He rolled on the ground, gasping for breath until his face had some color return to it. He saw me as he tried to stand up and run away, only for Ascalon to fly down from the sky and impale him through the chest and onto the concrete. He screamed in pain, my sword not budging from its spot regardless of how he tried to pull at it. I withdrew and applied, staring at him intently while I took a bite. What do you? Shhh. I held a finger to my mouth, shushing him. Ascalon pushed slightly deeper into the ground. Making him whimper even more in pain, I saw his body flicker, the illusion he was apparently wearing seemed to dissipate. Ears appeared on his head, two tails poked out from behind him, pushed out either side from his smushed form. A kitsune. I spoke, not to him but to myself, taking another bite. Who are you? I finally asked. You'll never. A second sword fell from the sky, impaling his right thigh. His screams echoed out again. I asked a question. Be bastard. He grit out, blood flowing from his mouth. I wagged my finger at him, making him shut up. My question. We are the, he coughed, blood flying from his throat. True rulers of the night, we serve the true. Mirage finished him off, his eyes widened as my sword stuck out of his head. Cult of Tamamo no Mae, got it. I sighed, trying to pick through the vast amount of information I usually ignored that got added when my memories returned. I do vaguely recall this annoying bunch, particularly because they are active in the country I was born in. It was pretty cut and dry, a cult dedicated to Tamamo no Mae. Their main purpose is to resurrect her, somehow, and then have her usher in a new age of something. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure on their motivations, only that they're stupid and their goals are probably equally stupid. But, well, now I have some target to work out some pent of frustrations on, I suppose. Sometimes you just need to look at the bright side of THI. A massive figure burst out of the ground a few hundred meters away. Several heads swayed back and forth, dark green scaly skin almost consuming all light in the area. Slit eyes took in the surrounding, multiple serpent heads opened their mouths and exhaled a deadly miasma. This thing was huge, at least 3 times the size of that dragon I fought back in Skyrim. A hydra? No. From Greece mythology, there exists the hydra, the divine beast that Heracles took care of. In Japanese mythology there is a similar beast, perhaps superior to its Western counterpart. Yamata no Orokai, the divine serpent that required the skills of Susanoo, the storm god to slay. It possessed 8 heads and 8 tails, a beast massive and deadly, and even considered a dragon in every meaningful regard. Perhaps that's why it differed from the hydra. This one isn't the divine creature, the dragon serpent. But if I had to guess, this had some relation with it, what specifically, I don't know. It had 5 heads and 6 tails. Was it like a kitsune where its appendages represented its strength? I actually didn't know much about the physiology of this creature. Well, regardless. A volunteer. I smiled lightly. Oh baby, what the fuck is going on in Kyoto? Chapter 67, Chapter 66. The thing didn't immediately rampage. I mean, it caused wanton destruction by merely existing, being bigger than most buildings, naturally emitting a poisonous miasma that looked very deadly, and just the sheer confusion at where it found itself. I could see the buildings begin to erode and the concrete literally disintegrate as the venom seeped into the surroundings. Frankly, I think someone summoned it in the sewers or something. Easily a premeditated action, no way someone could accidentally summoning this thing right at this moment. I unfurled my wings and took to the highest building I could get to within a few breaths to get a better idea of what was going on, because frankly, this whole thing was absurd. I saw in a few directions, there were more pockets of chaos, buildings on fire, and magical attacks soaring through the air as several groups clashed. My attention was turned back to the large dragon hydra thing that was starting to get rather ornery. I just sighed as I saw some heroes try to attack it, throwing what I considered to be cantrips at the thing. I spun my hat on my finger, watching the scene unfold with accumulating annoyance. What do you think, Drake? I met Yamato no Orokai on a few occasions. This thing's definitely pumping out poison reminiscent of it, though it's a very pale comparison. Probably some kind of magical snake creature yokai, that was experimented on? Perhaps force-fed some remains of the serpent dragon. I wouldn't be surprised if it was originally a very very distant relative, and they pushed some of that inside it to begin with. Drake agreed. Look at its heads and tails, they should be even, yet it has only 5 heads to its 6 tails, that is heavily mutated, and not in a good way. Now that I take a closer look, some of its scales are dislocated and jutting out at weird angles, and there are some odd growths on parts of its body that look like bones. As much as I hate that stupid snake, this thing just makes me angry. Even if left alone, it would probably die by itself in a few weeks. Just as Drake finished, one of the mouths opened up, and a condensed stream of green fire spewed out down the street. The surroundings didn't catch fire and burn, they dissolved. Is that poison, yet? Maybe it has some Hydra ancestry as well. Drake pondered and I could only nod my head. Some unholy combination, that isn't really unholy if I think about it. I mean, the serpent dragon was poisonous, but the Hydra, it was known for its poison, even to an extent that gods feared it. Maybe whatever happened to this thing, it merely latched onto Orokai's poison concept and that's how it mutated the way it did. Just as Drake said, this thing was breaking down and wouldn't last long by itself. I would put money that its own poison was eating away at it on the inside. Your guess is as good as mine. Even as is, it couldn't compare in any way to that stupid snake. Yet, Drake didn't really get along with other dragons. I shook my head. I wasted enough time. I focused on my heart, allowing my magical energy to explode out. It only took a moment for all 5 heads of that things to dart towards my directions, eyes staring at me menacingly. Having an artificial dragon heart does have its boons outside of the physical enhancements. This snake dragon yokai abomination ignored the little insects that were trying to bite it as it started moving towards me. I suppose I was acting as a challenge, even if neither of us was a real dragon. Certain instincts were still ingrained. Even I could feel an annoyance at its presence, as minuscule as that creeping sensation was. Well, one thing was for sure, whatever origin this thing claimed, it was a strictly malevolent being. May as well flex my onmyoji since I'm in the neighborhood. That and apparently Odin was around. Don't want to use too many runic spells for the moment. This has already been a shit show, don't need to drag him into it. Flicking my hand, several talismans overlapped between my fingers. God of the East Sea, Ame. God of the West Sea, Shakuryu. God of the South Sea, Kyoju. God of the North Sea, Gokyu. Gods of the 7 seas, fend off 100 demons and drive back the fierce disaster. Order. My voice carried from top the building. My magical energy fluctuated out as a massive pentagram formed both in the sky and on the ground under the malevolent snake creature. They both lit up and the miasma seeping from its pores began to vanish. The venomous liquid that spewed from its mouths onto the surroundings were doused and dissipated. Even the creature itself looked up to the sky and shrieked in pain and anger. This was to stop its corrupted presence from spoiling the area. Damage can be rebuilt, but it's infinitely harder to cleanse an area after something like this lingers here for too long. I admired my work briefly. It seems my practicing has indeed paid off in spades. While not my main focus when I was training, I definitely spent many hours I toiled away to learn this craft, especially when Scathatch read up on it and realized how much I was ignoring it. I held back a shudder. With a small smile, I jumped down from high up and squared up against the beast. It seemed content to entirely focus on my movements, not rampaging about. Of course, it roared with all 5 heads, anger clear on its many faces. Noisy. I dismissed him. It was intelligent enough to understand I wasn't intimidated, but it would be difficult to test how sapient it actually is. I shook my head. Dawnbreaker flew out at lightning speed, its golden light shining bright as it decapitated one of the heads in that brief moment where it was not on its guard. It hissed in pain, roared in fury, and stared at me with madness. I only raised an eyebrow when the fallen head physically dissolved into a toxic puddle and a new head grew in its pace at a visible pace. Did it trade physical ability for enhanced regeneration? I didn't expect my sword to cut off that head with such ease. It was by no means instantaneous like the dragon serpent would be, but that regeneration was top-notch for nearly anything else in the world. Its mouths opened up and the miasmic fires sprayed at me. As they approached, I continued my pace unperturbed. The space around me shattered, like glass, and I was a few feet out of the way, still continuing at an even pace, each step unabated. The heads swept, melting the surroundings, and I would always appear in safe spot, much to the creature's annoyance. It may look like a cute little trick, but it was actually an advanced technique utilizing the kaleidoscope. I was essentially pulling myself to another dimension and allowing the world's natural flow to force me back into the correct path, but the time it took to do that allowed me to essentially sidestep attacks. Eventually, it got close enough to just try and pounce at me with one of its heads. Probably a smarter option, but still useless. Ascalon. I called gently. The anti-dragon sword flew out of my ring, taking the head off at the base of the neck, except this time, there was no regeneration. The head flopped to the ground, lifeless. Impressive to actually see it in action. Drake commented. The anti-dragon concepts really do devour anything remotely draconic. Perhaps, it is even worse for this lesser dragon because it can't defend against such a thing even if it is slightly less effective in the end. I held out my hand, and Ascalon flew to me, fingers clutched around its grip. My knees bent and the air behind me exploded at my abrupt increase in speed. My arms moved with a speed that had taken this creature by surprise. I rained down slashes on its body before it could reach. Several more heads dropped the ground around me and the whole creature finally fell over. Its tainted blood seeping out and creating an entirely toxic environment. Even my spell was having trouble containing this malevolent venom. Well, not much I can do about that, still better than letting it roam free. I sighed, kicking the corpse to make sure it was truly dead, but I doubt I would miss something like that again. Call it a small bit of self-consciousness after that whole dragon fiasco. Feel better? Meh. I replied, I just wasn't really into it. I mean I had fun, I always like to test various magical things, but it wasn't a challenge. Maybe. I thought over his words for a moment. Do I desire a real fight? Or maybe I'm still just moping, honestly it could be both as well. I don't know, I'm still just so, bleh. I looked up around me and noticed people peeking out from hiding places. Magical barriers coming down, and heads poked out of windows. But what I noticed immediately, were the phones taking pictures and being held up like they were recording. Ah, I forgot that was a thing here. DeviantNet or something, basically the supernatural version of the internet and various social medias. Yeah, Devil basically corner the market on such things, and most other species are content to just use their products. Well, fuck. Damn, should have used the boosted gear. Yeah, fuck that. So, what are the chances that no one got a good look at my face? Drake just laughed. So I moved everything today, and goddamn am I exhausted, so today's chapter is pretty short. MC remembers that he's in a modern world even if he's surrounded by supernatural. Time to become internet famous. Chapter 68, Chapter 67. Oh, this one is good too. I let out a chuckle, bitch please. A caption with a picture of me backhanding some random mook who tried to sneak attack me. The comments were great too. Oh god, I've missed the internet. I stayed around a little longer after killing the Hydra Dragon Snake thing. I was already pretty much revealed at that point, so I put out some fires, both metaphorically, and literally. Afterwards, it wasn't particularly hard to get my hands on a magic phone, or well, several of them. A few of which were currently in pieces in front of me as I was seeing how they worked. Interesting pieces of magic. The shell was kind of fake, only made to look mundane and technological. The magical mechanisms were quite well done though. I had to tip my hat to whoever created these things, they were a sturdy and well thought out piece of magic. I of course took several to pass on to Rin for her own studies, they would go a long ways in helping her project. But what got my attention, was the attention I had gotten. Frankly, from what I could piece together, what happened was a complete shit show. Even only several hours afterwards, things were still hitting the fan. Oh, the age of information, how it permeates even the supernatural communities. Many leaks and secrets revealed straight onto the DeviantNet. So, my assumption was right, some idiots operating under the cult of Tamamonome started causing chaos to draw attention away from a ritual site a few miles away from where I was at. Don't know the specifics of that, it's really hush-hush. Word on the street is that they were responsible for the big beastie I fought. Apparently, they brought in a few human clans who were on the zealous side with regards to their stance on coexistence. That is to say, the only good yokai is a dead yokai, ironic considering who they worked with. 50 to 50 chance each side was going to betray the other after everything was done. Well, some of the more liberal clans saw what was going on, stepped in, only to be mistaken for the zealots. There are reports of a third unknown entity that also joined the fray, what appeared to be mostly humans wielding some interesting weapons. There were sightings of them infiltrating a few guarded locations and sneaking away in the chaos. What an eventful evening, and that wasn't even the end of it. Almost on K, an explosion erupted a little way away, and the massive form of a nine-tailed fox stepping on some very deserving people. Some idiots thought it was a good opportunity to stage a coup. Yup. I was on a forum basically getting the play-by-play. No way was I getting my feet wet in that whole mess. I did enough to ease my conscience as it was, but it made for some interesting entertainment. Now, with all of this going on, it may be a wonder how I somehow drew attention. Apparently there was a nice picture of me with my wings out, and someone asked the simple question, is that Lucifer? Regardless of my thoughts on him, I couldn't deny the resemblance. The immediate assumption was that another side suddenly joined in, the devils, but that was quickly disproven by no other devils appearing and me actually helping people. But, no, it just kinda spiraled out from there. My favorite theory someone put up is that I'm the time-traveling younger Lucifer. Oh, internet, never change. Species, magic, mundane, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Unfortunately, cooler heads prevailed in the discussions, and it started to trend on various media sites. Not too surprising when one of the strongest beings in the world suddenly has a hitherto new relative. Truthfully, I still didn't know how to feel about my father. Hate? Did I hate him? That is a distinct possibility. I didn't exactly blame him for mother's death, it's not like they were close in any capacity. I doubt he even knew I existed for my early life. Hell, my mother didn't even know who he was. I wasn't ashamed to admit that my mother was a prostitute, rather, an escort. She did everything she could to give me a life, to provide for me. I am proud to have had her as my mother. Even still, I don't know if I could even spare enough to truly despise him. Was it lesser than that? A more mild dislike, perhaps even apathy. I did not care for him, I disliked him, he was irrelevant to me. And most of that stemmed from how I was being forced into a certain little box for my life. Was I still angry about that? Oh, most definitely, but I have calmed down from those years ago. It's not like I'm going to jump down to hell and start a killing spree in some insane vengeance-induced rage. Am I allowed to just want to move on with my life and not dwell on it anymore? I sighed, cleaning up my mess and gathering everything I had. I guess I shouldn't put this off any longer. I muttered, opening a portal to a destination I was both dreading and aching for. It was a small walk away. I didn't want to pop right in, for some reason I felt it would be impolite, especially since I haven't seen her in a very long time. Hey, Mom! I said quietly, stopping in front of a certain grave mark as Miyako Shimoda. It was a fair distance away from Kyoto, so I rarely had an opportunity to visit. I was feeling things I thought I had gotten over many years ago, yet it seems like they reopen the moment I'm here. There were some weeds overgrown here and there. I got on my knees and started tidying up, placing some fresh flowers along with a few sticks of incense to properly pay my respects. It's been a while. I finally spoke, sitting on my butt. A lot has changed, I don't even know where to begin. I sighed, my eyes drifting up to the sky. I have a new name now. I squeezed out. New name for a new person, or something like that. I don't know, it seems like my reasoning back then was mostly out of spite and anger. I didn't want any connection to my old self, I felt so powerless back then. I don't really regret what happened, more so the reason for why I did it. I couldn't help but run a hand through my hair. Your son is strong now. I paused, twiddling my fingers. I'm also a magician. I let out a laugh. I think I said I wanted to be that when I was younger after we saw that magic show. Well, I suppose dreams do come true, even if it turned out a bit differently. I smiled faintly at that old memory. I also made a small promise to myself to learn stage magic. I also have a girl in my life, rather 3. I felt oddly bashful at saying that in front of my mother's grave. I wonder if you would be annoyed at me for that, but I care for all of them. I'm sure they would love you, they're all wonderful girls. The first one I met was Meridia. She's not human, but she is really sweet. I smiled as I reminisced about my first meeting with her. She's strong too, could basically tell the world to F. I caught myself. Sorry, tell the world to sod off. I corrected. Then there's Artoria, I'm sure you would absolutely get a kick out of meeting her. Yes, I had my night phase as a kid as well. We started to date more seriously recently, well, kinda just accept our relationship as something more than a one-off, I guess. I glanced back down at my mother's grave. Don't worry, I'm not keeping any major secrets from any of them, nor do I plan to. Lastly though, I stopped myself. It's hard to talk about her right now. It still hurts, Mom. I know it's not a final goodbye, but I miss her so much. I wiped away a little wetness in my eyes. Excuse my language, but I'm going to kick her ass the next time I see her. If I keep talking about them, I don't think I'll ever stop. I felt a small sense of genuine contentment at this moment. Why don't I tell you about some of my adventures instead? How about that time I fought a dragon with my friend Thorum? I took one last look at my mother's grave. I felt relief. I didn't realize how much I needed to get some things off my chest. It honestly felt like a weight was lifted from my shoulders. Scathatch was still a sore spot, I still almost wept when I thought about her, but I felt okay at this moment. I was content for the moment, and I felt like I could properly mourn without becoming a complete wreck. Even being gone for over a decade, Mom still knows how to make me feel better. Well, regardless, I could really use a drink right about now. My whole purpose for coming back here was to find some kind of closure, for my own mental health. I would just enjoy my time while it lasted, no responsibilities, just have some fun and finish some projects that didn't need my immediate attention before. I stepped through a portal back over to Kyoto, close by where I left before. It was an area that was relatively untouched, so some places were still open for business. I recalled seeing a pub around here somewhere, or rather an izakaya. I wouldn't mind some comfort food as well, been a while since I've had proper Japanese cuisine, even if it is the bar variety. My mind wandered as I just enjoyed my stroll. I was pretty much set on buying that property. I took a few looks at it. The house didn't really matter much, but the land was prime real estate for my need. And I wanted to get testing on this. I was quite interested on how this would turn out. To anchor a single location and spread it across several world lines and make it stable enough to support several different time flows. It will be fun, and I couldn't help but smile at the thought. Perhaps I should do a smaller test once I work the kinks out, maybe buy some land over in America, see if I can't do this small connection first. My muse brought me to the little bar I saw before. I saw the lights still on, so I happily walked inside, though I felt something both strange and familiar as I got close. It almost felt like I was in the land of shadows again, except it wasn't nearly as oppressive. I just shook my head. This was a supernatural place, many species and people lived here. It wouldn't be good to judge someone based on what they are or where they come from. Though when I entered, I only saw a single person sitting at the counter, and only the bartender off to the side. A woman with grayish silver hair. She turned her head to look at me, red eyes almost seemingly capable of penetrating my soul. I raised an eyebrow, keeping my power bubbling under the surface. Wilhelm. I know. Strong. This woman was extremely strong, but she was keeping it extremely contained. Like only the absolute barest of her presence was leaking out, and even then I couldn't tell what she was. She didn't seem hostile, so I ignored it, and she was content to enjoy her own drink. The man behind the counter eyed me warily, and I noticed he was kind of keeping his distance from the woman, as much as he could without being rude. Odd. Start me off with some yakitori and a beer. He didn't even answer me before getting started. What a strange atmosphere, and I couldn't quite help myself. I glanced over to the woman drinking by herself a few seats down. Hello, I'm Wilhelm. I introduced myself. I noticed the man freeze briefly behind the counter. The woman turned to me a little surprised at my words. She stared for a moment before answering. Izzy. She said plainly. Hey, strange name for a Japanese woman, but who am I to judge? Who knows what her actual ancestry is like? I try not to judge based on appearances. Well, I wouldn't mind some conversation while I drink. So in retrospect, I should have written the interlude before this chapter, would probably have been better, but I was rather busy the few days I pumped these out. Doesn't really detract from much, but I know people were looking forward to reactions, so sorry, those are next chapter from a few perspectives. If people really want, I can do a FOESQ addition to the chapter after the interlude, or at some point in the next few chapters. Well, regardless, setting up some future plot points and laying down some motivations. Also, do people want me to add pictures when I introduce characters that will appear more than some NPC in the background? I don't mind adding them in the paragraph comments. Chapter 69, Interlude 2. Interlude 2. POV Okada Tsuji, Knight of Lucifer. Walking out of the room where I gave my report, I noticed a rather familiar face approaching me. I could already feel a headache coming on, no doubt she was here to speak to my king. Lady Gremory. I greeted the mother of my king, and lady of House Gremory. Okada, a pleasure as always. His neutral expression was something of familiarity at this point. Tell me, has my stupid son done something productive recently? I held back a wince at her words. If it were anyone else, maybe I would have some words to say about them insulting my king. I of course had many things to say about him myself, but I was loyal to a fault and I would never betray his trust, not after he saved me all those years ago. I am unsure of what you are referring to, Lady Gremory. As loathed as I was to learn how to navigate through the devil's political spectrum, I can't help but admit it has done me a world of good. Unfortunately, such things seem to fail against Lady Gremory. I may as well be unequipped in a duel of words with this woman. She just stared at me, expression never changing. Has my wayward grandson been found yet? I believe young Lord Milikas is with his mother, Lady Grafia at the moment, Lady Gremory. I replied without any hesitation. Do I look like a fool to you, Okada Tsuji? She asked me. No, Lady Gremory. No, so then, who were you trying to fool with such nonsense? Since there are only the two of us here, and I am no fool, then it must be you. As you say, Lady Gremory. I'm sorry my lord, your mother is scary. She hummed to herself, eyes never leaving mine. I could have sworn you were in Japan for unrelated reasons, correct? Of course. I affirmed her words. So why have you come back so suddenly? I'm afraid I'm not allowed to speak of such matters, my lady. Yes, regardless of the familial connections between Lord Lucifer and Lady Gremory, she wasn't allowed to push such matters, lest bounds be overstepped. The same reason my lord couldn't simply annul his sister's engagement, otherwise the political fallout may result in rebellion. Sorry my lord, I'm using you as a shield. I see, then it has nothing to do with the situation in Kyoto right now? She asked. I paused ever so briefly, and I realized that she caught me there. It appears the situation there has become known. I could only sigh. Please. She rolled her eyes. You really need to get with the times, Okada. That whole mess was already posted online hours ago. I was aware of what was going on before you even came back. Ah yes, this DeviantNet thing. I never cared for it if I were to be honest. The only reason I even started on those social medias was because Lady Leviathan was adamant about friending me or some other nonsense. I was there when the chaos started, and I of course lent a hand, to better mend bridges and such. Sirafal was overjoyed that I received much goodwill in that small time frame by assisting Lady Yasaka. I believe this was the first time that Lady Yasaka willingly corresponded with Sirafal in decades. Even still, they were keen to kick me out, albeit more politely than that. They had much house cleaning to do and it wouldn't do any good for an outsider to be there while it happened. I certainly could not fault them for that. Besides, I was needed to come back and give my report. Even though our relations are very strained, we are still considered allies with the Yukai. Granted, they are unlikely to lend us any meaningful help unless the more dire of emergencies occurs, and even that is iffy. Well, a shame. I was looking forward to meeting my grandson, he is such a cutie. She actually smiled for the first time. And the way he fought that snake, so dashing. She practically cooed. I blinked for a moment, registering the words. What? She tilted her head ever so slightly. You don't know. She withdrew her phone, pressed a few buttons and flipped it around to show me a video. I stared at it in shock as the target of my search was right there fighting against some Hydra monster in the middle of Kyoto, where I had just been mere hours ago. A small smile rose on her face. It appears as though my idiot son's little indiscretion has become common knowledge. I was utterly speechless, yet she continued to prod me. I'm curious how he got so strong so quickly. If Rias and Sana are to be believed, he was either able to hide his power so expertly that they couldn't detect anything, or he was truly powerless back then. She mused. What do you think, Okada, how did he get so strong right under your noses? I steeled my expression. I guess the blood of my lore. Lady Gremory snorted, cutting me off. Yeah, his blood. She deadpanned. I'm sure that's it, as you can see his blatant use of our power of destruction. The sarcasm dripping from her words. That stupid son of mine. She scowled. This would have never happened had he just let me raise the boy instead of putting him off to Satan's nowhere for years. I couldn't possibly comment. Which was a lie, and we both knew that. I was aware of the boy for many years, finding out after his mother had passed. I had offered to take him in and teach him to defend himself, but my lord refused. He seemed more intent to simply wash his hands of the entire situation with doing the bare minimum to secure the boy's continued existence. Yes, I'm sure. She drawled. Would he even want to come meet me at this point? Or did my idiot son poison my cute little grandson already? I'm sure we can convince him to return home. I said earnestly. Home? She raised an eyebrow. I doubt he considers anywhere near us to be his home. She let out an uncharacteristic sigh. I know that father is going to make a big deal out of this as well. Another one of our bloodline without the power of destruction. We'll only be so lucky if that's all that happens. While I stay away from politics as much as possible, I am unfortunately forced to keep abreast of the many things that go on in the upper class of the Devil Society. No doubt my lord will come under fire regarding his bastard son. Thankfully, Grafia is at least showing solidarity in public, even if they are still fighting behind closed doors. I need to find Beowulf and ask him to come make himself visible to help keep off the pressure. Unfortunately, I don't know where he is at the moment. He put in his vacation request a week ago and disappeared somewhere in Scandinavia. The only words back was he checked around for the boy in his free time. Surtur could help as well, he is quite the hit with children these days. I believe I heard his action figures are a top seller among children under 12. Well, maybe I should seduce him then. I almost choked as the words entered my ears and I stared at Lady Gremory, my thoughts completely shattered. Lady Gremory. You think he likes MILFs? She smirked, pushing her large chest up. I heard that's what the young ones are saying these days. Oh, she's just doing this to get a reaction out of me, hopefully. POV Sana Satrai. Bucko, I'm done. I watched as Issei Hyudo burst through the door. He paused staring at me sitting next to Rias. Oh, Kaiku, you're here too. Indeed. I said evenly, even if I was annoyed at his actions. It seems that turning into a devil did nothing to diminish his inability to read a room. Rias just sighed. It basically the default reaction she had whenever she paid attention to Issei. I couldn't help but feel sorry for her, finding out that Issei didn't have a sacred gear at all. No, he just seemed to have some draconic bloodline that seemed to suddenly manifest. Honestly, it was an easy mistake to make. Rias's Rook, Chiron was their only means of sensing sacred gears, and that was mainly due to her very attentive nose and very conservative use of senjutsu. It was almost safe to assume that if a normal kid started smelling like a dragon, he likely had a dragon-based sacred gear, which there are a lot of. Unfortunately for everyone involved, Issei was barely better than a standard human, only requiring a normal pawn to reincarnate. His dragon bloodline did mean he had some decent potential to tap into, eventually, but that was slow going. His stamina for instance, it was several times better than even Rias's knight. Too bad his other aspects aren't on the same level. But small mercies, that means he can train many times harder as well. We're having a meeting, Issei, sit down. Rias commanded her pawn, though with less force than I would have. Yes, Bunku. Issei said happily taking a seat near his king. How did he get so strong so quickly? Rias bit her thumb, staring at the video being played. Oh Shimoda, what have you gotten yourself into? Was it possible he was this strong before? I asked. I mean, it's possible, if he was that strong, then wouldn't be able to hide his power from us, or something. Rias was grasping at straws and even I was confused by what I was witnessing. Who is that? And what's he fighting? Is that a yokai? Issei started spitting out every question that entered his head. That's my nephew. Rias said quietly. Awesome, Bucku's nephew is so strong. You can handle that thing too, right? Issei spoke without filter, but his questions weren't exactly inappropriate either. He was still new to all of this. I think anyone would excuse such questions here. Well, no. I answered for her. Sana. Rias whined at my blunt dismissal. I could easily handle that thing. She huffed. Rias, you can kill it, that doesn't mean you can beat it. You lack almost any kind of defensive ability, and your spell repertoire consists of throwing your destruction at any enemy. Rias needed a wake-up call sometimes. I'll admit, she is a genius, but she relies way too heavily on her bloodline and thinks nothing else matters. Could you kill it before it spewed any of that venom from its mouths? A single hit of that and you're done. Rias favored overwhelming destruction above all else, forging even basic defensive means. If I had to guess, it's because her bother can get away with such a thing, yet she is nowhere near his level and it would hurt her pride to admit that to herself. Rias crossed her arms in annoyance. And I'm sure you can beat it. Yes. I replied without hesitation. I have more than just pure power, my ice will be able to immobilize it while I could implement a guerrilla-style attacks. Though I didn't admit that I would probably take everything I had to beat such a creature, and even then, it wasn't 100% guarantee. Who knows how much resistance to magic it has? And Shimoda was able to slay it with an ease like he was going for a walk. It was a hit to my pride. I watched almost all the material I could get my hands on regarding Shimoda's little debut in Kyoto. Some powerful-looking swords that flew around him, taking down enemies that I would need conscious effort to deal with. Magic that I couldn't understand as space around him shattered at his whims and the large-scale Eastern magics he employed with relative ease. How? The way he moved, the way he acted, so calm, like it was merely another day, not literal chaos and pandemonium erupting around him, not a giant snake dragon yokai thing bearing down on him with the intent to kill. I could only clench my hands in frustration as Rias and I tried to analyze everything we saw, trying to dig out the secrets of Shimoda's newfound strength. Suddenly, I questioned my ability to get even with him for blowing me up. Oh boy, lots of stuff going on in the background. Mama Gremory is not happy with her son right now, and is taking it out on his knight. Rias and Sana are surprised at what they are watching, and hey, a wild Issei appears. Something, boosted gear left a small bit of dragon behind in his soul, giving him a small dragon aspect. I'll see if I can't do that faux chapter this weekend at some point. Chapter 70, Chapter 68. I happily dug into the many dishes presented before me. How I really missed my homeland's cuisine, even if I enjoy variety about half the time. Of course the sake was probably making it even better. I need to remember to grab a few bottles and bring them back to Sasaki. And I suppose the company didn't hurt. Oh, here is an amusing one. My companion had moved closer after we started talking. Do you think he wants a sugar mama? She read over her phone, some random comments about my adventures earlier. I snorted, holding in the drink I took. Well, did she include a picture? Oh yes. She flipped it around revealing a very large woman in some very skimpy clothing. Should I reply on your behalf? An opportunity like this does not come every day, one must seize chances like this. I could have sworn I killed that snake monster earlier today. I squinted my eyes at the picture before taking a look at Izzy as we both shared a laugh. I can see where you are confused. She nodded with a small smile on her face. Perhaps we should ask for more pictures? I'm sure she has some more, flattering shots. Somewhere. Frankly, how this all started was kind of a blur. I was pretty far into my drinks at this point. I think we somehow started talking about what happened earlier in the city, then she recognized me and we somehow got to where we are now. Sure, as long as you filter everything before I see it. I offered. Oh no, I seem to have closed the page, I guess we'll never know now. She said rather smoothly. Alas, your dreams of waking up every night in her arms are now dashed. How convenient. I rolled my eyes. Quite. She held a small smile. I'm curious what someone of your origin is doing here while this whole mess happened. My heritage wasn't exactly a secret anymore. Well, that's a polite way of asking me why I was here, I guess. Just got back to Japan after being away for a while. Thought I would pay respects to my mother and wanted to buy some things while I was up and about. I explained, not really feeling the need to hide anything. She didn't sound like she was accusing me of anything, so I humored it. And I believe my actions spoke much louder than my words. Probably the fact that any authorities haven't been blatant about searching for me, even with all the crap going on for them. A dutiful son then. She nodded in acceptance. My children could learn a thing or two, she frowned. Children trouble? I asked. She seemed like she wanted to just vent, and she listened to my ramblings for a while. She let out a sigh, downing the remainder of her drink. I have not seen my children in years. She shook her head, finishing off a glass of her own. Just because we live long lives doesn't mean I don't miss them. Have you tried reaching out on your end? I offered. She pursed her lips, staring at the ceiling. It would be unwise for me to pop in on them. She seemed rather melancholic. They have rather high positions, and I don't want to cause them any more issues like I have in the past. Whether they would be happy to see me, I don't know, but I know for a fact that their subordinates and allies would be very much on edge with my appearance. Simply call them then. I don't think they even use such things, they are a bit old-fashioned. She admitted. I only learned because I've been. She cut herself off and sighed. Ah, not too surprising, considering she wasn't human herself, though I had no idea what she was. A letter then, it doesn't even have to be anything important. Just say you miss them and haven't heard from them in a while. She tilted her head at me. And you think that will work? She said quietly. I was not the best mother in the past. Then start off small, ask them how they've been doing, maybe they just need someone to vent to or want to talk about some small stuff. I shrugged. You'll never know if you don't at least make an effort. I pointed out. Besides, what is the worst that could happen? They continue to not speak with you. I see, I suppose you are correct. Her expression turned a little bit brighter, maybe even excited. I think, I will get started on that right away. I was happy she looked a little better now. She kept me occupied from my own issues, so I'm glad I could return the favor. Well, it was fun. I smiled. It's always nice to find someone to drink with. I raised my last glass up and finished it off. Oh, of course. Yes, it was a pleasurable night. She returned the small smile. Rarely do I find someone to speak to these days. She paused briefly, looking slightly unsure. Would you like to exchange numbers? I find myself wishing for company sometimes. She seemed rather hesitant. That would be lovely. I genuinely replied, withdrawing a piece of paper and writing my new number on it. She grabbed it and looked rather happy. I couldn't help but smile at her sincerity. Hey, I guess I made a new friend, not like I have many of those. Today was turning out to be not so bad, maybe I would go as far as to call it a good day. I woke up and it was practically noon already. I groggily stood up, rubbing my head. It was throbbing slightly. I didn't have the biggest hangover, but it was definitely there. I'm in the house I was going to buy, did buy? I think I went over to that place and purchased it last night. Yeah, that sounds about right. I shook my head and rubbed my eyes. Drake, this is my house, right? Yeah, you bought it yesterday. Good, good. I nodded to myself. Would have been awkward otherwise. Also, thankfully I had some furniture stored. I stared at the couch I just woke up on that was in the idly of an empty room. I blinked, looking at my phone, using it as a mirror as best as I could. Hey Drake, did I get angry at the clerk at that store last night? What do you mean? Did I attack him, or was that a dream? No, you got annoyed at him for mentioning your father and making you an esteemed client or some other nonsense, but you didn't do anything else. Oh okay. I let out a breath. I'm glad I'm not someone who does stuff like that. Thanks Drake. I stretched my arms, having slept on them weirdly. No problem, it's fun to watch regardless. I did drink a lot last night, more than I intended. I rarely ever get drunk, especially around people I didn't know too well. Hey Drake, do you know who Izzy is? I questioned my companion. I have a few guesses, but it doesn't really matter. She didn't seem at all hostile. Hey, I guess you're right. I smiled slightly. Well, no need to be suspicious, it was merely chance we met and sorta became friends. If it's something important, I'm sure she'll tell me if we get closer. It was always nice to have more friends. Now, if I remember correctly. I sent my gaze into my ring, looking for a very specific item. I quickly grabbed a thermos out and uncapped it, steam filling the air. Glad I kept this with me. I muttered, pouring myself some coffee I kept. Well then, what's on the agenda today? I casually sipped my hot beverage, peeking out the window and admiring the view. I had a fair little property right here in the city. The house was a more Western style, 2 stories and a half-dozen bedrooms. I guess you could even call it a mansion by some standards, cost quite a bit too. Housing prices here are ridiculous. You know, this is an odd feeling, Drake. What? Not having anything to do, no pressing matters to take care of. I looked up at the false sky, the fake clouds and sun that fall and rise like the outside. Even when I was in Skyrim, there were always something I was working towards. In the land of shadows, I never felt like I stopped training even when I was relaxing. Here, right at this moment, I have nothing I have to do. This is what you wanted, right? Yet. I admitted. I'm not complaining, I suppose I'm just realizing how much I've been working since my memories appeared. Honestly, I feel off, almost guilty that I'm not doing something. I let out a small chuckle. Well, what do you want to do, Dot? I haven't asked myself that question in a while. I smiled again, taking another sip. I think, I want to play around with the house, set up some bounded fields, and maybe get started on the phasing I've been thinking about. The phasing, I didn't know what to call it right now, but it wasn't a bad name. To have my house existing at multiple spots in different worlds. Finishing off my drink, I walked outside getting a better look at the property line. I summoned Gi Balg into my hand, giving it a twirl as I held it over my shoulder and walked a corner by a tree. I held the shaft of the spear up to my eye, using it as a reference point and measure some distance. I think I have an idea. I muttered, stabbing the spear into the ground, then counting my paces as I walked to the other end of the property. I held my hands up, closing one eye, trying to picture certain things in my head. I took out Mirage and stabbed it into the ground right where I was, then went to another corner and did the same thing again with Dawnbreaker, then the last corner with Ascalon. Walking to my porch, I sat down on my steps and took out my notebook and a pen as I began some preliminary calculations. A square then, I muttered, drawing a quick sketch of the area with 4 points plotted. I tapped my pen against my chin. No, the power would be too unevenly distributed, there needs to be a centralized location while the 4 areas act as anchors. Curious, the kaleidoscope doesn't like to be spread out, the dimensional energies tend to dissipate rather quickly if they aren't being forced into very specific places with a firm hand, so using the basis of square to create this matrix of bounded fields will be undesirable. Oh! I suddenly had inspiration. Equilateral triangles. I snapped my fingers. 4 points that make a square, but we add a 5th right at the center. Then using that we make 4 triangles, using the 4 outer points as the bases. I began scribbling some more notes and calculations. Now we have 4 triangles, but there is a more direct link if they're all powered by the centralized point instead of being spread out in a large square. I looked around the yard, fences on either side, and nodded to myself. This place already has a concept of boundaries, and I can hijack that to reinforce my own bounded fields to better stabilize the anchor points. What do you think, Drake? You're asking me? You know I don't really know how magic works, especially something as complicated as what you're doing. Give yourself some credit, you seem to follow my trains of thought usually. He grumbled for a moment before speaking. So we have 4 points, A, B, C, D, that correspond to where your weapons are. If I'm understanding this correctly, instead of just connecting them all in a square to create this bounded field, you are opting to instead create 4 triangles by adding a 5th spot at the center E. So we would have something like EAB linked together, the same with the other points. While the final shape will still be a square, it is actually comprised of triangles. That's correct so far. I nodded at his words. So if I'm understanding correctly, that would mean the overall power of the bounded field would rise at least another level, because the magical energy would bounce around 2 less points before running back to the source before once again being pushed out. The current would be firmer, and the waste would be overall much less. Not to mention, it would take overall less magical energy to achieve similar results than if you went with just a square. I couldn't help but smile. Nailed it all. I just needed to get started on the major calculations. Really, the main hurdle would be the huge supply of magical energy required, which isn't a problem to someone like me. Well, there is one issue. I paused briefly, a small grimace on my face. Yet, what will you use to sustain and power such a strong bounded field? I sighed thinking about it. Mirage could do it, easily. As could my staff of Magnus, but I didn't want to separate from either of those for long periods of time again. Yet, producing that much magical energy is easy, sustaining it is a whole different matter. Usually one can just anchor a bounded field to the world and maybe absorb ambient mana or some other approach, but here, I'm playing with dimensions and my needs are much greater. Well, questions for later. I pushed those thoughts to the side for now. At the moment, I just need to figure out the theory and outline for everything, then I'll head to New York and test a couple of them out. In the interim I can just use the staff as a temporary solution. As annoying as finding another powerful object would be, I couldn't help but smile. I was having fun figuring out this piece of magic, and I was excited to get it going. MC is making friends. I'm sure this will have no negative consequences whatsoever. MC also plays with magic and relaxes. A nice little vacation for him, and absolutely nothing could interrupt his quiet time. On a side note for all you Genshin Impact fans, guess who just rolled Shenhe, her spear, and Mona within 20 wishes? Yup, I give you all permission to be jealous. Time to build a Konghyun freeze comp, wishing I had Ayaka. Chapter 71, Chapter 69. I, unfortunately, had to go back to that ridiculous store to purchase some materials. The way they treated me really grated on my nerves, and I couldn't actually get angry because they were nothing but polite. Realistically, I knew they couldn't possibly know my feelings, but my annoyance still simmered under the surface. It's not like I would take it out on people only doing their jobs, but it just made me not want to be there, and perhaps that shone through my expressions. Well, it wasn't entirely bad, I did find something interesting and got it on an impulse. I did make a promise to myself to learn stage magic. I figured it could be a little hobby of mine, but I seemed to put the cart before the horse. I shall name you Sir Wigglesbottom Fluffy Tail Octavius Benedict III. I held a rabbit up to the sky as it scrunched its little nose cutely. Or just Sir Wiggles for short. Because it wiggled its little butt at me when I first saw it. Did I mention this thing was intelligent? Really? Fuck you, it's a good name. What happened to the other two? We don't speak of them. I sat Sir Wiggles down next to me and he was content to stay by my side. I asked him previously if he wanted to come with me. I promised to take care of all his needs and find him a worthy mate, so he seemed to accept. From what the salesperson told me, his mother was a jackrabbit, which was obvious by the small little antlers growing on his head. But apparently on his father's side, he is a very very distant relation to Tepoztecatl. I can't believe you made him your familiar. I can't believe you even question something like that at this point. Touché. It's not like I need a familiar, and I can't help that I fell in love with the little guy the moment I saw him. Frankly, I'm a cat person, but that doesn't mean I don't appreciate other little animals. I took out a head of lettuce that I still had from Skyrim and peeled off a few pieces to place down in front of him. Alright, just don't go too far out, I'm setting up some magic stuff, I don't want you to get hurt or anything. I rubbed its little head with my finger. I think it nodded at me, and the link I had with him due to making him my familiar kind of gave the impression he understood. I just nodded and moved to the spots I marked yesterday. Surprisingly, it wasn't hard to turn something into a familiar. If it didn't have enough sapience, then it couldn't resist you at all. If it was intelligent enough, it simply had to agree and boom, new familiar. Hell, the magical formulas were known practically worldwide. You know what? I hope you make him the most powerful rabbit that ever lived. I paused. Drake, that is one of the greatest ideas you've ever had. I resolved to teach him magic in the future, after I learned how to pull him out of my hat. Is it considered cheating if I use actual magical to pull him out? Taking out a large steel pillar, I hefted it up and slammed it into the marked location, making sure it was nice and steady. Making sure it was all perfect, I did the same to the other 4 points around my house to set up the first boundary layer. I would start off by drawing runes on each pillar to reinforce several concepts around my home. Both to protect it from the outside and inside. Should I include a geese that forcibly latches onto anyone I invite inside? A contract that is accepted when an invitation is extended, and they agree to cross my threshold. Guest rights. It was a common notion across many civilizations, even if it usually goes by other names. A curious thought, I could probably force people to act within certain bounds if they are invited inside, on the flip side I would also be bound by such limitations. But then again, I wouldn't exactly start a battle with anyone I willingly invited inside. Well, I should probably focus on external defenses, right? Hell, I don't even have any furniture yet. My thoughts were suddenly interrupted, as I felt space near me vibrate and bend in certain ways that indicated someone manipulating it. My head snapped to the side as I saw a young man pop over. The vibrations along the world were very hard to miss. There was no teleportation circle, no blatant magical phenomena as he appeared. He wore what looked like a school uniform with a cliché wizard's robe over it. Honestly, he appeared rather mundane, like if you told any random kid he was a wizard, that was how he would pretty much dress. "Hello." He greeted me, with a surprisingly amount of openness. I raised an eyebrow. "Greetings. I'm George Faust," he said simply. I blinked for a moment, searching my memories. Named after the historical one. Yup, I'm his descendant. He seemed rather happy to say that little tidbit. Well, I can't exactly fault him for having pride in his origin. I mean, I named myself Schweinorg, but even still, I don't go around calling myself Zelretch. I remembered some things about this kid, some kind of magical prodigy, and he had a sacred gear, one I couldn't quite recall off the top of my head. It's not like I have a perfect memory, and I had quite a few things shoved in my head from my awakening. "What can I do for you, George?" I stood up, giving him my full attention. "Well..." He paused for a moment. "Sorry, I'm not really good at this, usually it's someone else doing this part." He scratched the back of his head. "I kind of wanted to invite you to join the faction I'm in." He seemed unsure of himself, yet he still had a strange amount of confidence in the way he stood there. "Pardon?" I was a bit confused here. "Well, I'm a part of the hero faction. We're basically descendants of heroes or reincarnations. Or just humans that want to protect humanity from the supernatural." He explained. "Okay, some issues with that. I'm not a hero or whatever, and I'm only half human." Hero faction? I seem to recall them now, not something I gave much thought until this moment. "Well, you're still half," he said with a smile. "We care more about like-minded people. And from what I could find out, you aren't part of the devil faction and even suffered at their hands." "Suffered?" I repeated the word. "What exactly do you know about me? I'm not really famous." Actually, he pushed up his glasses. "You got rather popular recently. Your father is one of the strongest in the world, do you think being his son isn't going to draw attention? We're not the only ones that were gathering information on you." "Well, fuck. Who is spreading information on me? Hell, who could possibly even know where I'm? That fucking golden store is selling info on me." George chuckled. "You didn't know? They literally sell anything, information is a commodity. Bastards even had the gall to call me a esteemed customer to my face and do this behind my back." I scowled. "And I think there is some misinformation there suffered at their hands? A bit edgy there, don't you think? I was neglected and controlled, I wasn't exactly tortured or beaten. As much as I dislike them, I'm not going to go around saying stupid nonsense like he's spouting." He seemed a bit surprised at my words. I couldn't help but laugh. "Did you think all it would take is pushing some of my buttons and I would hop on your hero train for some revenge against my birth father?" I looked at him incredulously. "Kid, I'm well aware of my own issues that came with my upbringing, but that doesn't mean I'm frothing at the mouth to get even. He frowned, hearing my words. "Well, that usually works for some people," he said awkwardly. "Would you still consider it? There aren't many magicians in our faction, and I would love to have someone to talk magic with." He sighed. "I'm tired of those other idiots too concerned with how hard they can punch." "Okay, I sympathize with him slightly there. I'll pass, I'm busy with my own stuff right now. We have a lot of resources, magical grimoires, rare materials, girls." He looked a bit shy as he said that last part. "Are you pimping out your faction members to me? Boys, I'm considering smacking you." "Sorry, I have a habit of sticking my foot in my mouth when I get nervous," he admitted with an awkward smile and red cheeks. "Yeah, definitely giving this a hard pass. I'm not going to touch that dumpster fire with a 100-foot pole." "Well, no one can say I didn't try." He slumped his shoulders. "Sorry, but boss said he needs you for some future plans regardless." He regained his composure, and a strange mist began to swirl around his body. "I would have rather you worked with us willingly, but that's not a necessity." "HOH, are you going to fight me?" I raised an eyebrow at him. "I would rather just grab you and bring you back to the boss." He smiled. As the mist exploded out, the world around me changed, rewritten by this kid's ability. I realized now what I was dealing with, the information coming to the forefront of my mind. Dimension lost. I said evenly. Oh, you know it? I thought you hadn't been in the supernatural world that long. His voice echoed out around me, even if his form disappeared. But, that's one of the reasons we wanted you, I guess. The space around me had been changed from the normal flow of the world, a new dimension forcibly created overtop the existing one. It was like a bastardized version of a reality marble, except instead of projecting one's inner world, it's this false one. Granted, it's nowhere near the level of a true reality marble, merely the feeling I first got when it appeared. A small smile curled up on my lips. Playing with space in front of me, you're 1,000 years too early. I withdrew Mirage from my ring and pulled on the kaleidoscope. The multitude of colors burst out, the iridescent light cascaded in every direction, pushing against the barriers of this dimension that George had created. There were many ways I could have gone about breaking this space, but I chose the most straightforward one. What are you doing? I heard his panicked cries ring out from the surroundings as my magic began to usurp over his own dominion. I guess a Longinus only amounts to this much. I smirked as I reached out my hand, the colors scaled up the walls of this reality, consuming it entirely, and then I clenched my fingers. It shattered. Cracks rang out, reality shifted back to normal as everything was realigned. I was once again in the outside world, staring down at the now shaking kid. Why you, how? How did you break through my dimension lost? He looked at me fearfully. Yeah, these kids rely super heavily on their sacred gears, must be a real kick in the balls to see it no sold like I just did. I ignored his question, and continued walking towards him. You know, I was content to end things where they were, but then you had to go and attack me. I shook my head. He almost fell to the ground as he turned around and began to run, several spell circles created in his wake with magical spells launching towards me. I frowned, my sword batting away most of them. Cao, George shouted, mist shooting out of his hand towards the distance and a rip in the fabric of space opening up, connecting to another point. I felt something tingle on the back of my neck, a danger sense I had developed in the time with Scathatch attempting to take my life if I was careless. A spear burst out of that little hole, the portal that connected to who knows where. Something shot right for me at a speed that was impressive. It didn't escape my notice, the feeling I got wasn't from the intense speed, no, it was from the presence of what was coming for me. Death. I felt death from this thing, it was antithetical to my existence. Something ingrained so deep into my very being. I brought up Mirage to block, my hand on the flat of my blade as the tip of a spear collided with it. I put my full strength behind my weapon, feet digging into the ground, and I felt myself get pushed back before finally stopping. I looked up, George was gone and I saw a face in the distance, the one who attacked me, and his spear, extended several hundred feet as it retracted back into the portal. My eyes narrowed as we shared one last look and I mouthed a few words to him. His eyes widened and I couldn't help but smile as he retreated with his companion. I let out a breath. I wasn't tired, nor was I even hurt in the slightest, but I was exhausted because I kept getting involved in all this crap that I didn't want to. Mirage returned to my ring and I looked down at the ground. He managed to push me back a couple steps. It was impressive. Drake, was that what I think it was? The true Longinus? He replied. Well, things are going to get more complicated, aren't they? Is it too much for me to just get some fucking time to relax? Assholes destroyed part of my lawn. I muttered, looking at where I was standing previously. Oh boy, someone done fucked up. Well, Hero Faction is known for clutching the idiot ball and absolutely refusing to let it go. An MC looks like a nice target for people who are antagonistic towards the Devil Faction. Well, MC saw a new shiny, and his hand's a little itchy. On the bright side, MC got a familiar. So the name came about because I was talking over with someone about it, and it somehow devolved into us just continuously making it longer and more grandiose, so I was like, fuck it, we're doing that. On a side note, I was thinking about setting up a Discord, is that something people would be interested in? Chapter 72, Chapter 70. The True Longinus. It had been on my mind for a couple days now. I had set up many bounded fields around my home. Frankly, I think it would take even me some effort to break them down by brute force. And that's about all I could ask. They wouldn't keep anyone out that could truly threaten my life, but they were basically there to buy me time in an emergency. The True Longinus. It left an impression on me. Fear? I don't know if I would call it fear. It felt more primal, something that literally was antithetical to my existence, to my very core of being. It was like facing my mortality straight on. Was I scared? I don't think so, but I was definitely wary. The Spear of Destiny, it was an odd weapon. Any other weapon that went through what it did would have been classified as evil or demonic. Yet, it stands at the pinnacle of holy weapons in this world, even eclipsing the Caliban that boasts superiority of their broken Excalibur. The spear personally crafted and meant to be the personal armament of the God of the Bible. How much divine blood did it drink? I don't think there is a pantheon still in existence that didn't donate their divine blood unto that weapon's spear tip. After wounding or killing divine beings all over the planet, it became something evil, something desiring more blood. It was through this that it developed its anti-divine properties. It has the abilities to push through divinity like it was non-existent to truly wound divine beings. It was not a weapon fitting one who sat upon the heavenly throne, regardless of how powerful it was. So the God of the Bible is perhaps the most obvious thing to rectify it, yet also the most ridiculous. He impaled himself upon his own spear. The spear thirsted for blood, divine blood, so why not give his own? His holy attribute was devoured and turned the spear into something more neutral, perhaps even bordering holy. But that was it, the amount of divine blood it drank from other pantheons was only stalemated by his own holiness added on. And again, it was turned into a proper weapon, but he still didn't take it back as his own. It was the first sacred gear, the test so to speak. He sent it off to the mortal world and centuries passed before someone managed to awaken it. This story was much more known. The man whose name was lost to history, was the spear named after him or was he named after the spear? He who impaled Christ upon the cross. Saint Longinus. Hell, other sacred gears use the name Longinus to correlate to their god-killing ability. That just went to show how absurd the spear actually was when used against divine beings. Possessing no divinity, yet still retaining all the holiness of the Heavenly Father, the Son of God. Cleansed, amplified, and sanctified. The ritual that Jesus, King of the Jews, actualized upon his suffering, it changed the spear once again into its final form. It was supposed to be God sacrificing himself to relieve humanity of their sins, a grand ritual that spanned the entire world, powered by the sacrifice of a divine being. It would skew humanity in favor of good over evil as humans naturally are neutral at birth. It was actually the reason that humans could naturally be born with a holy attribute from that point on. Was it planned? Honestly, I have no idea beyond just the cliff notes of what happened. I wouldn't put it past Big G to have planned that entire situation out. It would be killing multiple birds with a single stone. What a scary spear! I said to myself. Not just divine beings or devils, anything with a dark attribute was prey for the holy spear. There is a reason it's rated as the strongest sacred gear. Drake added, making me pause again. Oh, you're admitting defeat. I heard him snort in annoyance. I'm reliant on my partner, the spear. The spear can slay gods even with a novice if he gets lucky. I let out a small laugh. What a ridiculous weapon. He was exaggerating a little bit, perhaps it could kill those lesser divine beings like mountain or river gods. Hell, it could probably even wound a real god to a certain extent, but take any Olympian and put them in the path of the spear with a novice at the back, and they're getting bitch slapped into the moon. But his point stands. Usually, divinity is almost like a barrier or wall that a mortal has trouble overcoming. It is a higher state of being, it naturally has advantages over those who are lesser. It's one of the reasons that if everything else is equal, two beings, one with divinity and the other without, the one with divinity would win in a fight hands down. It is one of the many reasons that mortal god slayers are so exalted throughout history. It isn't merely a matter of punching harder, though that can technically work. You need to overcome the natural state of a divine being existing above you, something that wields part of the world in their authority. Of course there are exceptions, devils for instance, they are counter to divine beings. Similar to other races in the world. The giants of Norse and Greek myths, they could slay gods because they are the opposite side of the coin, so to speak. OP, please nerf. I laughed, standing up from where I had been sitting on my porch. Perhaps, my blood was even boiling a little bit. The idea that the spear could take my life if it gets any meaningful hit on me. Gods, I think Scathatch corrupted me. I wondered how Gibolg would match up to it in combat. The spear my teacher crafted, that demonic spear that erupts in bloodlust every time it's used versus the holy spear that has slain gods. Well, I guess both spears have slain gods before. It's no sword yet, I felt some desire to possess it. Was it merely my greed acting up? Or maybe it was my nature as a devil that wanted to corrupt something holy. I mean, not really corrupt, but just added to my growing collection. Honestly, I had no overarching issue with the Heaven faction. As long as I'm left alone, I'm not going to go seek out conflict with them for no reason. The same goes for destroying their images or idols. But hey, if some idiot wants to donate their spirit to me, who am I to refuse? Mr. Wiggles was off playing somewhere. I could faintly feel him through our connection. Honestly, all I planned for today was to train him. Indeed, I will make him the fiercest rabbit this world has ever seen. Ding! I blinked, pulling out my phone from my pocket. Hello, this is Izzy. I don't know if you remember me, Izzy. I stared at it for a moment before replying. Of course I remember you. Have you heard back from your kids yet? Wilhelm. Yes, I must thank you, your advice has worked well. My youngest had responded and he said he would visit me next month. Izzy. Ah, I'm glad when things work out. Hey, I think I needed some good news like this, even if it doesn't really affect me. I'm happy for you. Wilhelm. Thank you, I was wondering if you wished to meet up again tonight. I enjoyed the place last time. Izzy. I mulled it over. Perhaps I've been feeling more stressed than I need to. I mean, I just came back to this world to essentially relax and I keep getting roped into conflicts. Fuck it, any reason to escape my dreary thoughts is good enough for me. That would be lovely. Wilhelm. Yes, I look forward to seeing you again. Izzy. See you then, smiley face, Wilhelm. Having friends is nice. Oh. I can show off the stage magic I've been learning. Sir. Wiggles. I shouted, and almost immediately I felt him bolt back towards me. Damn, he's fast. Well, what I should expect from a supernatural rabbit. I wonder what magics I should teach him? Maybe start off with elemental manipulation? He should be closer to nature, so perhaps that would be the best place to start. I admit, seeing him flinging fireballs around would be most amusing. Or perhaps freezing entire areas with vast arrays of ice magic. Then that would be difficult for him to move. Lightning is also an option, but then again, I use lightning a lot too. Shouldn't I teach him something to supplement me? Some druidism may work as well. It was where I derived the initial concepts for my Bindings of Gaia spell. Hey there, buddy. I held out my arms as he jumped right into them. You have fun. Images of him exploring the property and surroundings came through our link. Hey, he went pretty far out and even found someone to give him a carrot and he was being smug about it. Aren't carrots technically bad for rabbits? Well, maybe him being a magic rabbit means that doesn't matter? I'm not his mother, he should know what he can and cannot eat. Ready to go meet my friend? We'll show her what we've been practicing. I did share my thoughts with him. I wouldn't just shove him in my hat and force him to perform with me. Who knew the little fluff ball had dreams of grandeur? Granted, he didn't exactly tell me that, more so sending feelings and impressions. Having a connection like this was odd. If I focused, I could feel what he was feeling basically through images and somehow that would translate into something I could understand. I just shook my head. What an amusing familiar I picked up. I still need to create costumes for the future, especially one for Sir Wiggles, matching hat of course. Pulling a rabbit out of my hat, while he wears a hat. Maybe even a little sweet and vest too? Well, this would be a good distraction. I need to stop stressing while on my little vacation. Alright, I started working on that faux chapter thingy. It won't take up a slot in the normal chapter release, so I'll probably do it sometime tomorrow. Chapter 73, Chapter 71. I fixed my cuffs, pulled on my collar to make sure it was nice and straight, and I ran a finger along my tie to make sure there were no creases. My hand sneaked back and tugged lightly on my ponytail to make sure it was still nice and snug, bound by that little piece of fabric that Scat Hatch used all those days ago, and I couldn't help but smile slightly at the memory. I fiddled with the buttons on my vest. Jacket or no jacket? I usually go with no jacket. I turned around to see how it looked from the back. How about Juggernaut Drive, that way you can die and put me out of my misery. If you're not going to be helpful. You know what? Go butt ass naked, I'm sure that will draw lots of attention. You're being really aggressive. I have to live through this every day. I've never had a host be so obsessed with what they're wearing, and let me be clear, I have had female hosts before. Mildly sexist. Oh, come off it, I'm technically genderless. Females can be sexist against their own gender, that means nothing. I pointed out. And besides, you've never had a host look as good as I do. I smirked. Oh, there's the patented devil pride I've heard about. Sorry, the dragon says what? The dragon says you're a little bitch. Yes, I, the Red Dragon Emperor, am a little bitch. I declared. I hate you. I snorted, holding back a laugh. Well, it could be worse, Drake. I set down a box I withdrew from my ring, opening it up to reveal several pairs of cufflinks. I could go around declaring myself Op High Dragon. Little bitch it is then. No, what am I doing? I shut the small box. Way too gaudy for a casual get-together. I shook my head putting them away. You need new shoes. I blinked looking down out of instinct. You know what? I do need new shoes, I mean it's not noticeable, but they were slightly scuffed in that little tussle I had the other day. Another reason to be annoyed with that idiot. I'm surprised. Why? Do you think I don't understand how to look good? Drake snorted. You know, I used to roll around in gold and jewels so they would get stuck between my scales and make me glitter and shine better. Hey, you learn something new every day. Why are you even trying so hard? Are you planning on claiming her as well? First, I would use almost any excuse to dress up. It's enjoyable, is that such a crime? And I want to look nice when I meet with my friend, I want to make a good impression. Second, we barely know each other. I rolled my eyes. I'm not trying to bang every girl I trade words with, regardless of how pretty was. Didn't stop you with Artoria. That. I stopped for a moment. Touché. I admit he had a point there, but it was a little different, I knew her before I knew her. I would be lying if I said my knowledge of her didn't skew my perceptions and perhaps give me a sort of idol in my mind. Regardless, I did not have any regrets with how things turned out. And now I couldn't help but think of her. Nope. No moping, I'm going out to have drinks with a new friend. I flipped my hat sitting nearby and set it on my head before adjusting it just right. Time to go. Izzy. I smiled brightly, walking into the bar. It was once again empty minus us three. The owner just gave me a look before going about his business again. Hello, Wilhelm. She nodded at me, a small smile on her face. I took a seat next to her, the man behind the bar already placing a drink in front of me. I couldn't help but chuckle as I took a sip, almost coughing it up. Damn, that's strong. I forced it down, and it was not enjoyable that way. Needs to be sipped to appreciate more. How have you been? I have been doing very well. She turned towards me, fingering her own glass. I am excited that my youngest has decided to respond to my inquiries. As I mentioned in our correspondence over the phone, he will be visiting me next month. She keeps herself well reserved, but the excitement in her tone was palpable. Oh, I'm curious, what's he like? Abrasive, rash, prone to using his fists when he should use his words. She listed off. But he can be really sweet too. Even when his father and I separated, he was willing to express his intent to visit me, much to his father's anger. Ah, isn't it usually the youngest that acts out the most? I suppose you are right, he is definitely a mama's boy. She smiled. His elder siblings are much more reserved, even if they usually cause just as many messes. And how have you been? She inquired. Has your newfound fame been detrimental at all? Oof, I took another sip. Got attacked by a high schooler who looked like he was getting ready to play some D&D in his mom's basement. He also happened to actually know magic. She blinked at me, mulling over my statement. Are you hurt? She questioned. Oh no, kid was as green as my grass. I waved her off. Well, at least before the little shit tore up a part of my yard. He had a sacred gear as well, as did his friend who tried to kill me too. I feel as though you are leaving out several important details. She deadpanned. Do not try to gloss over the important bits. Fine, fine. I sighed. Wizard kid comes trying to recruit me, called himself the descendant of George Faust. I don't know if you know who Tha. The famous magician who had a contract with Mephistopheles. She stated, to my surprise. She rolled her eyes at my look. I do know what goes on outside of my country. Of course. I smiled lightly. Anyways, kid is named George Faust, don't know if he's actually named that or is trying to seem better than he really is. I shook my head. Tried to recruit me to his hero faction or some such nonsense. Basically, humans, heroes, descendants and whatnot who are trying to protect the human race from the supernatural. Did the idea of being a hero not catch your fancy? She propped her chin up with her hand. I mean. I sighed again. Who doesn't admire the idea of a hero, but reality is often much more disappointing. I fingered my glass for a moment. Besides, he tried to use my heritage as a reason to join. Something about suffering at the hands of the devils. I waved my hand flippantly. He seemed to jump straight to emotional manipulation to get me to join, pretty weird for a first meeting. I take it he did not appreciate your rejection. She smiled in slight amusement. Nope, tried to use his sacred gear dimension lost to imprison me. I snorted, a small laugh escaping my lips. Went crying back home is what he did. Pardon. She interrupted me. Did you say you countered his dimension lost? One of those blasted things that is said to have the ability to kill gods. Uh-huh. I see, you are stronger than I expected then. Long story short, his companion tried to impale me with his true Longinus. Izzy almost spit out her drink, slamming the cup back down before forcing the drink down her throat. The true Longinus. Ah, you've heard of it. Yes, I've heard of the divine spear that can kill gods with the ease that one can kill chickens. She deadpanned. Not only that, but is it not absolute poison to your kind? It is, but I didn't touch it. Hey, she knows more than I thought. You play a dangerous game. She shook her head. You should take your safety more seriously. Her words were rather gentle, and it seemed like she was upset that I acted in the way I did. I was not as flippant in how I acted in battle. I explained. I could feel the deadliness the spear threatened me with and I acted appropriately. I wasn't intentionally trying to court death or anything. Anyways, let's talk about something more interesting, like my hat. I quickly set my hat on the table, upside down. Your hat? She raised an eyebrow. Yes, you see, it has an interesting little function. I reached my hand deep in Cinda and voila! I pulled out Mr. Wiggles, setting him on the counter. She stared at me, I shot her a cocky smile right back. The bartender looked unamused by the prospect of having an animal on his bar. I slid a few gold coins his way and he just shrugged. It was another moment before Izzy finally broke out in giggles. That is the most ridiculous thing I have seen in quite some time. She calmed herself down. Whatever could possess you to do this? Her hand hesitantly reached over to touch the ball of fluff. Well, my mom took me to see a stage magician when I was younger. I smiled at the memory. And I wanted to learn how to do those tricks as a sort of hobby. I actually came back to Japan as a sort of vacation, thought it would be a nice way to unwind and just enjoy myself. What is its name? By the look in her eyes, I could tell she wanted to hold him, so I allowed him to hop over to her a bit. She looked surprised that he was willing to get so close to her. I guess I was used to her aura of death that I sometimes forgot it was even there. Staying in the land of shadows kind of desensitized me to such things. He is Sir Wigglesbottom Fluffytail Octavius Benedict III, Crown Prince of the Emerald Kingdom. You just keep adding more onto it every time you say his name. Yup. Or just Sir Wiggles for short. She had a warm smile on her face as Sir Wiggles allowed her to embrace him. Hello, Your Highness. She cooed, gently rubbing his little head. I could tell through the link that he was enjoying himself even if her presence was intimidating to him. I think the fact that I was calm in her presence kind of trickled down to him. I also made him my familiar. She let out a cute little laugh as he scrunched his nose. It seems you were intelligent enough to bind such an immaculate creature to you. Was that her way of saying I was smart to get such a cute little thing as my familiar? I did find the way she switched between the way she talked sometimes. Like she was used to speaking in a more archaic fashion, yet sometimes talked like she was on the internet. Would you like to see the picture I took since I got him? Yes. She blinked, staring at me bashfully. I mean, yes, I would enjoying seeing them. Just a nice fluffy chapter, nothing too exceptional happened. Chapter 74, Oh Make One, Canon. Welcome to the Supernatural online message boards. You are currently logged in, Nascent_Kaleidoscope. You are viewing threads you have replied to. And threads that have new replies. Or private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered by user custom preference. Black Diamond topic, War in Kyoto. In, Boards News Events Kyoto. Just_a_muffin, original poster, verified muffin, veteran member. Posted on March 18, 2009. Holy shit. Okay, so most people know what's going on in Kyoto right now, and if not they can look out the fucking window and see the explosions. I was talking to my girlfriend on the phone, then suddenly a building down the street just collapsed and some idiot in a mask ran down the street throwing magic at anyone and anything he saw. I did the most obvious thing, threw up any and every barrier spell I knew, then hid under my bed. I'm not particularly good at magic, but I'm hoping for the best. Showing page 1 of 295. Ghost_with_a_gun. Replied on March 18, 2009. Fucking fuck, I can see fires all over the city. Where the fuck are the guards and what the fuck is going on? Slippery Tengu, verified guard. Replied on March 18, 2009. Okay, so I only have a few moments to post anything, and this was the first thread I saw. I asked my boss and he gave me permission. If you can see this, bunker down and get ready to weather the storm. We don't know what exactly is going on, but some terrorists are attacking. If you know magic, throw up any barriers you can, we're about to head downtown now to engage them. Billy Mays here, verified magician. Replied on March 18, 2009. Yo, so I was on vacation over here and suddenly everything starts exploding. Da fuck, Japan? But seriously, this shit is bad. My hotel has some pretty decent magical protections, but it's been shaking almost non-stop for 30 minutes now. I started prepping my own spells in case I have to throw hands, but I'm honestly more of a researcher. Levi10_fan. Replied on March 18, 2009. My mom isn't answering her phone. Small Mountain. Replied on March 18, 2009. The humans joined the fight, I saw them fighting the masked people. Included pictures. Link. 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 Baby Blue. Replied on March 18, 2009. At Small Mountain. What the fuck, are they on our side or not? I saw some humans start killing yokai, then some other humans started killing the other humans. Does anybody have any idea what's going on? Svoid_samuraiks. Replied on March 18, 2009. Devils are here too. Link. 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 Big_bad_wolf. Replied on March 18, 2009. At Baby Blue. Fuck the humans, let them kill themselves. Lasers 4 days, verified magician. Replied on March 18, 2009. At Svoid_samuraiks. Doesn't he look familiar? 2_tails. Replied on March 18, 2009. Fuck the devils, they always behind this shit. First the evil pieces they used to kidnap our people and now this fucking shit. Are we just going to keep letting them get away with this? Magic_propelled_grenade. Replied on March 18, 2009. At 2_tails. Calm the fuck down, there's only been one devil sighted so far and he's been helping, you dumbass. People like you just start calling for heads and make everything worse. At lasers 4 days. Replied on March 18, 2009. He does look familiar, doesn't he kinda look like Lucifer? 2_tails, temp band. Replied on March 18, 2009. Deleted. She_who_invites, if you have nothing to add to the discussion, keep it to yourself. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 293, 294, 295. Showing page 19 of 295. Just_a_muffin, original poster, verified muffin, veteran member. Replied on March 18, 2009. Okay, did anyone else see that fucking Hydra start tearing apart the city before it got sliced and diced? Digging deep. Replied on March 18, 2009. At just_a_muffin. Isn't that the same devil from before? Yeah, he looked really similar to Lucifer, I have a picture of them side by side, I think they're related. Frosty. Replied on March 18, 2009. I almost pissed myself. I got a front row seat to Lucifer Jr. cut down that fucking snake monster. I couldn't help but cry when it finally fell the ground. It was about to tear through my home. Mr. Fabulous. Replied on March 18, 2009. My heart goes out to my yokai brethren, but did anyone see those spells he was throwing around? I didn't know devils knew any onmid, much less were accomplished onmigi. That spell was impressive. Anyone got some insight on it? Shikigami 42, verified Shikigami. Replied on March 18, 2009. At Mr. Fabulous. I have some insight, my name should be enough proof. Yeah, that was a powerful spell meant for warding off disasters and evil. He used it to keep the snake's miasma and corruption contained while he fought the thing. If he didn't do that, a good chunk of the city over there wouldn't be habitable for several decades. It isn't a particularly noteworthy spell in of itself, but the ease he threw it out then went on to fight without even looking winded is turning some heads. 9_lives. Replied on March 18, 2009. Think he would give me kittens? Secretly secret. Replied on March 18, 2009. So, are we gonna talk about why the son of Lucifer is fighting in our town? Aren't we supposed to be mad at them? Plotting _the_ past. Replied on March 18, 2009. At secretly secret. Are we just assuming he's Lucifer's son now? I mean, I was looking up their family tree and his only son is still a brat and I don't see anyone else in the family tree that matches his description. While their hair color is pretty much a Gremory family specialty, I don't want to assume anything, but if it quacks like a duck and looks very similar to Lucifer. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 293, 294, 295. Showing page 102 of 295. Thsvoid_Samurais. Replied on March 18, 2009. At Supershot 221. Look, all I'm saying is, he's probably a time traveler. Supershot 221. Replied on March 18, 2009. At Thsvoid_Samurais. Void, you're an idiot. There's no way he's the time-traveling younger Lucifer. The most likely explanation is that the man has a bastard. He's a devil. The fact that he was supposedly married to only one woman is already pretty sus. She_who_ invites, moderator, verified not as animi. Replied on March 18, 2009. At Thsvoid_Samurais. You also seem to think I'm as animi, regardless of what you're told. Enough is enough, Void. I personally know him, he's not a time-traveling Lucifer. If you keep posting that, I'll have to give you a temp ban. I_like_swords. Replied on March 18, 2009. So if you couldn't tell by my name, anyways, anyone recognize those swords he had flying around him? That one he used to cut the heads off the Hydra, which was fucking awesome, did it do something to make them not grow back? I didn't see him cast any magic to stop the regrowth. Hooded_1. Replied on March 18, 2009. Oh ho, those rune spells he used were interesting. He seems to know our magic system, why didn't he use more of it? Maybe I should stick around in Japan a little while longer. At I_like_swords. Some of them may be newly created. If you look at that red sword flying around, you can see runes carved all over it. An interesting idea, I can think of several uses for such thing. At she_who_ invites. How about letting me meet him? He seems pretty interesting. She_who_ invites, moderator, verified not as animi. Replied on March 18, 2009. Go back home, old man. Hooded_1, temp banned. Replied on March 18, 2009. Deleted. She_who_ invites, no one asked you, enjoy your 2-week ban. Just_a_muffin, original poster, verified muffin, veteran member. Replied on March 18, 2009. Okay, we're getting a little off topic, but I guess it still has to do with what the fuck is going on in Kyoto. I know some people who know some people, so here's what we got. So you all heard about the cult of Tamamonome? Yeah, them crazies doing their usual stuff, except they grabbed some help from a couple human clans. And no, that isn't a reason to start bashing the humans, the other side their own to help us out, which is why we saw them clashing. So, big thanks to Lucifer Jr., is that what we're officially calling him now? Anyways, Lucifer Jr. helped out more than he realizes. That snake thing was supposed to be a big distraction or something, draw away the guards' attention so the crazies could do this large-scale ritual at the other end of the city. Didn't work out well for them, so kudos to our illustrious leader for, quite literally, stomping on the bad guys. Also, big thanks to Okatasuchi, Knight of Lucifer. He was around and helped out quite a bit. No word on the relationship between the two, but I'm not looking a gift horse in the mouth. Bag_on_my_head. Replied on March 18, 2009. Lady Yasaka, step on me too. Nota koala. Replied on March 18, 2009. And here come the simps, I swear, these guys ruin every thread that Lady Yasaka appears in. Also, step on me too. Never said I wasn't one of them. Enthusiastic Melon. Replied on March 18, 2009. Okay, so I was doing some calculations, and my numbers are basically telling me Lucifer Jr., and I think this name is stupid, is a wizard. Now, I know what you're thinking obviously. Except, no. I mean the shit he was doing when moving, how space around him seemed to shatter as he moved. Yet, my math is basically telling me purple when I try to calculate how he's doing that so easily. Seriously, all my formulas come alive and become sentient just so they can kill themselves. What the fuck? Just a fun little thing I wanted to do. If anyone was wondering what foe was when I was talking about it, basically like this. Chapter 75, Chapter 72. I had materials thrown about all around my house, floorboards ripped up, holes in the walls as cables and support beams jutted out at all angles. Notes were tapped to the wall, and scattered all around the floor. All kinds of scribbles, calculations and otherwise nonsense if you had no idea what it meant. At the center was a strange scaffolding, almost like a holster for a familiar sword. Mirage was propped up, several spell circles overlaid underneath, and runes carved all along the wooden and steel frame that held it aloft. But it wasn't just mundane materials, intertwined with all the many pieces were bones, dragon bones. The ones pillages from that undead dragon back in Skyrim. There were also a few books stacked to the side, bookmarked or haphazardly thrown open to certain pages and marked. 3 days. I scowled. 3 days, and I'm still not any closer to cracking this. I huffed in annoyance, tossing a book to the side. I don't understand, I'm doing everything the directions say, yet I can't seem to do it correctly. Have you tried not sucking? Wonderful advice. I drawled. I can literally overturn the world's laws, yet I can't do something so simple. Why don't you take a break? Do something easier, like play with your magic. I sighed, looking at Sir Wiggle sleeping soundly on a little bed I bought him. I had the urge to go pet him, but I would respect his nap. Yeah, I'll just take a break and do something easier, like mess with both the time and world axis to overlay multiple spatial folds across world lines. I set down the deck of cards I was fiddling with and kicked away the book on card magic I had picked up from a store the other day. Can do real magic, can't even fucking do a sleight of hand thing with cards. I threw my hands up in exasperation. How's the project going? Oh, this. I flicked my sword, still bound into the mechanism of the spell formulation. Solved this the other day. You going to test it? Yeah, I need another location. My first thought was New York. It was a good distance away and a good centralized spot for supernatural shenanigans, but isn't that angel territory? I crossed my arms with a frown. I'm pretty sure angels claim dominion over the entire earth. Don't be a smart ass. Fine, fine. I waved him off. Yeah, the angels basically claim America, and Canada. Except for the areas where the Native Americans took up residence. Really, I don't think there are any groups in the world who would pick a fight with the last vestiges of the Native American supernatural community, and that's entirely out of pity. What happened in the early days of colonization, let's just say the mundane side was not nearly as bad as the supernatural one. I think it was the first time the world saw gods be tortured to death by mortals. Not even assholish deities, just your average divine beings, being pulled apart at the metaphysical seams and returned to the void of creation. Yet, even the angels, back when they were much more zealous, actually felt bad for the Native American pagans to the point where they put out decrees to never harm them unless absolutely necessary. That whole thing led to the South American pantheons basically waging war against the invaders. What a shit show that was. My sword began to power up, so to speak. The strange mechanisms reacted, even if it looked utterly absurd in creation. It's not my fault that I'm trying to deal with 5 dimensions and keeping it anchored into this lower dimension. I wanted to sit down, but my sofa was currently littered with materials and other doodads. I really need to get more furniture, I muttered, withdrawing a chair from my ring. The rune lit up, the cables snapped to attentions. I couldn't help but smile as I watched the dragon bones hold firm. Even if they were decayed by necromantic magics, they were still extremely sturdy, and more durable than nearly any material I could get my hands on in the immediate time frame. Well, I'll let the initial calculations start up. I eyed it one last time. While I won't be using my sword as the true focus, it can still be used temporarily to get everything started. The calculations would be annoying if I had to do them by hand. Much worse than simply popping over from one world to the next, and that took me days to finish. But, I couldn't help but smile as everything came together. My project, more so just a small bit of passion, was working. No deadlines, no incessant need, merely the desire to create this. Now I want to celebrate. Should I order in? I tilted my head back, staring at the ceiling. I'm in the mood for some pizza. That sounds good actually. How about some pineapple? I will divorce you if you put pineapple on my pizza. I snorted, a small smile on my face. I'm kidding, relax. Frankly, I don't like pineapple on my pizza, nor do I care about people who do, I just like the joke. And what do you mean your pizza? It's all going into my belly. Well, I get to taste it at least. Wait, what? Drake made an amused noise. You didn't know? If I knew, I wouldn't be confused. I deadpanned. This is rare. I know something you don't. I don't think I'll explain. Alright, where did I put that white spray paint? Someone pissed in your Cheerios. How do you even know those words? Have you forgotten that I watch through your memories? Maybe. Fuck off. Well, with a little bit of effort, I can share some of your senses, predominantly, taste. Oh, that is significantly less bad than I was assuming you were going to say. That raised a few interesting questions. What's your favorite food? Oh, I haven't really thought about that. Drake seemed genuinely interested. Remember your date with Artoria, the fair in America? Oh! I exclaimed. The turkey wrapped in bacon. Oh, that was good, but no, almost though. I felt like I saw him shake his head. It was that really thick bacon, fried in that little dash of brown sugar, that was amazing. That was good. I briefly recalled that particular memory. Americans sure know how to make tasty food. And now I'm craving that again, damn it Drake. What a strange conversation his has become. I felt my phone buzz, I took it out to read a new message. Hello, Wilhelm, how are you doing? Izzy. I smiled lightly as I began to text back. I'm good, what's up? Wilhelm. I have a hypothetical question. Izzy. And I have a hypothetical answer, what's wrong? Wilhelm. Say that a child was intended to be sacrificed to bring back a spirit from Yomi, and I noticed what was going on, and perhaps I may have distorted the ritual ever so slightly, but I was late by a single breath, Izzy. I paused, reading what she wrote several times. I would say you are a good person for stopping that. Wilhelm. I appreciate your words, but I wasn't finished. Hypothetically, what if said child fell into Yomi, unconscious, while the ritual imploded on itself? Izzy. I would say, this is a bad situation, and would require immediate attention. Wilhelm. Just as I sent the message, there was a knock on my door. I blinked for a moment before going to answer. Ah, hello, a very familiar face answered. Izzy, how bad is the situation? I eyed her uneasiness. How did she even know where I lived? Questions for later. Oh, it is very bad. She said almost comically straight. The child is the only daughter of Yasaka. I facepalmed rather hard. As in the Yukai leader, Nine-Tailed Fox, Maiko for Amaterasu. Indeed. She replied. And you came to me. I questioned her thoughts. Why not go to Yasaka? I'm sure she would be, not thrilled, but also not angry at you for bringing her such information. I am. She looked down. Not exactly welcomed in her court, and I do not believe I would retain any trust if I told her what happened. And, I do not have anyone else. Oh, now I feel bad. I smiled gently. All right, we just have to go rescue a little kitsune from Yomi, right? No big deal. I tried to cheer her up. So, do you know where the ritual site is? I can probably force back open a portal, piggybacking off the initially link. I tapped my finger against my chin. I don't really want to get involved in nonsense like this again, but my weak spots were hit quite hard. I really do have a soft spot for children, and my friend was asking me for help, how could I say no? No need, I can create a portal anywhere. She said with confidence. Oh, that's convenient. Hey, I wonder how? I'm curious to see how it works. I just hope Izanami is not as the myths describe her. I did have cards to play against her if it came to blows. The deities here were much weaker than those from my home, so I had some amount of confidence. She waved her hand, the ground literally deformed, jutted out and burst forth as a stone scaffold raised from the ground and a portal formed in between the stone pillars. Reminds me of the Land of Shadows. I couldn't help but mutter. Land of Shadows. Izzy's head jerked towards me. Is that not the land of the dead over in the United Kingdom? One of them. I smiled. Anyways, how do you wish to do this? Have you experience going into Yomi? I still had no idea what she was, to be able to go into Yomi so easily. She is no doubt powerful. Perhaps some kind of spiritual beings? I will lead the way. I just shrugged, holding my hand out as Mirage flew into it. Let's go, Sir Wiggles. I said quietly. He bolted up and jumped into my hat, which I was holding upside down for him. I briefly saw the desire in Izzy's eyes to pet him again, but she held back. Follow my steps closely. She ushered me forward as we stepped through. It was a familiar setting, yet so different. The air was thick with death and decay, yet the coldness wasn't as pronounced. It was darker, like shadows making their own shadows, as ridiculous as that sounds. Izzy navigated it expertly, knowing where to walk, where to avoid as to not accidentally get swept up in the void between spaces. We finally came to what looked like a house, which was surprisingly, because I knew of only one being who would have a house here. Does you know who live there? Yes. Izzy replied. Is it wise to go there? Nothing happens here without her knowledge, don't worry, she already knows we are here and is welcoming. She stepped up, opening the door. I'm curious how you would kn. Welcome to my home. She cut me off. Oh. Drake just started laughing at me. Hindsight is always 20/20ths. So I got some good feedback from the faux chapter, so I'll do more in the future. It pretty much can only happen on worlds that have technology at a certain level, but I also thought the idea amusing, when he gets those multiversal phones, to start handing them out to the people he knows so they can get in on the fun. So, MC finds out Izzy's identity. Seems pretty obvious in hindsight, but I don't think people in his situation would immediately jump to divine conclusion. While there were many red flags near there and there, he was understandably preoccupied with the idea of having to rescue a little girl in Yomi. Might have another interlude coming up soon, perspective from the hero faction. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/asteria4one.